好了，现场所有的召唤师们，让我感受一下你们的热情，好吗？
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LPL. It is 2017, the beginning of a brand new year, and China is certainly celebrating with a very awesome ceremony. Again, we would like to apologize for missing out on the first half of that, but trust us, it was pretty awesome. My name is Dom Roner, and though it has been over a year since I've last casted the LPL, I am finally back, and I am joined by some faces that some of you might recognize. First up, we've got Indiana Froskuren Black. Joining her is going to be Barento Raz Mohammed, and of course, Zach Rusty Pie. How about that ceremony?
It was, from what we did see, of course, in rehearsals as well, it was a very awesome ceremony, but most importantly, excited to be here, happy to be once again broadcasting the LPL to everyone at home.
Yeah, pretty fantastic wubs we saw there. Love the two DJs. That was fantastic.
I was super hyped to see, a lot of the players, and especially a lot of them having grown up. Mako in particular, the last guy for EDG there, we really watched him grow up with the team. He started as a rookie, and now we get to continue and see him for another year.
Yeah, I believe the big theme for the LPL this split is reborn and rebirth, but that doesn't mean we're changing everything. Starting last year, the LPL split their teams into two large groups, and they're continuing with that same theme here.
So the EULCS should be a little bit familiar with this, but it works like this. It's two groups, Group A, Group B. You can see them on your screen right now, and they were decided by their summer 2016 performance. So it wasn't a snake draft where the teams chose who got in there. It was a random draft based on where they finished last year. Your brand new team into the LPL is going to be a familiar face. They're down in the right-hand bottom corner of your screen. It's the QG Reapers, auto-promoting from the LSPL.
And, of course, we are expecting some great things from them. Before we get into the teams in particular, though, we do have a rough idea of where we sort of expect the power of these teams to be.
Yeah, so specifically RNG right in the top side of the map. I guess we'll go straight into the graphics, right?
Yeah, so what we did is internally we had a power ranking, and what we did is everyone submitted their list, and then we took an average from the power rankings to kind of determine who was going to end up where. So again, what you'll see on the screen will actually be the averaged group rankings and not necessarily where we all put them. And for Group A, we actually decided on Invictus Gaming first place, followed by Snake. And I know, Rusty, you in particular, you thought Snake should be higher.
Yeah, well, I think I'm one of the only people that didn't actually outright just say that IG should be the favorites in winning this group. And saying that, I did have them in the top three still, so definitely a powerhouse within the group. And Snake, I have them first. I did actually say that they will come out on top. I have a lot of faith in the Snake roster. I believe their top half of the map is actually entirely capable of still carrying the same as before. Yeah, there's a couple of questions about the bottom side, but I think, the strengths are still there, and they can just exacerbate further.
And that's the thing about this group, Group A specifically, is that we don't know. It's the one where, sure, what we see on your screen, it's an accumulation of what we believe. But Group A can be literally anywhere. You have LGD, you have Snake, IG, legitimately any teams. Even OMG could surprise.
It was so funny when we were taking the rankings from everyone. Everyone had a different team in first place. Everyone had a different team in second place. The only consistencies were actually the last two teams there, IMA and OMG. Yeah. Everyone said they're either going to be 6th or they're going to be 5th. And a lot of people would actually probably find that surprising because IMA were your world's representatives. But kind of how the team has changed has fundamentally really crippled them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, of course, we are going to see both of those teams play later today. But let's actually move on to Group B. This is a little bit more clear-cut.
Unanimous across the board pretty much for who's going to be the first place team, and we all decided that it was going to be Team WE, not EDG. So again, if you're brand new to the LPL, that's a little bit surprising. The premier team, EDG, they always go to every single international event, but again, roster changes have kind of put them second best in our eyes.
Yeah, and honestly, WE, I think there's no reason to not have them in first place. You look at how they competed last year, how well they actually performed, and the fact that their only upgrade is through coaching staff means that you can only sing praises towards their direction moving into this year. And where they should actually finish up, of course, we can't guarantee it. This group is a little bit more clear-cut than Group A, but you really can't tell until we see them perform.
And it just comes to the fact that WE, even though they did bring in Home, they have Hoon as well, so they're still a consistent roster. We're talking about consistency. EDG specifically lost a lot. They really did. So if you look throughout the entirety of this group, it's just like it feels like WE is coming much stronger.
In fact, the only team that we weren't really unanimous on as a unit was actually Vici. Raz, I know you had them very highly. Rusty and I kind of put them a bit in the dumpster.
Yeah, Vici are a giant question mark. They built a team around Easy Hoon, so they definitely have a plan in mind. They know that Easy Hoon's their carrier. He said he wants a specific person. They did get that specific person in Bengi. They even brought over a coach with them. So they've got the makings of a great team, but they still had those strengths last year, and they were just in the middle of the pack. They've still got the same weaknesses.
I mean, you say they have a coach, it's Pumandu. They've got SKT in Vici, and that's pretty hype already. So, I mean, sure, the weakness that we had in mind for Vici was in their bottom lane. They have Caveman, Endless, and Chuan P, right? But they actually were performing quite well when they got into playoffs. So when I look at Vici, of course, I rate them highly because I feel like we can see a lot out of them.
I feel like that's an asterisk, though, like performing well. Like, let's be honest, the top side of that map is brilliant. The bottom side of Vici, that's where all their problems stem.
Well, before we get too close into detail into some of the individual teams, let's take a look at some of the storylines for the groups as a whole. First up, we've got essentially what we like to call the anime storyline.
Yeah, so we've got Group B features Xiaogu and Newbie. Now, there is a lot behind both of these teams. QG, formerly known as Newbie Young, Newbie, formerly known as QG. So there is a big story. Of course, the LSPL promotion team is going to be QG. They're renamed as they made it in. And the anime storyline is not just that they made it back into the LPL. It's not some miracle run by any means. It's actually the jungle and the mid lane duo of what used to be in QG, known as Doinbi and Swift. Swift, a very hungry jungler, always tries to do the best he can. Doinbi always coming back, helping him out. They were best friends. They would hold hands and stuff. They wouldn't actually, but they were a really good duo. And the crazy thing now is that Doinbi, with internal dramas that I'm not going to divulge into, has actually had a falling out with Swift. He goes to the sister team, Newbie Young, gets them into the LPL, now known as QG, and this is pretty much mano a mano, and you have to pick a side.
I mean, he's got his, like, I'd say QG, or at least Doinbi. He's got himself a new girl, and his name is Clid. Clid is essentially Swift. It really, that's pretty much what it is. He's Swift Light. He's a Korean solo queue jungler who's very aggressive, and Doinbi is always by his side.
Yeah, and that's, to me, the other big thing that we have to hit. Doinbi's found a partner in crime, someone that's aggressive in the jungle, but has Swift actually found that with his new mid laner?
Well, he's got Coco brought up from the LCK now over into the LPL. That said, they also have Cool, so you have these two really dominant legacy names battling it out. Now, I've been checking in on Swift and Coco's solo queue, and those guys have been exclusively duo queue, so for now, I'm going to suspect that it's Coco that's going to be starting, but Cool's right there on his heels.
That's the thing. It's now Newbie. They have themselves a love story with unrequited love, and I just feel like Cool's in the sideline just saying, put me in, coach. Get me in there. And it's just not working out for him.
That's the worst love triangle. And speaking of kind of like redemption storylines, we haven't even brought up Cloud either. So Cloud is going to be the returning support to the QG Reapers. He's going to be the new support for for QG Reapers. And he's going to be the support from OMG. Now, Cloud kind of tanked his career, came back. So QG across the board are just this story of like comeback stories.
I mean, the thing is, they have Cloud, but I just can't let go of that LSPL duo in the bottom lane of Alone and Ahri, because I feel like they were doing. I mean, this is going to be a hot topic about Ahri, or at least specifically about Alone, because I do think Alone, he wasn't given a lot. I mean, that top side of the map for the team was pretty hot. It's like they worked around that mid lane, but it felt like they got exactly what they came for. Like they put in that Ezreal safe bottom lane, and they played safely. That's all you have to do.
Raz is all about like these serviceable bot lanes, but I'm actually going to talk about a good one, and it's going to be Invictus Gaming. So IG have their brand new rosters. We kind of look across at the other side. I'm a huge Invictus Gaming fan. I'm super stoked about this roster. They seem to have kind of finally fixed all of their problems. They've got world champion Duke up in the top lane now. You've got Kid in the jungle, who's no longer just a role swap ADC. He's actually a serviceable jungler, superstar rookie. And speaking of serviceable but even better bot lanes, it's Marge and Megan now, and Jackie Love sitting over in the wings, and this guy is hyped.
Yeah, that's the thing about Jackie Love is he's not going to be starting this week, but when he does start, maybe week 2, maybe week 3, it's going to be a question mark for me because I feel like he's more of a hard carry, right? He's a star Chinese 80 carry coming through, and they have Marge and Megan doing quite well in the bottom lane, servicing rookie, the star. You bring in a new star, could change quite a bit.
I just, you guys have them all first. You all think IG are going to perform really well, and then you come in, you talk about IG, and it's like, maybe things change, maybe they're not good when we actually get to watch them play. When Jackie Love, this star height player, comes in, and they change their whole style, maybe they aren't the best team in the group. It's a little bit perplexing.
Listen, you've got your money on Snake right now, and they've got like 14 languages on that team.
SOFM does not change style. Language is irrelevant when it comes to SOFM.
I've got to ask about the big teams that I personally recognize from looking at the global stage. Big teams like RNG and EDG, who have experienced some changes as well.
You're saying big team. RNG specifically is really interesting to me because they lost Mata. Mata went over to KT Rolster. We saw them play a little bit, and they were looking pretty hot. And then we have Looper. We didn't get to see him play. We'll see in Echo Fox. And then, of course, they lost Fly over to Phoenix One. They brought in Let Me to the top side of the map, and they brought in Ming, who's from Young Miracles in the LSPL. I'd like to bring in that badge here. And Ming, that's the thing. I look at this team. I remember them from not LSPL, LPL Summer 2015.
Like, Raz, it's always like back in my day
Oh,
in LSPL.
Bringing the Kane in there. But in LPL Summer 2015, we were hyping that all-Chinese team up. And it just came down. They went into the promotion tournament. You can call it relegation tournament. That's what they were there for. But they were a very inconsistent team, and they needed direction.
So then what should we expect out of the other big-name team, the other established, I guess establishment, I should say?
Which would be Edward Gaming.
Yeah.
So what do we expect from Edward Gaming? They've just lost Deft and Pawn, both gone over to KT. That is, their superstars gone. Now, Pawn, I think, was entirely replaceable. I actually believed that Scout, who is currently playing there, is actually better for EDG. I'm not saying a better player, but better for EDG.
That's
so
fair.
Scout's still there. That's a big win for EDG. But Deft? Like, he was putting up 45% of his team's damage in numbers basically as an average for the second half of the last split that we saw them compete. And they've replaced him with a sub-mid laner from Korea who's now lane swapped to AD carry. I don't see anything good about this, and I haven't even mentioned the jungle.
But before we even get into the jungle, the one thing is the good thing of this roster isn't even on this graphic. It's Coach Nofe. And we talked about direction being the kind of the question with RNG, who's going to lead that team. EDG, at least as an organization, they have very clear-cut direction. Even if Clearlove's not starting, they have an excellent support staff, obviously upgrading now by taking the former Rocks Tigers coach.
That's the thing with me. They always have direction. It's always a question to me. I mean, for the longest time, our question has been, hey, EDG, what is it going to take for you to not be first place? Hey, how's it going? EDG. They've always been first place regardless of or at least there's one split that it wasn't happening, but they came back in summer. Yeah. Okay, two. Regardless. Now they bring in Fire Lolly, which you didn't bring in. That was a big question to me.
Fire Lolly?
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Fire Lolly is not that bad, all right? Fire Lolly, when he was on IME, was improved, incredibly improved as a player. With that being said, it's still you're comparing them to Clearlove. It's going to be a big downgrade.
How many games did Fire Lolly play on IME? Who did IME take to Worlds? They
All
started a voidless, Raz.
You don't need enough. You don't need that many games for me to have an opinion on
So this is a bit of a heated discussion, as you can tell. We've already gone through this topic plenty of times before this, and we'll get an opportunity to when we get to EDG's games. But for the sake of this analyst desk, let's keep it moving forward. Not only have the teams changed, but the game itself has changed. This is patch 7.1. We've got balance changes. We've got new champions in somebody like Camille in the top lane, and the jungle also got retuned as well.
Yeah, so we do have to hit the jungle. From patch 7.1 onwards, there was actually quite a substantial change. The change only adds up to 10 seconds, but between 1 and 3 minutes, it does actually mean quite a lot. So you have to take an extra large camp now to get to that level 3 point, which means the jungle is going to be a little bit more barren, firstly. Junglers will take a little bit longer to clear those camps. You can't just do the Scuttle Crab anymore because the experience was reduced overall on most of the camps. So this has changed. Champions have also changed when we look at the preseason. You've got Kha'Zix and Rengar that have stepped up to the plate. Camille, as you mentioned, can even jungle if it comes to that. And also champions that can now wave clear as of the 7.1 changes might actually stand out as a more substantial, a significant pick for everybody to go towards. So across the board, everything has just gotten a lot more important. It's diversified a little bit more as well. And especially as we move later into the draft discussions, there's just so many options.
There's so much that happened throughout the preseason. Thank God we had some third-party tournaments where we would legitimately have an entire show talking about all the changes. And for me, not only you kind of mentioned it with the experience decreasing, but it kind of just moved around too. Before this patch, they took experience away from the Raptor camp, and then they just bulked it right back in. So for me, being able to clear that camp means so much, especially if you're a Rengar. I mean, Kha'Zix and Rengar just do so much. So regardless, you do single target damage and AoE.
For me, my interest has always been how the jungle pool actually impacts and kind of bleeds over into the surrounding lane pool. So the fact that hard CC is much more of a priority because you do have those champions like the Rengars, like the Kha'Zix running around. And if you have the Maokai Twisted Advance setup, you just jump in, pop them. And then like you said, the Raptor camp, its location and relevance to the mid lane. And the mid laner and the jungler unlocking themselves and getting control of that really high traffic area for deep vision.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about that Maokai W. All I'm saying is that in the top side of the map, because of Courage of the Colossus, all we're seeing are tanks. I mean, there are a few exceptions to that, but regardless, we're seeing Maokai, we're seeing Poppy. I mean, we've always seen them, so thank God there's some familiarity in this meta. And so for me, it's very interesting to see those champions. We even saw a bit of Singed coming back, too. So there's just so much happening here.
So let's expand this powerful champion discussion to the entire Rift. Instead of looking at just the top lane, who else is going to be strong?
Where to start, honestly? We could go towards the bottom lane. We'll say Ziggs. Let's start with Ziggs. Okay. Now, this champion, we actually saw him in the LCK. Was not a surprise. I was only surprised because SKT played it.
Yeah.
But a very strong champion actually does what AD carries are designed to do in a more efficient way. And the beauty behind him, yes, he's got good lane poke. You can pick him with a Karma. You can harass people out. He's got really good siege. He'll take a turret if you recall and miss your timings. Like, he's just that quick at it. What really separates Ziggs from me from like the good AD carries to him is that late game, you can one-hit a turret. And the problem that you find most of the time in competitive games is that they're always there. They're always ready. Vision's always there. They've got a Maokai that can run at you. But if they make a single error, just one mistake, and Ziggs is able to push that little bit closer and hit the turret's dead.
That's just something I want to piggyback on, because in competitive, it means so much more. Like, bad back timings, that's something you can just blame a single play on. If you lose a game, it's like, well, I mean, yeah, we weren't on the map. They took Baron immediately. It was like, well, I mean, if you one lane backs poorly, you just lose a tower, just like that.
And I mean, it's even, like, you could diversify that further to say top laners who recall to teleport or misposition a teleport. If there's number disadvantages and you're trying to actually trade turrets against the Ziggs, you just don't win the trades. There's no real winning situation if you get the Ziggs ahead.
And then we need to look at the champions who are joining him in that support position. So it's not just the Ziggs that's been cropping up, it's also been that Malzahar support that's been cropping up. And if you haven't seen how this works, although he has been played a couple times in the LCK, if he has Voidlings up, there's pretty much 0 champions that can trade with him. I believe the LCK is experimenting a bit with Taric. We've also seen kind of karmas and misfortunes as answers into the Malzahar simply because of how their slopes impact the Voidlings, because that's where that damage is coming from. The ability for the Voidlings to chase you down while that guy's running up to mid lane.
I mean, you went through so much. And I just want to specifically talk about that Malzahar, because the AI on that Void Link,
yeah,
it's pretty crazy. You can be across map. You can just take a stroll back into the mid lane, and you'll be like, oh, I guess my Void Link's just hammering at Twitch. I'll take it. Like, go
legitimately heat seekers, and it's so stupid because you don't have to attack as Malzahar. Like, you can place Voidlings and walk away, and if they see you, they will actually just keep going till the ends of the earth. It is so absurd. Like, I just don't understand.
There's just so many mages running around in the bottom lane, and it just comes back to itemizing for me. AD carries, I mean, ever since lethality, that's a big point that it comes back to it, because now it's forcing AD carries to go towards those hefty costs in their item pickups. And so if you're a mage, you're like, I just got Morellos. get the hell away from me. I can just demolish you.
Or if you're the Ziggs AD carry, you go for the Morellos and the tier for just oodles of
I don't know about
generation.
tier. Right.
We saw it last night in the LCK.
I was with you, and then I parted away.
I'm trying to bring in that outside league knowledge. Okay, well then, a new change that we're also seeing, which debuted a couple days ago, is 10 bans. That's also going to change things a whole lot during the early game.
But this is why we put so much emphasis on Team WE also kind of rising up and assuming their throne that they left in Season 2. It's the fact that they had a great, stable roster, so now they should be able to reap the rewards of all the experience that they gained last year, but they upgraded their coaching staff to possibly the best drafting coach in the OPL. Coach Ohm was doing so much for Vici last time, and now he's got a 10-ban format to continue to abuse.
I just feel like it doesn't matter to them. 10 bans, 50 bans, 100 bans, it doesn't matter. Like, it legitimately feels like if you have that great of a coaching staff, you can really demolish them.
Okay, it's not just the coaching stuff. If the 100 champions ban, it's a bit unreasonable. What I'd actually say is that their players can play pretty much anything. They've got Shie that was running around on AP Nautilus mid in the middle of last year. They do have options there.
957. I mean, he has that pocket Morgana. I'm going to keep going back to it, 957. You want to go for it? Now's the time.
So does Marin, but he also fed relentlessly.
We don't talk about Marin.
I feel like if we ever do get to 100 bans, that's going to be more like playing Minesweeper, where it's just the ban phase is the game itself. But again, this also changes the priority. Some of the big things that we've been seeing LCK go for is jungle, AD carry, and mid lane with those 3 first picks.
You take it, Rusty?
What I will say, though, just to bring it back to the fact that we're on the 10-ban system as well, is how it's going to be implemented. The first 3 picks aren't always going to be those 3 roles. It's more that the second 2 picks, to me, stand out as the most important thing. And you have to kind of envision this as like a diagonal line where blue side is strong and then red side is strong at the end of the drafting phase, because you get your first pick for blue, but you get your last pick for red not just that, it's pick 6 and 7 that are incorporated within this. There's actually a lot of strengths there, and it's really challenging when 2 roles are left. You get to ban them out from the opposition. This is where the deep champion pools that I'm mentioning for Team WE are super valuable.
Nah, you get to see so much, and I feel like, for instance, a few roles. Like for me, support. Like if you get that massive support pool we saw from Mata just a couple days back, where they can just start throwing bans at support just at the second ban phase, and you're like, wait a minute, that's a shared pool. You still have to pick support as well, but it doesn't really matter. If you have faith in your support or any role specifically, you can just start leveraging bans and really just start to flex them.
I know internally that when we were experimenting with the ban system, kind of drafting against each other, we thought initially that red side was so much stronger, but I think after drafting a bit more, we started to even it out. Our opinions started to change. And I personally feel that blue side, as long as you have a flexible team and a really clear-cut plan of what you want, you have a lot of power there to really sculpt at least one side of your map.
It just comes down to pre-planning for me, right? Blue side can really pre-plan it from the right from the beginning. They can really pull you into something that you're really not expecting. Either choke your 80 carry picks. It can go a long way. So I really do favor blue, but you can see a lot coming out of it.
And you can only pre-plan the first 3 picks and 3 bans, Raz. Like, let's be clear, the best coaches will be the ones that get you the last 2 picks being important, or get the flex pick in the first 3 picks and ban something out. Once again, Sion in the LCK was actually very clever because they picked the Nautilus and they flex that top lane, but they picked the Sion because it can counter a Jace. Like, there's options there. And this is what actually separates the good coaches and the good players from the greats.
Yeah.
Being able to identify those sort of strengths and utilize them more effectively. Now, I want to take it a little bit towards a step back. Of course, as I said earlier, it's been over a year since I've had the opportunity to cast the LPL, and it seems like time and time again, when I look at the LPL, you hear about all of these great teams, great players going undefeated, having exceptional records. Then they show up at Worlds and end up struggling. What's happening in 2017? What are we expecting out of this?
Oh, that's what we're going to find out. For me, the one team, you asked me that question, the one team I look towards, LGD. Literally LGD.
They're the last team I look at.
No, because that's why it's the first team. Like, literally every single time I'm like, all right, have you learned your lesson, LGD? Like, have you really understood what you're doing? This time they're bringing PYL and Wayless right out the gate. Can they get it done?
Rusty, I've got it. See, the microcosm, it makes sense. His crazy makes sense. The microcosm of the LPL was that if you just are so good for so late and then you just keep falling on your face, but you keep getting back up, that's pretty much LGD, and that's pretty much the LPL right now. Like, we failed so many times. Eventually, we'll have to learn our lesson. They're like, this is the year, guys. We won't turn it on at week 7. We'll turn it on at week 1.
LGD are legitimately a really big heavy boulder rolling down a slight incline, right? Because they don't have any momentum. But once the ball gets rolling, which is week 7, it always takes them 7 weeks, then it actually picks up and they look like the best team. But by then, they're in relegations.
That's the thing for me, though. I mean, other than the relegation, not the relegation part.
Incredible, they're the best.
Relegation comes. You know, they really are the 4th best team. You know, I'm trying to convince you now. You have to watch their games. Like, it gets to that point. But for me, I look at LGD. It's like you have to be able to start out really strong. I mean, EGD for me is doing this poorly. They're really coming in not so strong. But for me, LGD, it's like you look at these teams and you say, oh, you know what? Every week counts. Every week counts. Sure, it counts for the playoffs because you have to seed that way. But at the same time, when it's actually test time, actually time to, sit down and see what you got right and wrong, like by the end of it, if you go to Worlds, can you play it out?
I'll buy into this crazy, and I'll actually bite the bullet. Although, hold on a second.
Yeah. Okay, so then continuing on with that, perhaps we could look to some other teams that are also going to have as commanding an influence. Oh, hey, looks like we have entered into picks and bans. Again, as what you saw on the loading graphic at the beginning, this is RNG versus IME. That means that Frosco and I will be claiming the desk for the cast of this game. Just as a quick recap, holy cow, that's going through real quick. 10 bans on the bottom of your screen. You can look through at some of those priorities, as that was Lee Sin banned away. But I also saw a Zed locked in. And as a Zed player, that is something that makes me exceptionally excited. I mean, I know that lethality wasn't great to him during the early laning phase, but I still think that he's one of the best assassins.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit shocked that we'd seen Assassin enter. I felt really strongly that this meta was really geared towards more wave control. I mean, we were talking earlier about the mid laner's ability to pressure and to push would still be the most important asset in terms of taking control of that lane. So Zed doesn't have a ton of favorable matchups if those wave control mages are there.
You say that, but I just feel like Zed is a pick that, we'll look at the pick ban, overall, it just comes back to the counter picks. If you get the counter pick, maybe they went in for an Orianna. Of course, Zed has a lot of bad matchups in lane, but if you can get the level 6, that's what it matters.
So it turns out that wasn't actually Champion Select. That was just a demo of the 10 pick ban system.
We got you.
So that again, let's go ahead and bring it back.
We got us too.
Yoink. We got you.
We're probably not going to see a Zed in that case. We did see
sad.
Faker play Katarina though.
I was so confused. I was like, why would they play Zed? Katarina exists.
Nah. And you know what? I'm convinced.
No.
Next pick ban, Zed.
But here's the thing.
100%.
I already resigned myself. I was like, it's the LPL. Of course they'll play Zed. I'm like, what? What do I know?
I was
They've
just
got to
trying
try
to.
something wacky. I love how I've already only been on the desk for like 20 minutes, and it's straight back to the we're going in Zed, we're going in Kog'Maw, but tragically.
To be fair, actually, Frosco, and you know more about this than I do. There is a Kog'Maw player within the LPL, and there's
Yeah.
actually a really interesting, I guess it's a demographic that we're seeing from all of these LPL AD carries in particular, because they've all got a favorite.
I like the soft serve. Thanks, Rusty. So yeah, what Rusty's talking
Anytime.
about. I see you. What Rusty's talking about is all of the players in the LPL, at least all the 80 carries, are all playing something different because they're trying to solve that big question of Marksman 2017. They can't be Def, so they need to be something else. It's been Ziggs, Caitlyn, Twitch, Varus. We've seen the whole lineup.
Yeah, and here are the actual teams that are playing. Again, it is RNG versus IME as we start to get ready for this match. And we'll get back to those 80 carries later as we start getting into the games themselves. But let's talk a little bit about these teams specifically. RNG, we already hit on the big changes, losing Looper and Mata, and bringing in now Letme and Ming.
I mean, I'm just looking at. I want to refocus on IME because there was something that we didn't talk about with this team specifically. Is that they had Flawless, right? They brought in. There was a big announcement for this team. You know, they bring in Flawless, Maestro as well. It seems like with the announcement that Maestro, contractual issues. There he is, wrote on your screen. He's back, which means that Flawless isn't gonna see much time, at least for the first week. So now I'm looking at this. I'm saying, you know what? Who's Ben Ford? He's coming right back into this. We don't know who he is. He's a solo queue Chinese 80 jungler, and so it's time for him to show some plays.
Yeah, and he's certainly going to have to look across from probably one of the best junglers in the LPL, especially since Clearlove's taken a step back in MLXG. So you can see the roster there, or the lineup for IME. It's Amazing J top lane, Ben 4, our Chinese solo queue jungler, and then Athena joining him in the mid lane.
Yeah, and for RNG, we've got Letme in the top, MLXG in jungle, Xiaohu in mid, along with Uzi and his new support, Ming.
And the important thing to note for RNG before they do get into game is who's going to be shot calling for this all-Chinese team. Firstly, the communication will be good because they are an all-Chinese team, but if it's going to go back to Uzi, there's a possibility that it becomes greedy shot calling. I'm actually fundamentally of a disagreement with an AD carry being a shot caller.
Yes, I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find someone who would be like, 80 carry shot calling. You can do that. Multi-talented. You can focus on yourself.
Doublelift did it. It does work.
I mean, well,
Team WE, hello?
yeah, well, let's not go back that far in history. All I'm going to say specifically for IME is that, or at least for RNG, you bring in Ming, and I'm wondering where Ming stands LPL-wise, because in the LSPL, he was a great support beside Ning. Ning was their 80 carry. I guess now he's playing jungler. Big, I don't know what's happening there. But overall, I just know that Ming is a great support player, and I just want to see how he plays up against major support talent too.
He's certainly going to have his work cut out for him, but he will have the help of Uzi in lane. Now, personally, this is just something I'm interested in. Does Uzi strike you as the kind of player who would take Ziggs into a lane? I've always seen Uzi as, I want to beat my lane opponent, kind of like the double lift style.
In terms of what Uzi's been playing in solo queue, it's been a lot of the traditional 80 carries. He's been a bit more versatile than some of his other counterparts who have been like, only Varus, only Caitlyn. So it's still kind of a question mark there. We have seen flexibility of Uzi in the past when he joined OMG, picking up the utility 80 carry Sivir when he was known as a hyper carry player. So anything is possible. He's a veteran of the LPL. He's a veteran on this team, and we expect him to step up and be that veteran leader.
You say that, but man, he's played a lot of Varus in solo queue, and he has a little bit of a different build. He does weave in IE instead of the usual triple attack speed that we're seeing a little bit in solo queue. So for me, I want to see if he does stick to that Varus, if he's looking to pick it up. It's Uzi, though. We'll find out.
It's funny that you bring up the IE. Uzi, as a player, has this tendency that when he makes a back, if he can afford crit versus raw damage, he'll actually take the crit because he believes in his ability to get off that many auto attacks to make the damage trade worth for it.
Yeah, which is a contrast to someone like Name, who will always go for long swords because he wants each auto attack to be more meaningful, and it's also just efficiency reasons.
So then, comparing to the other side, Aime, how are we expecting them to sort of challenge up against this RNG roster, especially knowing that they have lost their old shot caller?
I mean, they went to thirds, and it was a fantastic showing when they and Worlds itself, it wasn't that fantastic. But them getting to that point was incredible. And so looking back, it just feels like they really downgraded in a lot of areas, specifically a Voidless going over to the LSPL. Now, that was his choice, and it just felt like Aime lost a lot. Maybe they can get Flawless back in week 2, week 3, but they really need that. Maybe Ben 4 showcases something, but this is rebuilding for Aime.
This comes back to identity for both of these teams. It's a direction question. Who's going to be the shot caller? Who's going to be the leader for RNG? And who's going to be the leader and the shot caller for Aime? Yes, they retain Amazing J and Road, but they lose their identity by not having a Voidless there. Has Road been in the scrims? Have they been scrimming this entire time with Flawless? Like, what type of actual game and rift time do they have with Ben 4 and Road versus Maestro and Flawless? We just don't know what form Aime are going to appear in.
I will say that I do love Road, and I guess we'll find out with the game starting up.
Yeah, we finally have entered into picks and bans. Looks like this is actually the picks and bans for this game. Again, Frosco and I are going to be on the cast for this, which means that Rusty and Raz will be back later to help break down this game after itself. But looking through these picks and bans, you can see that Syndra banned away from Xiaohu, despite the 7.1 changes, still an exceptionally powerful champion. Along with that, Malzahar could be for Xiaohu, could be for Ming in the bottom lane, and that Camille and Rengar banned away as well.
No surprises here. GSC had a lot of champions that we were expecting. Kind of shocking that we'd see Syndra banned from blue side. Speaks a bit to Athena's champion pool and kind of his comfort level. Athena was more known as kind of a poking. I mean, his Varus pick was very famous. He also plays the Ryze. Not necessarily the big Syndra player, which is where you are correct that Syndra really went hand in hand with Xiaohu.
Taking a look at that next ban, that's Ashe banned away from Uzi, the AD carry himself. So this is the final ban of the first phase of bans before we get into that first pick. And we hit that sort of blue power.
So here's the thing. When Ashe is banned, and this is something that we really experimented with internally when we were drafting, is banning either Ashe or Jhin, because we really prioritize them as kind of the two, we're going to start the team fight right now AD carries, which then puts emphasis on picking up that Jhin, at least in the first rotation, unless they're comfortable taking the Twitch, taking the Caitlyn, even looking towards that Varus or possibly the Ziggs.
We'll have to see where that AD carry priority lies. Again, calling back to what Rusty said earlier, this is sort of the blue power spike in the pick and ban phase, the draft ability. And they are going to start off with a first pick Varus.
Yeah, and that was the question. Obviously banning the Ashe, they were going to try to squeeze that marksman pool. Uzi could look towards the Jhin right here. Deft has said that he really likes to take Varus particularly into the Ashe and the Jhin matchups just because of his really long range and his ability to harass opponents out. We'll see if Jin Zhao feels a bit more comfortable, because Jin Zhao is actually known as probably one of the best or more comfortable Jhin players in the region, which is why I'm a little bit surprised that he's going to change it up, go for the Varus, although it does act as that flex pick for them. So again, that's the other thing. They could be kind of hiding their hand and saying, okay, we're going to do the Varus, so maybe they don't pick the AD carry in second rotation because they think, oh, I may already have their AD carry. Surprise, it's actually AD or mid lane Varus.
It's one of those hypothetical, do the flex picks actually gain more power now that you can sort of show it more?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I guess that is a question and an answer. As we're running through our next picks right quick, Lee Sin picked up for MLXG. Ryze likely going to Xiaohu, unless he's solo queue like me, take it into the top lane. Probably not, where he's going to be having to deal with Athena's Cassiopeia, and that's Maokai locked in for Amazing J.
So 7.1, Lee Sin has had a bit of a damage kind of taken away from him. He no longer has that upfront burst damage at level 6, but MLXG is still going to be able to do a lot of work on that champion. No surprise to see the Ryze prioritized as well, although that does mean that you're going to have the Cassiopeia into Ryze matchup. I really like the Cassiopeia here just because I think it's hilarious. The Ryze just can't run at Cassiopeia, especially if she has her ultimate. It's really hard for him to drop that really elongated sustain damage, because obviously he's going to be phasing her during those times and she can threaten with her ultimate.
Yeah, the running mage not quite so fast against that Cassiopeia, but with the jungler still remaining for Aime, that lets RNG put some pressure on that pool by banning away Elise from Ben 4. Now we're looking to see how Aime is going to answer. It's up to the support and the top lane. I still see a noticeable lack of Poppy. That could be something they look towards.
Ooh, they're actually going to go ahead and pinch support.
Yeah, support it is.
So trying to make sure that Uzi doesn't get a free lane. He's already got the Caitlyn there. You don't want to have that sitting besides the Zyra, who you can see is already banned from first initial ban stage. So not necessarily so concerned with the Amazing J versus Let Me matchup.
Now that Karma ban has been dropped, it's up to RNG to look for their final one. It is Rek'Sai, double jungler ban, really putting a lot of pressure onto Ben 4. Let's see if I may go for something similar and put double pressure onto that support pool for Ming. Really try to keep it locked down.
I mean, it was unsuspected that Ben 4 was going to be the starting jungler when you have someone like Flawless sitting on that roster. So, you know, welcome to the LPL. It was a surprise that you were going to start here in your first game, and guess what? We're going to priority pick MLXG on Lee Sin, one of his most comfortable and best junglers in the game, and we're going to triple ban you out into a hole.
Yeah, there goes the Poppy ban, and MLXG is going to have so much freedom. And as you mentioned, that is point-and-click CC in 2 out of those 3 lanes. You've got Ryze with his point-and-click snare, if he ever can run towards that Cassiopeia, and Nautilus, either as support for Ming or going to let me in the top lane.
And no surprise, since we've had these bans come through, kind of the next available champions come up to bat, and that's going to be the Kha'Zix and the Nautilus. Should note that the Nautilus priority pick here is a takeaway from Amazing J. You really want to make sure, even though he's got that Maokai locked in, that he never gets his hands on this champion.
Yeah, the follow-up is, as you said, that Kha'Zix, and now Tahm Kench locked in to keep that Varus safe in the bottom lane. Broad certainly going to have his work cut out for him in this matchup, as I'm certain we're going to see a lot of MLXG on that side of the map.
This also fits in Rhodes' wheelhouse and his MO as a player. He's a very heavy roaming support. He likes to make plays happen around the map. He was very well known for his Bard play in particular. So Tahm Kench fits in that same identity of, you know, picking up and making things happen. And when Rhodes is leading the charge, that's when IMA are really successful.
The final pickup for RNG is going to be Let Me on Kled. He's going to be giving it the old Scarl yell and trying to make some action happen. I really like the mobility of RNG now that I look at their team as a whole.
Yeah, and they're able to safely decide to use Nautilus as a flex pick because they see that the Kench comes in, so they know it's a ranged melee support, so they don't need to take dual range into the bottom lane, especially with both that Karma and that Zyra banned out, that they're going to have the push there anyway. And so they're able to then pick up the Kled as their last pick and reveal, hey, it's a Maokai, it's going to be a fairly neutral lane, Kled's going to have some damage pressure there, and we're able to take this pick safely.
Yeah, as the coaches, they're actually going for the hug, not even shaking hands. Everything's familial over there as we are getting ready to load into this match. It's RNG versus IMA. And the challenge has been set. We've talked about 10 picks and bans. We've talked about all that other good stuff to get us prepared for this patch 7.1. Jungle changes. What are we expecting from this match itself? Or is this going to be one composition clear-cut over the other?
This, completely setting aside the compositions, this is about decisiveness.
Yes.
Both these teams need to prove that they have overcome their off-season roster changes and that they can promote a new shot caller and they can continue to build on the success that they built last year. RNG, we expect them to be a first-place team. Do they still have it in them without their world champions? And IMA, did they lose their identity by putting Rode on the bench and bringing him back in last second?
It is certainly going to be a challenge if they can demonstrate that cohesiveness, especially against a team as talented as RNG. Able to communicate so clearly, and with that challenge set, we are getting ready to load onto the Rift. These two comps are ready to have at each other and attempt to tear it down in this first game. It's been over a year since I've been back. I am so happy to be here. This is going to be really fun.
You're having a lot of fun with the really long,
yeah,
drawn out, showing off this gorgeous venue as we get into game.
Yeah,
and he's like, and this is the game.
This is the game right here. Do you do that for a living? That is really good.
It's almost like I've been here for a year. I've got their timings figured out. But we made it. We're on the Rift. It's game 1 of LPL Spring 2017. It's RNG versus IMA.
And we are excited to see how this works out as everyone spreads across to what appears to be, looks like standard 5-point from both sides.
And listen to that. You can hear the crowd. And they're so loud because it's RNG on the field. So not only do they have one of the most famous players in China in Uzi still sitting on the roster, but they are now an all-Chinese roster. And this makes them incredibly popular.
Yeah, and as I understand, the fans of the LPL, they're pretty passionate about the players and teams that they follow.
That's one way to put it. It's a very intense league to play in, but you have to understand that these venues, I mean, you can kind of see it a little bit on your screen. They're so gorgeous, they're so large that these LPL players, they're already rock stars.
And with all of that excitement, there is a lot of pressure on them to find success. As this is the first game, this is what is going to cue and kick us off into the season. Xiaohu starting off in lane, while that's blue start and red start from the junglers.
Yeah, so both junglers starting on the top side of the map, no surprises there. I should point out that Ming and Uzi, Ming actually started with his shield as Nautilus, so taking a very aggressive stance level 1 to try to get control of this wave and bully Jin Zhao and Road back.
Already you can see Jin
They've
Zhao.
got the creep advantage.
Yeah, taking the flurry to try to get some more AoE onto the creeps, but instead just get some damage onto Uzi.
This is actually really important where Jin Zhao decided to hold the wave, though, making sure that it froze right in front of his tower, especially because the junglers started top side of the map, so trying to deny any sort of early gank.
Meanwhile, Ben4 looks like he decided to go for standard clear, blue into wolves, followed by red buff. That puts him at level 3 on the bottom side with that wave crashing in.
He is going to be tracked, however, by that vision that Xiaohu managed to sneak in there in between the waves. See if he's actually caught. He wasn't pinged out, so just walking underneath his raptor camp.
Yeah, taking a look at these masteries, fairly standard, Courage of the Colossus.
Fairly standard Courage of the Colossus.
Yeah. I feel like we're going to be seeing that a lot until it ends up getting a nerf. But, Ben4 is going to find MLXG. Well, I suppose they found each other, really.
Yeah, but MLXG loses a lot of pressure now that he didn't connect with the Q, which is why he immediately gives up that Scuttle Crab. But some unique pathing by using the Blast Cone, and now both top laners should be able to neutralize and kind of dissolve any sort of play that could have happened on the top side of the map because both junglers made eye contact.
And with that, the junglers return to their native environments, continuing to farm it up, not want to take any chances and miss out on that oh-so-vital early experience.
So we have already seen a Kled be played. It was played in LCK by Jin Air. Again, it was also picked into a Maokai. He does have some bully pressure on the Maokai, but it's more so a free lane. The issue with Kled is that with a lot of the Poppies, the Camille's, and the Fioras running around, that he doesn't have a lot of favorable matchups, although as I say that, we're actually going to have something slide into mid lane.
Ooh, MLXG just sees Amazing J as he goes by. Yeah, things going down, so Xiaohu, he's still staying forward, but just going to kick that soccer ball around before heading back under his turret.
And again, this kind of shows, Kled, he doesn't necessarily have complete control of the wave. Yeah, he'll want to hold it back, especially because he knows that junglers are on the top side of the map, but it opens up these windows of opportunity where Maokai can start slipping down into the river.
Oh, that was Smite from MLXG to try to steal it, but Ben4's auto with red buff secured it because he attacked first. That is... I hate to say it, that's just unlucky.
First game, stage, some jitters.
Yeah.
Things will even out, I believe. I have
Is
faith.
94 less than 90? I think it is. Oh, no. Oh, let me take
Scarl's
some
gone.
damage, yeah.
He's got the cannon creep on him as well.
Ooh, Amazing J at about 130 health. But just going to play it safe, walks back under turret.
The big difference, though, is if Let Me will hang around here to push the creep wave into the tower and try to force the teleport out of Amazing J. There it goes, and now Let Me has power where he can choose to back and walk to lane or also trade with his TP.
Meanwhile, Uzi continuing to pressure Jin Zhao as best he can. You can see MLXG was just waiting to see if an opportunity arose. Xiaohu, finds Athena, level 5, so doesn't quite have the Petrifying Gaze just yet. Keeps him locked in lane.
I've been watching a lot of Xiaohu's solo queue, although hold on. Okay, back to Xiaohu. I've been watching a lot of Xiaohu's solo queue, and he's been playing a lot with Faker. He's very high ranked on the Korean ladder right now, and he's very familiar and very comfortable with this matchup, Cassiopeia into Ryze. And in fact, that's a trick that he also learned in the solo queue by placing and controlling that brush, and then just trying to punish these really lazy back timings from Athena.
Yeah, trying to get that early tier on Cassiopeia is so vital. Xiaohu already secured his own. Now Ben4 is going to come in to cover for that Cassio, but Ben4 is forced to hop away as MLXG simply walks through the miasma.
Hold on, though. Bottom lane. Is he going to follow up on me? No, Uzi's like, creeps. Right now, buddy.
If you take a look at the fan vote, right now it looks like a lot of people, 87% of the voters, are favoring RNG. Wow, that is significant. Uh-oh, looks like Amazing J, level 6, level 4. Do they have enough damage to bring Amazing J down? He's at low health. I hear the flash being popped, but he makes it under his turret. Amazing J survives.
So that is going to be the flash summoner that they'll be able to punish soon. So now it's a question. Amazing J doesn't have his TP, doesn't have his flash. How much longer can he continue to hang on?
Uzi getting some damage. That's the stun onto Ming. He's eaten now, trying to get the headshot. Heal, exhaust. They're trying to trade it
The
back.
great health.
Road flashes. Auto's not enough. Uzi's right there, trying to line up the Peacemaker, but Xin Xiao body blocking. True AD carry.
More summoners burned across the map, and again, this aggression was triggered by the fact that we saw jungler and pressure on the top side. So it gives Ming and Uzi the go-ahead. We're trying to go all in right now.
They're still staying in lane right now, trying to heal up. Doran's Blade versus Doran's. Targon's Shield versus Targon's. And finally, after pushing the wave in, Uzi calls it quits. He's going to let them live for now.
I didn't happen to catch it. Did you catch if it was Fervor or Bloodlust for Caitlyn?
I believe it was Bloodlust.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye on his stacks later on.
So we've seen more AD carries prioritizing the Bloodlust simply because there's so many casters running around in the support position, and it's really hard to stay in lane when a Karma or a Zyra chunks you out to half health if you don't have that Bloodlust to lifesteal your way back to health. But obviously with two tank supports in the Tahm Kench or the Nautilus, there is a bit of a more of a window for you to go for that Fervor.
Yeah, so we just saw Uzi in that bottom lane. That was, in fact, the Bloodlust. You can tell by the big red arrow when he attacked the minions. That was letting him know that he got that health back. He actually did delay his back so he could push the wave in and force Xin Xiao to miss a few of those minions. So he's already 12 CS up, and he will have the stronger back. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not he can turn that into an advantage.
And that's two bullying lanes right now. You saw Athena and Xiaoyu on your screen just a second ago there. The fact that Xiaohu was bow-guarding the creep wave, despite the fact that Athena has that blue buff. So you've got the mid lane, who's got pressure, you have the bot lane that has pressure, and you have ImLXG, who has a world of decisions to make. Do I go bot, do I go mid, or do I punish the lack of flash top?
As it is right now, MLXG is going to be spotted by... Oh, he's just outside of vision. Still... Wow, that's playing it really close.
They're going to catch
him.
him.
Now he sees him. But Ben4's invading on that side of the jungle. Xiaohu's right there. They could try to force this collapse as he gets a ward onto the control ward. Xiaohu's really going to try to fight this. It's technically 3v2. Gets the snare. Ben4's level 6 and forced to hop away. And the control ward is clear.
Trying to force Xiaohu to return to his lane by shoving that creep wave in and diluting any sort of play that can happen in the river. We talked about direction as the question for both these teams, however, and they're being incredibly decisive about opening and unlocking themselves from the lanes and roaming around the map, particularly Athena and Road.
Ben4 heading towards that top lane. Looking for Kled. He would find him if he stays in the tri-bush. Now he sees it, gets the isolation bonus. Skarl gets popped, and there goes the bear trap on a rope. Ben4 gets chunked low, but he gets level 6. That's Flash, and Ben4 escapes.
Was not expecting that type of damage output from the Kled. Of course, when he hops off Skarl, it gets a bit more extreme there, so catching the Kha'Zix off guard.
Hook is going to land on Road. They saw Ben4 on the other side and knew he was low. So if RNG want to fight, now's the time as they start clearing out some of the vision. MLXG, he's going to leave the Gromp. As Xiaohu continues pressuring up in that mid lane. We're 10 minutes in, and there still has not been a kill in the 2017 LPL Spring Split.
Things certainly have changed since you've been away, Dom. Although
But they are still aggressive.
Xiaohu has a potential that he could start roaming. So what he's done right now, even though we're looking at bottom lane, is he just cleared out the vision next to the Raptor camp. So he's now cleared kind of that Silk Road towards the bottom lane, and if you control that, you can start controlling, pressuring that tower.
Wave is cleared. Xiaohu trying to go in. That's the cleanse. Kites it back and eats the slow instead. Xiaohu's going to eat some damage. Amazing J. Flash as Xiaohu has to pass through the minions. But still no deaths. Let me still even making his way down there too.
Yeah, unfortunately, Amazing J unable to gap close there. Although Let Me was pulling down river with charge available. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's the auto and the hook. Road is caught. Can he escape though? He does, in fact, and RNG decide to just clear out the ward instead. Well, this is... It looks like the LPL that I know, but there are no kills.
They don't necessarily need to flash and to try to kill, especially when they know that Tahm Kench has the flash, simply because they've chunked him out. So by not expending their summoners for the kill, they still gain what they want, which is pressure advantage and CS advantage in the lane because it's a 2v1 scenario. Although, as I say that, they're actually just going to take the free back.
Using the opportunity to top off those items Berserker Greaves picked up, as is standard. Amazing J is going to spot out Let Me and decide to leave that control ward for now. Taking a look at the CS, we're starting to see a real big differential open up in that jungle. Nearly 20 more creeps for MLXG.
And that's been surprising. Ben4 isn't necessarily just power farming. He's actually doing a bit of hunting. We've seen him quite a few times kind of peeking his head in, running into MLXG, trying to figure out where he is. So despite the fact that his farm is down, he's actually done a good job, not necessarily controlling MLXG, but keeping tabs on him.
Ben4 is magically being spotted out by that ward. MLXG sees this along with the rest of RNG. Heads towards the top lane. Amazing J used his flash earlier. MLXG gets on him, kicks it back out of the turret. Is this going to be first blood? Amazing J, will he give up the first kill of 2017? He does. And MLXG and Let Me escape with their lives.
We had a lot of questions about this team. Who was going to be the shot caller? Let Me run.
Yeah, Let Me's...
He's done so.
Going to be cleaned up by Athena. Also, it's 2017. I still have to remember that myself.
We had a lot of questions about who was going to be the shot caller. We thought it would be Uzi, but we were scared that that would make MLXG predictable, that he'd spend all of his time in this bottom lane. But time and time again, he's been ganking the top side of the map, setting up Let Me for success. So RNG showing that they're not a single formula team, and Aimee biting back still. Athena unlocking himself, getting involved on these roams. I don't think I've seen Road in the bottom lane for the past 5 minutes.
He's been all over the place. Trying to find some vision, trying to find a way to keep track of MLXG on that bottom side of the map so that he can keep Jin Zhao safe and provide at least a little bit of support to Athena should he ever get the opportunity.
Ben4 and Road are just tag teaming MLXG, and he finally snuck underneath their radar by getting that top gank off, but we'll see if he gets any more. Again, he can look at this bottom lane pretty much at any time. Uzi and Ming have a very large advantage on Varus, not only in their buys, their CS, but also their tower pressure.
Ming and Uzi, they're going to find Road on top of that control ward. Not going to fight him for it, though.
Athena, really good job on positioning right now. He just actually saved his support's life just because MLXG was up on the blue buff, could have collapsed. This is so well coordinated from Aimee. You've got Road is peeking up into the river. You have Ben4 that comes in, contests, steals blue. Athena's pulled off to the side, so Xiaohu can't walk out of lane. I mean, again, this is a mixed language team starting a jungler that they didn't think that they were going to have to start and executing brilliantly against a single language team.
Yeah, Ben4 looking to push that advantage. He did use his smite to get the blue, trying to finish off this Drake as 3 members of RNG collapse. Uzi's coming around the wall.
He got it.
It's secured by Ben4, but that's exhausted on MLXG. Snare onto Ming in the middle. Let Me teleports in, who Road managed to take a bite out of MLXG as the fight splits, chasing into the Dragon Pit. Ben4 hops back in, gets cleaned up as MLXG will trade his life. Jungler for jungler. Now Amazing J trying to clean up exhaust onto Jin Zhao. He still has that flash. Xiaohu kites it back, running as fast he can, but he falls. Double kill for that cast as Uzi's forced to flash away, and RNG are going to be cleaned up by Aimee.
Huge play from Amazing J right there. And I thought for sure the Maokai was going to get cut down because he was tanking for so long without any backup support, especially after the flash fumble from Ben4.
Yeah.
Hops back in, flashes into wall. Oh, not quite. It was close. Here we go, though. So the Dragon will be secured by Ben4. He gets kicked out of the pit. He'll rejoin the fight from the bottom side, but keep your eyes peeled on when Amazing J gets back into this fight. So Amazing J comes from the top. He's going to land on everyone. Maokai's going to be doing so much damage and so much work, but there's no one really here to help him. It's just little Jin Zhao in the back of the pit. Meanwhile, Athena has to run all the way back around. But the Maokai is so tanky and so strong with that Courage of the Colossus that he's able to buy his team enough time to clean up anyway.
Very strong play from Aimee to use the strength to their advantage in that team fight by kiting it out and pulling RNG in.
Jumps into the Dragon Pit, flashes into the wall. His first game.
Look, it is that first game. You've got some a few of the jitters. I mean, MLXG did the exact same thing by smiting the Scuttle Crab. Just a microcosm too early. Despite that, though, the first Dragon goes over to Aimee, and it is only about a 400 gold advantage.
Heads
Road, he's going to be kicked back in, no flash, and just walks it off.
He just ate the Lee Sin ultimate. He ate the full combo from Rise. And he's just like, this is fine.
Yeah. He's got Ruby Crystal Sightstone Merc Treads. This Tahm Kench is ready to go.
Bench the Kench.
I don't think you can.
Oh, Jin Zhao has to be very careful. MLXG's poised very far behind him, looking for Ben 4.
Ooh, MLXG has got no ultimate.
You
Forced
don't want
to dash
that.
away. Wow, quick reaction from MLXG to pull away from the isolated Kazakhs.
It's a fun matchup there, trying to dodge which damage is going to go where. But this is the primary goal, what they want. It's not the pick, it's the tower. But good recall from Road and use of ultimate means that RNG have to diffuse their play and back off. Loses them a lot of time.
You can see in the mid lane, Xiaohu was trying to cheat down towards the bottom side, but again, Athena with the vision around that banana bush has just been keeping Xiaohu locked into this lane. And things slowly but surely are starting to go IME's direction. Ben 4 continuing to clear out this vision. He's still got the support of his mid lane and bottom lane and that bottom side of the map.
MLXG just now getting his ultimate back available, so a lot of power back in that pocket for him. It looks like they're going to try to take this 3v2 bottom side. No?
He's still waiting for it. Seems like that early mobility and pressure that we saw from MLXG is starting to taper off a little bit as he's looking for more plays. Xiaohu goes in and then right out.
It's also the fact that they're losing a lot of vision and information about where Ben 4 is. So if you look at RNG's vision line, they've got it over that Silk Road behind the Dragon Pit. You know, they're able to control that gank path, but they're not able to get Xiaohu in it to use that vision to get him bottom. And instead, they're not seeing where the Kazakhs is. So MLXG can't commit to a bottom play without knowing where Ben 4 is.
Ben 4 playing around that vision, despite being down 20 jungle creeps, is able to find an impact by controlling those neutral camps, by contesting MLXG in the jungle, with the help of his team, of course. And looking at IME as a whole, this team, it was a bit rocky for the first 10 minutes while MLXG was all over the place, but they're moving well, they're contesting vision, they're looking like a team for the very first game that we're seeing them back after break. RNG trying to trade
MLXG.
it back. Yeah, MLXG will return. Road, very tanky. That is the chain of corruption onto Uzi. He's caught down as well. Road gets
flash.
kicked back in, and Ace in the hole to lock down the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, MLXG comes in, doesn't connect with the Sonic Wave, but he has the flash Dragon Kick available, and they're able to finally clean up a kill, but it really doesn't get him much in the end.
Yeah. Amazing J did have his teleport, but decided not to use it. Instead, opted for the recall to play it safe as MLXG made it there just a bit faster. Ben 4 is actually waiting down there as well.
This is actually really smart. So they know that RNG are going to back, so now they have two different options. We can contest, invade their jungle, lay down deep vision, or if Ben 4 wanted, he could also move into the lane, although he sees that Uzi canceled his back, move into the lane and help push down that tower, because it's a race. You know, which tower is going to drop first.
So far, it looks like IME's turret has taken a lot more damage in that bottom lane as MLXG is going to start clearing out the Wraith camp. Ben 4 continuing to fight over this vision. Slowly but surely, RNG's vision line is getting pushed back, where previously it was that Silk Road behind Dragon Pit. It's now on their own side of the map as Xiaohu trades it with Athena just a touch. Is he going to take the Resonating Strike? No, besides not.
Xiaohu and Lee Sin, although hold on, we're going bottom.
Oh, they're going right on top of Uzi. He's still got flash. Ben 4 chases, but decides not to overcommit. He
Hold the
turns
flash.
it around with the isolated damage out of Brush. And that's Ming being pulled in now. Aime going to try to clean this up. That's flash from Ming as well. Road looking for one more auto. Gets the stun. Ben 4 gets some damage, and they get the kill. 6-3 Aime.
And meanwhile, Xiaohu and MLXG just sitting in the wings and just watching their bottom lane get torn to part as this Kazakhs continues to snowball. We said it was a race of which tower was going to go down first. If Athena can get back up to the mid lane and pull Xiaohu away, it's going to be Aime winning the race.
Yeah, they are going to try taking down this first turret of the game. Even going to give the gold over to Xin Zhao. Oof, that is going to be a big Varus, but MLXG is still right there. He's got Hex Drinker, and despite the Lee Sin nerfs, he still hurts.
Oh, the greed. He doesn't see Kazakhs.
No.
Safe bet.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ben 4 says, another neutral objective? Yes, please. I'll take that to go.
Ocean Dragon, not necessarily as punishing. It's probably one of the best junglers best dragons when you're still in lane phase, but now that we're unlocking that, the region means a little bit less. Still nice to have in your back pocket to continue to snowball on dragons, however.
Let me now groups up into the mid lane along with the rest of his team. Xiaohu's ultimate is on cooldown. I can't help but think he tried to use that a little bit earlier off screen. But with that first turret advantage, let's see how Aime continue to snowball this. They've taken that neutral dragon now, which means the next big objectives for them are going to be those large jungle buffs, now secured by Athena with his blue. before finally looking towards another turret.
It's also about where they're going to rotate their lane. So we can already see that Jin, Zhao, and Road are picking up their routes from bottom lane. They're heading towards that top lane, and are already up there and waiting for them, laying down their vision, making sure that there's not going to be a threat behind tower.
Already you can see Let Me has swapped down towards that bottom lane to try to reap the rewards of the very low health turret left by Uzi and Ming.
And this is really smart. Let Me has a lot of safety as well as a ton of damage, caught a good wave, so they're able to trade that tower back quickly. But again, more importantly, the fact that Uzi and Ming, there's no reason for us to be bottom, even though the tower's not there. Leave that for Let Me. We have to go ahead and neutralize any sort of push advantage that Jin, Zhao, and Rogue can get started on the top side of the map.
Oh, Xiaohu manages to get the Realm Warp onto Athena as Ben 4 leaps over the wall before stealthing back. The Lee Sin nerf comes into effect, not finding vision as the slow catches MLXG. Road gets knocked up, but it doesn't do anything.
But ultimately, it just buys time for Jin Zhao to continue to chip away at this top tower. He will have to back up simply because he knows that RNG are running up to try to catch him. But still, even though that didn't equate into any kills, still an advantage for Aimee.
See Road trying to clear out this ward, gets the final auto attack as Xiaohu without the Realm Warp is forced to take the long way around. Still no minions there as the posturing around that mid turret has begun.
This is important though. Let Me is, I think, freezing the bottom wave. No, he's just going to push it. But right now it's pushed towards him, which means that there's a window where Maokai can unlock himself from bottom and start to play around the mid lane. He is spotted out by a ward, but they've made their intent very clear for mid turret.
Yeah, diving now onto Xiaohu. He cleanses, but 4 people diving him. Going to try to do some damage. Athena's tanking turret gets eaten up by Road and saved as that tier 1 finally drops. Let Me tries to get into the front, but it's Amazing J left in the back. That's RNG getting a kill for that turret. Meanwhile, though, Xin Zhao's in the top lane looking to trade it back with a tier 1 of his own. That's 2 turrets for 1 kill.
This is a question of direction. Who is going to be the shot caller? Without Mata leading the charge, do RNG know how to move around the map? And so far,
that's a hook. Road. Oh. He is pulled up by Fisherman Nautilus right now, and that is going to make a tasty stew for RNG.
They need to push through.
They are continuing to do so. That's Xin Zhao going for a recall at the blue pit. Athena's at half health. He's got to be careful for some of that point-and-click CC. Skarl gets cleared away by some of that residual damage, but the minion wave is cleared, and the turret still stands.
Okay, a mistake from Aimee sort of neutralized the loss that RNG had there. It's still 2 towers for 1, although a teleport, very deep TP.
Or looking for MLXG.
So greedy. Here comes Maokai.
Oh, yeah, Amazing J. He's got the home guards. MLXG is going to try to hop over the wall here. Oh, no!
He's going to throw the sapling.
Was he outside of vision?
He's going to throw the sapling.
There he goes. MLXG is caught now. The sapling's very slow. But, oh, it actually doesn't catch him. I think MLXG might be trying to deny the assist.
I don't think the sapling is the worst case scenario here.
This is a merry chase. Okay, what's happening elsewhere around the map? MLXG is going to try to go for the execute. Whoa! The snipe, getting the hitbox there.
Elsewhere on the map, I'm watching the Clown Fiesta on the bottom side.
Yeah, no, let's take a look at the Clown Fiesta on the top side. Xiaohu trying to make something happen here as Uzi shows himself. Point-and-click snare finds Road. That's Ming getting the knock-up. Do they have enough damage? Redemption heals him back up, but that is Flash traded away.
They all took more damage than Road did. That was 3v1.
Tahm Kench.
Gray health.
Cannot be benched.
Plus redemption.
Yes. Ping's now into the Baron pit. Whoa, they're going right onto it, despite the ward there.
That's because MLXG is dead. They killed their jungler bottom lane, and they're going to be able to burn this very quickly between the isolation damage, the Cassiopeia, as well as the Varus attack speed.
Let Me gets over the wall, but it is going to be secured by Athena. Rhodes in the back trying to get the stun as they manage to clear the kill onto Ming. That's another 2 dead, and RNG just feed more wood into the wood chipper.
RNG have no idea where to be on the map right now, and overreach when they allowed themselves to get picked off in the mid lane, and then MLXG gets greedy, tries to steal the red buff, dies bottom, it leaks into the Baron. This is just like 3 continuous bad decisions that have snowballed this game out of control.
To be fair, though, Aimee are putting some excellent pressure onto RNG by forcing them to make these decisions time and time again as the turrets are slowly falling.
And it's with the information that's been gained by Road and Ben 4 specifically. This guy on Tahm Kench, he got a lot of flack at Worlds for kind of an iffy performance, but has looked great in his debut game for the LPL.
Whoa, Ben 4 zoning Uzi away, knows that he's got his support Road to keep him safe as 1 turret goes down with some chip damage onto the mid one. With Empowered Baron recall still on all 5 members of IMA, this is still a good 2.5 minutes of pressure for RNG.
The scary thing, though, is all of the gold that they've now just picked up that they finally got to spin. So IMA were already really scary. They've taken, what, I think 2 turrets as well as a Baron and maybe some pocket gold kills before we've had a full team reset. So suddenly this gold lead has ballooned out of control.
Yeah, IMA are looking pretty big right now. That Drake is going to respawn. Looks like Infernal now. And, they found MLXG. Hops over the wall, gets a good kick for the knockback, but Ben4 is already behind him.
That is twice now
that
MLXG has just been lazy or greedy on where he is backing and the objectives that he is contesting, and it's cost his team big.
Look at the trading they're making now. 3 members of RNG on that bottom side as Infernal Drake is picked up. Athena pressuring in that mid lane to keep the Kled occupied, which means it's 3 versus 1 in terms of that turret race. I don't even think those minions are going to be enough to finish off. Actually, they should be,
Because they have the Maokai, so the dive potential from IMA is just so potent and powerful that unless the full combo of RNG is there, it's super terrifying for them to stand exactly that. They can't stand on the tower.
Ming gets chunked low as the the trap wall is being placed by Uzi, but he's already chunked down to half, and now that wall is being cleared. Redemption is going to heal IMA as they dive in without a turret to worry about. They just do damage. Athena gets knocked up on the side, but already Amazing J is peeling. Road and Amazing J in the front are forcing Uzi back as he flashes. Chased and knocked away. That's going to be cleaned up. Ben4 retreats at low health as Xin Zhao and Athena, the 2 primary damage dealers, chase RNG into the fountain. Letme is trying everything he can, but everything is not going to save IMA, as that is an ace with Baron buff and a wave of minions. IMA looking to take game number 1 of the LPL 2017 Spring Split.
This is a 30-minute stomp over what is heavily considered a favorite by a lot of Chinese fans in RNG. We had questions. We showed you the power rankings of the group. You know, we weren't really big on RNG. We kind of placed the middle of the pack, but we definitively said IMA are not going to be a strong team. We put them in last or second last. And maybe it's a question that RNG really are that weak, or maybe it's the answer that IMA are actually that strong.
I mean, judging by the course of that game, the fact that we had to transition from that sort of early RNG dominant play around MLXG, just trying to go for the farm, trying to go for the ganks, into the patient decision-making of IMA, setting them up for success, and more importantly, setting RNG up for failure.
Yeah, and MLXG on your screen, if we're going to talk about failure from the team, it really has to look at him. His greedy play, overreaching for that red buff, getting caught bottom, and then allowing that Baron to go down. You can never leave Baron alone after 20 minutes when you're against the likes of the Isolation and the Kha'Zix damage, the Cassiopeia burn, even the attack speed Varus build. Again, Xin Zhao didn't go for that CDR utility Varus, he went for the Bork Varus.
Yeah, and it just did so much damage as we saw. So now we have to start looking ahead. We've seen the first assessment for this team of IMA. We've looked at the first assessment for this team of RNG. What does RNG change to bring it back in game 2?
I think it's I honestly think it's going to be, you know, where are we focusing all of our jungle and our resources. The fact that Xiaohu wasn't having a great game in the mid lane, that Athena was making superior roams on the Cassiopeia versus the Ryze, not getting the roams down, you know, really abusing the vision there. The fact that Road unlocked himself so early. We said it in the very beginning, you know, Tahm Kench fits right in Road's wheelhouse. It's a champion that has high mobility. When Road gets involved in the plays, IMA have their shot caller behind them. We had questions, you know, who was going to lead RNG? Who was going to be their shot caller? IMA, they've got their head screwed on, but RNG, theirs is lost in the clouds. It
seemed like we saw a little bit of MLXG doing some form of shot calling, if not Xiaohu during the early game, but it, as you said, it just seemed to have fallen apart once we hit that mid-game stage. Could we look to a different composition for RNG to try to find more success with that?
No, these are all of their we had Uzi on Caitlyn. Like, what other... That's a champion that he's known for. These are all comfort picks. Xiaohu got the Ryze. Ryze is considered a huge priority pick. So I don't think... I mean, yeah, you can kind of... You know, maybe they didn't execute the composition. Maybe you do it this way. But MLXG on Lee Sin, Xiaohu on Ryze, Uzi on Caitlyn. These are all comfort champions. Maybe you look towards the Kled and Letme, the fact that they were giving pressure up into the top lane. But that, you know, that makes sense. You want to get the Kled snowballed a little bit. He's against the Maokai. You want to kill the Maokai before he just becomes an unkillable wall. But the first team fight came around, and even though they had gotten the first blood on Amazing J, it wasn't enough to put down that Courage of the Colossus Maokai. Amazing J came out huge. He got a massive ultimate on the team. I think he zoned away 4 members, and Xin Zhao and Varus just went to work.
we've still got to take a look at how this sort of affects the mentality of this team, knowing that they need a new shot caller. You saw MLXG after the game looking completely and utterly defeated. This is a team that was 87% to 13. The entire audience was thinking that RNG would just come in and crush.
They don't have a leader. You have to look at Uzi. I know Uzi has a reputation of being a bit temperamental, although I think over the course of the LPL, we've really seen him mature, become a very different player. The fact that when he was on OMG for that short stint, that he was actually playing utility AD carry, he was playing for the team. It was no longer this identity of, I'm Uzi, I must eat all the resources, you must give everything to me.
Yeah.
He has proven that he can be a team player. But almost in this instance, I almost need the old Uzi. I need the old Starhawk Royal Club.
Yeah.
They were so good at just playing around the protect the AD carry comp. And yeah, we're not in a meta where that's great, but Def proved the other day in the LCK
Exactly.
that the AD carry is still alive and well, and we have a great one in the bottom lane. I say, forget the top lane, just go back to basics, go back to the puppy and start feeding him.
Yeah, well, knowing that, however, I expect that we're going to see a lot of pressure and emphasis towards that bottom lane. And again, this is Uzi, the guy who's been playing for years upon years. We always talk about him being a puppy. He is a veteran.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I mean, Uzi started playing when he's a very young guy, before the age restrictions came in. The fact that, he just recently turned 17, 18, and he's considered a veteran of the LPL really speaks to how long he's been around the scene. I said earlier at the top of the show that we really got to watch Mako kind of grow up with EDG. He looks so much older now. Uzi is in a very similar boat as we take a look at the highlights last game.
Yeah, this is that Baron fight that Aimee cleaned up so powerfully. And the fact that afterwards we saw RNG, try to fight and then just they got destroyed in that ensuing fight. I think the phrase I used was the wood chipper of Aimee.
But it's not their fighting mechanics. It's super easy to say like, oh, it was that big 5v5 on the Dragon where Aimee destroyed them. But it wasn't the mechanics or how they were pressing their buttons that made Aimee win. They didn't just win in that 5v5. They won through their decision making around their vision control. And that's what's really surprising, because anytime you're looking at an LPL team, you're like, they won because of vision. You're like, what? What region am I watching? And that's what it was. Athena in particular, and Road, and Ben 4. We looked at the Aimee roster. They got their Korean import Flawless into the jungle. You're saying this is the guy that they're going to go to. I mean, they picked up Maestro, their Chinese support, specifically so they could run both Athena and Flawless.
Yeah.
Last second decision, Maestro can't play due to contractual issues, so we're going to have to run Road again. That means that Flawless can't play because Road's the other Korean.
Yes.
And they are throwing a curveball, and they knock it out of the park.
And again, this is in reference to the two foreign players.
Yep.
So that is Road, who is Korean
and
Ben
Athena.
4, and Athena is Korean. So Ben 4 has to fill in the other Korean spot of Flawless.
It is very important to note, though, that Athena... So Aimee used to use a rotating mid lane between Bamey and Athena. Bamey is no longer on the roster. Athena was kind of considered the stronger mid laner. He does speak Chinese in interviews. I'm unfamiliar with the full fluency that he has right now, but between the mid lane and communicating to the team, it's less of a wall. There's actually a very funny story where Jin Zhao was looking for a pentakill, and he was yelling penta, 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 and Athena took the pentakill from him, and then after the game, Jin Zhao goes and punches him, and Athena goes, what does penta mean? It's so good.
Well, I mean, he was also trying to take the double kill away from... on the other side. Anyways, hopefully we'll see some more communication like that. The fact that they are showing that they are still friends and cooperating and communicating well in this sense, can we assume that this sort of friendship is something that, RNG can use moving into this next one? You're laughing so easily.
Because it's easy to say, like, the power of friendship. Like, knowing the background behind these teams, Aimee, former sister team of EDG.
Yeah.
They were scrimming EDG a lot during the regional qualifiers. I don't think it's a surprise that Aimee made that last-second miracle run into the World's qualifiers. So they have a very friendly relationship with EDG. They scrim a lot internally. RNG Xiaohu in particular, his World's performance was a bit lackluster as we take a look at the stats from last game on your screen.
Yeah, so you can see damage dealt, a full 11,000 more damage, 6 more turrets taken. In addition, that gold graph at the bottom, that is a whopping 11,000 gold lead by the end of a 38-minute game.
Majority of these stats really don't mean anything to me in terms of what was the story or what was the tell of that game, although the damage that Varus is putting out is actually very telling. It was more so, again, that vision. I would love to see their vision stats, because it felt like Aimee were just suffocating RNG in their own jungle, keeping track of MLXG and really abusing their vision through River.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that vision objective over the course of the next game. I'm sure Road will continue to prioritize that.
That is actually huge, though. 22k from Varus. So Jin Dao did go for the attack speed build, although the MVP looks like it's going to be going to Bin 4, which I do agree with. But Jin Dao was known as a utility player. You know, he's known as the Jin the Ash player. So for him to come out and lead the charge of having the most attack damage, especially after a kind of a flop at Worlds for his debut on the international stage, big story.
Yeah, very productive break, I suppose, for this team. Ben 4, that is a very happy smile as he takes away the first MVP for the 2017 Spring Split. Hopefully he'll be able to show up with just as commanding a performance in the next match, because I'm sure we're going to be seeing some more changes in terms of picks and bans. But again, I also want to talk about going back to that sort of vision topic. Knowing now that we're playing around that vision so much, surely the coaches of RNG are going to call that out. How can RNG react around that sort of vision?
You have to prioritize stronger winning lane matchups, which sounds so silly when they had Caitlyn on the bottom. Jin Zhao and Road lived under their tower to the point that Road was like, "You're fine, Varus, you're good," and then just like pieced out and started roaming around. But the fact that MLXG, again, the early pressure was put towards the top side of the map to try to snowball that Kled ahead, but it never migrated into anything. You know, we never saw Lee Sin and Kled teaming up and kind of invading Bin 4's topside jungle. It never bled over into any other sides of the map. Whereas Road, Bin 4, and Athena were working as a perfect unit to consistently contest MLXG's blue buff. And that started leaking over into trying to take power out of Uzi. You know, Uzi, he's sitting down there, he's winning the lane. He's like, I've got this, 2v2, no problem. But he can't do the 3v3.
Yeah. I feel like the only time we did see MLXG sort of team up with anyone on this team, it was when he ganked top lane with Let Me and got that kill onto Amazing J after burning that initial flash. And you can't really keep a Maokai down unless you just continue to hack away at the base of that tree until there is no tree left. But Amazing J still able to come back. Looking very strong.
It's Maokai. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, that's the purpose of why that champion's so strong. I mean, yeah, you can talk about the courage of the Colossus, how strong armor is right now, scaling, everything like that. But it's really the fact that he can go 0-3 and still be fine.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be right back with game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right here.
以前我们的打法对于这个版本来说是很吃亏的。
Getting ready. Oh, hello everyone, and welcome back to week 2 of the week 1 of the LPL Game 2 Set 1. We are getting ready to get into our next match. Turns out that break much shorter than we expected as we get ready for the next one. Not even the broadcast teams over in Shanghai can wait to get into that game.
I'm super keen to get into the next game as well and start kind of solving or tackling RNG's problems. Again, they've got a great support staff behind them. They said that last year their goal was to go to Worlds. They went to Worlds now. They're a very established organization, so they should be able to bounce back from a loss like this, you know, readjust things in the back, even though they don't have Mata and Looper any longer on the roster.
Yeah, and the person that I'm going to be looking forward to making that happen, that's going to be MLXG in the jungle.
So we talk a lot about how RNG are kind of like the Uzi team, and a lot of teams are kind of set up where the jungler is simply a snowball mechanic for his lanes, like he's just there to kind of get them ahead. But RNG, when they're at their best, and Royal never gives up, not Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah.
RNG, when at their best, it's when MLXG is going off, and it's when MLXG's lanes are working with him, you know, unlocking themselves, invading with him, making these very aggressive plays, and that's what I think RNG need to find success. It's not necessarily just going down to Uzi's lane and ganking it repeatedly. Like, do that, but then get Uzi to come with you.
So then that begs the question, is this a new direction for the team if they were to try to empower MLXG instead of focusing on empowering someone like Uzi?
It's when they find their success, and I think that's what they need to go back to, is kind of back to basics. And Xiaohu certainly needs to kind of step up and return to form. We have much higher expectations for this young mid laner, you know. The LPL long way back was really well known for its mid lane talent, and then you had the likes of like Messiah, Cool, and Whites all kind of retire. It kind of looked to Zatai, he never stepped up, and now we've kind of had this new batch of LPL young Chinese talent in the likes of Wayless, in Xiaohu, and in Xie, and now it's time for Xiaohu to kind of assume his throne.
And we have now entered into picks and bans for game number 2. It's going to be Syndra and Malzahar once again banned away, so far those are identical. The follow-up would be Ashe, whereas Rengar and Kha'Zix are still the same from RNG as well. So no changes in bans so far. Let's see if they decide to follow through. Yeah, there's the Ashe ban. Next one is going to be a Zyra from RNG.
Are you going to predict things? Should I just leave the desk?
These are the notes that I've taken. Oh no, they banned the Varus away from Jin Zhao.
Okay, so the Jhin is still left up, however, although they were able to do the priority pick last time around with the Varus simply because it is a shared champion between their mid lane and their AD carry, so I doubt that they'll go directly to the priority pick of Jhin this time around. We did see a Maokai hover.
We'll see whether or not that is going to be locked in. I believe it was Rengar, Camille, and Varus to try to pressure that, and the Amazing J is in fact... Maokai is going to be locked in. Not Amazing J.
But this is the thing. Poppy is still left open. I'd like to see RNG prioritize that champion before he gets banned out in kind of second ban rotation. Poppy works really well into the matchup.
Yeah.
Obviously because she has kill threat, but more importantly because she can pop that guy right out of a team fight.
Sort of reset the situation. Not to mention how tanky Poppy gets. If RNG ever find themselves ahead, they can use that to their advantage.
I think one of my favorite Reddit threads was the "What did you do when the team was trying to kill Poppy?" I wrote my thesis. I graduated from college.
I finished Westworlds, all that sort of thing. And the Zyra, now that it is getting through, is picked up by RNG.
So we said that things that we wanted to see them empower MLXG. How do you do that? You get lane dominance. You can either do that through shoving or trading. Zyra obviously automatically gives that to shoving. So pretty much no matter what the AD carry pick is, you already have the perfect support structure to make that a winning lane for you.
We'll see what the follow-up is going to be, as Lee Sin is going to be picked up, and Athena might look to return to that Cassiopeia after a successful performance in game number 1.
You have to pick it here simply because you don't want to get it banned, and it's such a great... Ooh, actually, as I say that, though, he's like, nah, let's take something else.
That's always the... Do we talk about the hovers? Do we not talk about the hovers?
It just makes such perfect sense to take the Rise, and I would assume that if they don't take it here, which they are going to lock in the Caitlyn, then that gives RNG a very clear blueprint for the secondary ban phase to make sure that they get at least 2 winning lanes now. You know, we can sculpt the mid lane matchup now for Xiaohu, as well as have that Zyra pick in the bottom to get an automatic shoving lane, which is why they're prioritizing the Caitlyn pick. We can't give them Caitlyn and Zyra.
Yeah. Can't give them 2 strong champions, or even 3. That would be too many.
Pushing.
Yes, pushing champions. And there goes the Jhin to follow up with that Zyra. Can you say Deathfire Touch? I really, really don't like that mastery. There's so many times where you take a hit and you're like, yay, I'm alive, and you start recalling, and then you die.
See, I just stand and hit the stop key, and I'm just like, I'll just face it like a man.
Because you expect to live. That's the... Anyways, okay, so Jin locked in now for Uzi, as Cassiopeia is going to be banned away, as you mentioned, from Athena.
Okay, so yeah, so this is the thing now. RNG want to sculpt out a winning mid lane matchup for Xiaohu because they have a great pushing lane started for them in bottom side. That said, they should throw one of these bans at Karma because you don't want to face Karma Caitlyn, even as Zyra Jin.
That is 2 jungle bans. One of them towards Ben 4 with that Rengar, very strong champion, and now the Rek'Sai to follow it up. So MLXG still needs to pick up his jungler, and there still needs to be a top pick from Let Me. But Orianna banned away from Athena.
So they let the Karma go through. They're more concerned with Xiaohu's matchup, which, you know, makes sense. It is a viable option for them, but now Xiaohu really has to put up because he's had that champion pool limited for him.
It's time to see if he can do that, as the final ban is Kha'Zix. Going to be taken away, but yeah, the Poppy makes it through. Seems like Amazing J should be content with that laning matchup in the top lane. Bunch of wet noodles slapping each other over the course of that laning phase. Eventually we'll get to see some team fights, however, as the teams round out their comps.
Scary thing now is that Poppy has winning matchups if she gets picked in, as they're now switching over to Rumble.
Yeah. And it is going to be locked in fact.
Okay, so here's what's interesting. Between Rumble and Poppy, even though Poppy's great, don't get me wrong, Rumble's amazing at pushing. We keep going back to this identity of you need pushing lanes so you can open up space for MLXG to contest you in the jungle. Rumble's really going to help out with that. He also has a huge power spike at level 6. I'm going to say more so than Poppy when it comes to big 5v5s with that equalizer. So these are now kind of the win conditions that RNG have created. They need shoving lanes, and in that shove, they need MLXG to slip in with this last pick.
We'll see what that final jungler is going to be, as it looks like Aimee, they're going to take it safe. Long range on Corki in the mid lane for Athena, long range on Caitlyn for Xin Zhao, and looks like it might be a Thresh support to further protect and pull back. And if they ever find themselves, they could use the opportunity to turn a hook into a pick.
Yeah, so not going with the Karma option, which would lend into their poke. Caitlyn and Thresh really have a great dynamic, and by great I mean really frustrating. And it's where you lead with Death Sentence, you place a trap behind them. It's just, or excuse me, you lead with Flay, you place a trap behind him. It's just, it's awful.
Very strong combination. But this is MLXG's jungle now. Let's see what he's going to go for the final pick. Trundle locked in.
It's Rumble jungle.
It is. Ah, yes.
Oh, that was funny.
The elusive Rumble jungle. Don't think it's going to be Zyra jungle. There they go. Final swap around. Okay. So
I like how we both held our breath because it was LPL like, Zyra?
Crazier things have happened.
Okay.
Not many, but crazier things have happened.
So they use a Rumble technically as a flex pick. They're moving him into the jungle, and they pick up the Trundle. The nice thing about Trundle is that he'll have the shredding ability on Maokai, as well as a great split pushing threat. So now RNG have more viable options for how their composition wants to play out its win conditions. It's not just all about team fighting, whereas on the other side, Aimee's composition really is all about their team fight, or more importantly, how they set up their 5-man unit at these towers when they go to siege.
It's all going to be about the preparation. Game number 1, it was about vision and control, which allowed the junglers to move and make advantages happen. This time around, looks like we're going to see a lot more priority around those turrets by trying to set up and break them down. Of course, this is game number 2 that we're getting into right about now. RNG versus Aimee. RNG trying to bring it back. The crowd is getting ready. I'm curious to see if the fan vote is going to change as well. It was 87%. That is a huge majority.
You know how fan votes work.
Sure.
It has nothing to do with who is the better team.
But it has to do, I think it has to do with people's perception of the better team.
No.
Which is in turn influenced by your fan favoritism.
When you've got Uzi on an all-Chinese speaking roster in the LPL, you are going to be one of the most dominant teams by fan vote consideration.
Yes, I guess this is going to be the true litmus test for someone like me to see how dedicated the fans truly are.
Do not challenge the Chinese fans in their dedication. You will lose.
I mean, I have seen Phoenix 1 defeat TSM, and the fans vote just as heavily in the exact next game where TSM lost again. Crazier things have happened. But this is the LPL, RNG, the all-Chinese roster, the superstars themselves on the enormous arena, getting ready as we've now loaded onto the Rift for game number 2 of the LPL Spring Split in 2017.
So we were setting up this champion select that this was all about MLXG. He did get the cheeky flex pick in there, now playing the Rumble jungle. Should be able to move through these camps, or at least the AoE camps, fairly effectively, but we'll keep our eyes on him and how he's able to influence the map and get ahead, and more importantly, how his laners are able to unlock from their lanes and assist him for success.
Yeah, we've already seen how effectively Xiaohu can wave clear on that Rise. Just a few spell abilities to clear out the entire minion wave. This time, though, Athena's still going to be just as capable of keeping up with that, so it might be Athena in the exact same position as before. Clear the wave, then caught out by Athena in the river and the side brush.
And remember, Athena's the Varus mid lane player.
Yeah.
So Corki's still in that wheelhouse, kind of the same identity of kind of that poking ADC.
Does he strike you as the kind of guy who would also take a Jhin mid?
No.
Okay.
Athena takes good champions mid lane, and I'm actually really high on the Corki hype train. So my thing is I thought that Orianna was going to be a really high priority pick, just because you assume that Syndra and Ryze are going to be consistently banned. Sure. So it's kind of like Orianna and Cassiopeia are next up. She was banned this game, but if Orianna does become kind of that only available mid lane pick, Corki has really good matchups, and so it kind of brings Corki back into the meta. This time around, though, it is the Ryze versus Corki matchup. I'm always excited to see this guy get played. I think Trinity Force on him right now, super broken.
Yep.
We'll see if we get to that point for Athena.
Both junglers again starting on the top side of the map, which means Uzi and Ming with that early damage. Whoa, just trading onto Jin Jiao and Road.
Thresh isn't a great pick into Zyra, too. We have to underline that they saw the Zyra pick and they chose not to go for the Karma, but to go for the Thresh. Yes, he has a better combo with Caitlyn in terms of your CC duration, but Thresh has a really hard time kind of reaching Zyra through all of those plants. Obviously, if he does hit her, she's going to pop like a balloon.
Yeah.
But especially when you've got the push where you're having to compete with all of these creeps as well as all of the plants and all of this damage, it makes Thresh's life not great.
Ben 4 clears out his red before swinging around towards that bottom side. He's got the on my way ping. Uzi flash play. The hook is dodged, but that's Ignite.
He has no flash now.
Ben 4 is caught. That's the exhaust. Flashes around. Uzi's running as quick as he can, trying to get out of there, but that's going down. First blood to Ben 4. Ming trying to answer back as he flashes to catch up with MLXG. It's another flash. Xin Zhao still alive. Is MLXG going to get a kill? No! But Ben 4 will fall to Ming on the outside. That's 2 for 1 for Aimee.
Uzi's greed catches up with him. The fact that he chooses to try to flash the death sentence. Great setup there from Road on the Thresh, and really showing kind of why this champion came back into the meta. Courage of the Colossus. The fact that he can proc it on 2 of his abilities. Of course, it procced that time on the Flay, but using the age-old combo. Uzi's standing against the wall. I'm going to flash Flay. It's going to have to force his flash to dodge the death sentence. Didn't have it for Lee Sin.
Ming now sitting under turret to catch the minion wave for Uzi as he catches back up. That's recall out of Xiaohu in the mid lane. Picks up his tier and starts hoofing it right back into the mid lane. Taking a look at these summoners, standard all across. Grasp of the Undying for
this is the big
in the top.
Oh yeah, this is the big problem with Trundle and why he's not considered kind of an S tier top laner. Is he doesn't really use Courage of the Colossus ever because none of his abilities can proc it. He does. We talked about him when we were kind of ranking the tier list of champions that could be chosen, simply because he does have good matchups into the likes of Maokai and Poppy, and that he's able to kind of deal with how tanky and out of control that they get. But it's like, why would you pick the Trundle when you could look towards a split-pushing threat like the Camille, like the Fioras, like the Dariuses, possibly? So we'll keep our eye on how Lemmy's going to do, but speaking of that, let's look at mid.
Yeah, Amazing J with a quick roam down, along with Ben 4. Tries to get a gank off.
This is the second time that we've seen this exact play from IMA. They did the exact same thing where Amazing J shoves the wave forward, and then he kind of disappears into Fog of War and tries to get a cheeky, early gank off on that mid lane.
Gets an extra little boost of speed to make it back into lane. Let Me not able to shove that into the turret. However, Ben 4 still on that bottom side, just using all of those vision plants as much as he can to try to fight this out. Each and every single one of those Scryer's Blooms so far has been popped by Aimee. Just making sure to clear out any ward that they see.
And we've already got Road. 5 minutes in, he's left his mid lane, and Ming's like, I know, this guy's roaming. He's sitting safely behind his tower because he knows the danger of Thresh being in that river and if the Zyra is caught out. So cute little mind games being played with both Road and Ming.
Meanwhile, everyone will return to their respective areas as MLXG heads back into the jungle.
But Ming has to go so far back around the long way. In fact, pulling MLXG to safely get him back into this lane.
You can see Xiaohu clearing out some of these minions now as Xin Zhao and Road are pressuring that bottom side of the map. Minor CS advantage for Xin Zhao, really not too much to worry about. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we are seeing Let Me open up with a Trundle advantage.
Hold on, though. Road actually cleared out Vision, and they've got Ben... There it goes, Diffuse. Yeah. They've got Ben 4 coming in, and that is why Thresh is a hard pick into Zyra, just because the plants.
On reaction, dropping a body to eat the hook.
It's not great.
Certainly isn't. But again, that is Ben 4 trying to pressure around the map and contest RNG whenever possible. Level 6 picked up by Let Me. He immediately goes in. Still hanging on to that Subjugate, though.
He'll be able to heal back up, but unfortunately, he's against Maokai, and more importantly, he's against Maokai's passive. Yeah. So Maokai's going to be able to hang out. He actually froze the creep wave in front of his tower. Now, they are possibly setting up for a dive threat. MLXG is A, spotted out by a ward, and B, still only level 5.
Oh, the Harpoon doesn't quite make it over. Ben 4 now gets level 5. As Xiaohu is level 6 as well. Looks like RNG are going to try to make a play on the top lane.
We're pulling over more. Athena hasn't moved yet. But here comes Road and Athena. They're going to get here late. Here comes the dive.
Yeah, that's Subjugate. Amazing J is pretty low. Tries to dodge it back. Let Me gives up first blood. Meanwhile, that's Xiaohu tanking a few turret hits.
Here comes the cavalry.
Trying to chase in Road. On the other side of the map, drops a lantern. Does RNG know? That's Athena chasing forward.
Oh.
Realm Warp. MLXG dies amidst it, and Xiaohu gets knocked out of the side. 2 kills for Aimee. It's 5-2.
And again, Road. He wasn't necessarily the first guy there on the scene, but he shows up at the very end, walking from across the bottom side of the map to get involved on the back half of that team fight, hitting the nice flay to pull Rise out of it. Yeah.
Very, very precarious, but able to pull it off. And with that advantage, it's now 1,500 gold at the 8-minute mark for Aimee. And they are looking to expand this as much as they possibly can.
But such a questionable call coming from RNG. The fact that Amazing J, A, saw it coming from a mile ahead. The fact that he zones the creep wave in front of his tower. Yes, that gives RNG the time that they could build up the creep wave for when it crashes on the tower, but it also just buys his team enough time to react to it accordingly. So RNG, they're the old Chinese roster, but Aimee seem to be communicating better across the map.
Yeah. Playing very effectively. We were questioning if they would be able to pull off these sort of complicated maneuvers with such a late roster swap, losing Maestro, but it seems like the answer is a most definite yes.
And Ben 4 has looked fantastic. Game number 1, he was really sculpted out for his champion pool, a ton of jungle bans hitting the board, finds the Kha'Zix, does wonderfully, picks up the MVP. Game 2, he's now got the Lee Sin, and already 8 minutes in the game, sitting 3-1-2. I mean, I know they've got Flawless on the roster, but why do they need him?
Yeah. The vision priority, again, has just been phenomenal. The ward just outside of range of the pink ward, so just a little unlucky for RNG. But outside of that, Aimee, they've got wards everywhere.
And I think I've seen this play before, as we've now pulled Athena with all of that vision. The one thing, though, is Road hasn't been unlocked yet, so this is a bit scary, especially because MLXG has his ultimate. I think you let this one go, Pen 10.
Oh, yeah. Decides not to go for it. Instead, just backs away as that is gifted over to Xiaohu, the smallest of concessions. to try to keep pace in the mid lane.
Yeah, but Xiao had to go all the way back around to mid lane because Lee Sin was sitting in a bush trying to pick him off back into
Ooh,
the lane.
The hook finds Ming. He's knocked in. That's going to be a knock-up. Xin Zhao flashes out. Meanwhile, they manage to drop Road as MLXG gets an equalizer and picks up a kill with Uzi.
Yeah, and that's the other thing about Zyra. She also does
A lot of damage.
I almost said it. I didn't say it. I stopped myself.
lot.
A lot of damage.
Yes.
Xiaohu trying to help out Uzi there. He is spotted out by a ward, so Athena and Ben 4 actually kiting underneath him.
He's on the way, trying to get over the wall as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the minion wave gets shoved under the turret. Athena's heading down there. The turret's down to half, but they have run out of minions. And RNG are forced to back away after bringing that turret to half.
Still just slightly slow to their own plays and rotations. I feel like that's kind of been the MO of Xiaohu this series so far. You know, he's got the right idea with these roams, but he's just a little bit late on them.
Athena going to continue shoving up in this mid lane.
It's losing him a lot of time in lane and a lot of CS, and you can start to see that showcased in the disparities, 90 to 81 right now, and Athena's going to pick up even more by pulling these Raptors away.
Again, just controlling the Scryer Blooms, keeping an eye on all of the wards and vision for RNG. Now Aimee looking like they might want to start off this dragon here, but they're on top of a ward.
And it's because of that Scryer Bloom that Athena procced. They saw that MLXG was on the top side of the map. They know that the equalizer was down, so it gives them the go-ahead because they have control of the bottom lane, and particularly the mid lane, to siege up this dragon.
Yeah, people were talking about plants being an effective change. Well, Aimee's certainly showing that they know how to use them very effectively. Just controlling Scryer's Bloom after Scryer's Bloom to set up vision. But with that, again, the first Drake is picked up. So far, the 4th Drake of the series, and RNG has not gotten a single one. Relatively slow breather here as things sort of calm down after that dragon is secured. Not seeing too much early turret pressure after the initial play from RNG after the first 2 kills of Aimee. So everyone's just taking the time to look for those big core power spikes.
Yeah, and taking a look at itemization, Athena choosing to go for the Hex Drinker first, so really respecting the burst damage, as well as a lot of the magic damage from the mid-jungle duo, because it is Rumble versus Ryze. Will delay his Trinity Force power spike, so we'll keep our eyes on that, and if that impacts their mid-game team fighting because they don't have that power source behind them, or how they want to maneuver around that, especially because you don't necessarily want to fight mid-game into the Rumble.
Yeah. The level 11 equalizer, I believe it's called. But again, the sweeper just contesting ward after ward of RNG. Aimee might be looking for something in the top lane as Amazing J and Ben 4 are waiting in the Tribush. That's a Trundle with a Vamp Scepter, though, and his Subjugate. I would be very optimistic. Ooh, crit and snare finds Xin Zhao. He immediately opens up as the equalizer forces Xin Zhao to walk a long way around. Uzi cleans up and sets up. Let Me eats a lot of damage, forced to flash away. Will they be able to follow up and get a kill in answer? Kicked away from the turret. Amazing J just standing there tanking. But Ben 4, does he have the damage? He's going to take a turret hit. The minions are not enough, and it is a 1-for-1 trade across the map.
I believe you used the word optimistic, and that was really close.
Yeah.
Good tanking from Amazing J. Unfortunately, he also wasn't assisting there, but meanwhile, bottom lane.
Uzi cleaning up the first turret of the game, even getting all of that solo gold. I mean, you said it before. Oh, let's take a look at this replay.
Okay, so this is set up about as perfectly as you can. The fact that Amazing J is forced simply just to sit here ever because he's pinned between the wall as well as the pillar, and he's just making sure that he's standing on the cusp of the tower aggro there. But still not great. I mean, obviously you'd like to tank tower as well as dealing that damage because that was very close.
Very good placement from Let Me of that Pillar of Frost, but with that first turret, I believe you said it earlier, try to go for a composition that enables MLXG to make things happen, while he can also enable Uzi. He's 2-1-1 right now. He's got all of that first turret gold, and now he's finished off his Youmu's along with a BF sword. This isn't just our lethality. This isn't just crit-based Uzi. This is going to be a lot of damage.
The scary thing for me, though, is that it puts RNG on a timer effectively, though, in that your plays are made when Equalizer and the final curtain, or the curtain call, are up. And if those cooldowns are down, will RNG become static on the map?
We'll certainly have to see. They don't exactly have a lot of objectives before that next Drake spawns.
They want the mid-tier tower, and if they can make a pick here. So we talked about how the Drake is spawning. They're setting up for a possible mid lane siege, but more importantly, again, Curtain Call and Equalizer are both up and available.
Cooldowns cycling relatively quick as Road tosses a hook. Doesn't quite find anything. Both of the top laners still trading it out. Neither has Flash, but they do both have Teleport. Xiaohu cleans it up, and just going to get topped off a little bit around the map. So looking for a pick. RNG group as 4 near that mid lane river, but are unable to convert.
Uzi and Ming are continuing to apply pressure bottom. I actually think this is the smart choice, just because trying to siege into the Corki and the Caitlyn is going to be very difficult. So if you can continue just to abuse this lane assignment in the 2v2, or even the 3v3 if the jungler gets involved, I think this is the smartest choice, rather than picking up this Jhin and Zyra.
Yeah, you can see how far back Jin Zhao is forced to play as Xiaohu and MLXG invade. Ben 4 caught by the snare. He's going to be flanked upon there on top of the plant. That's kicked away. Xiaohu ghosts and survives. Meanwhile, Road, the snare is actually going to catch him. That's a hook onto MLXG, but Jin Zhao doesn't want anything to do with that equalizer that's been dropped, and they disengage.
But that's a lot of key ultimates down from RNG. Now they've just got the Curtain Call left, and Athena has pressure and priority on the mid lane. So in the end, I'm still going to say a win for IMA, especially because they forced Xiaohu back.
Ooh, Ben 4 is going to try to zone MLXG away, and Athena not able to do too much damage to that turret without a Sheen, as he did go for the Hex Drinker first. And now 16 minutes in, still no turret for IMA. They do have a slight kill advantage, but it is now dead even in gold, as RNG have been able to bring it back.
But they were able to kind of survive the onslaught from RNG. RNG had it, the tee up where we've got the equalizer, we have the Curtain Call, we're stronger bottom lane. You saw them setting up for the play on bottom, but IMA weathered the storm, were able to disengage, found Xiaohu trying to cheat within their vision, and diffuse that play, at least for a cooldown rotation of equalizer. So even though, yes, RNG are still technically in the driver's seat from a gold perspective and kind of onus on who's controlling the tempo of the game, IMA held defense well.
I believe that is what they were attempting with this composition. The package is ready for Athena.
Just in time for Dragon.
It's going to spawn in about 5 seconds. And you can see Uzi's trying to shove this wave down to start prepping for that. Teleport available for both top laners. Athena's on top of a ward with it. He's only got a few seconds left on that package if he wants to try to use it before that thing falls away. Only a minute duration on it.
Jin Zhao's locked out of this fight right now. IMA need to stall long enough, and they actually need to get their Caitlyn up on the same side of their team.
Oh, there he goes. He's got MLXG, and immediately he flashes the wall. But Equalizer is up. Curtain Call is up. Those big cooldowns you mentioned are there.
And Xiaohu, again, loses pressure for his team. The fact that Athena's able to force the flash from MLXG, and Xiaohu can't move at all. He was just completely locked out.
He's forced to take the long way around along with the rest of his team, and right now it looks like IMA are going to go mid for that turret. Still bottom, we can see Jin Zhao is going in. Ben 4 manages to kick MLXG back, but he goes in just a little bit too deep. Ming trying to survive.
He needs to go out the back.
Ben 4, he's still tanking that dragon. Flashes, or excuse me, smites for the health before hopping the wall. That's Scryer's Bloom. He's going to try to get back in there. That's teleport into the back coming out from Amazing J. It's a late teleport from Let Me. He's going to get there at about the same time. 2,000 health. Equalizer right on top of Aime. Snare catches Athena. That's the Curtain Call. Amazing J in the front is going to take the brunt of this damage as Xiaohu flanks. Knock up onto 2. Athena eats the crit, and despite being half health, Aime are pulling it back. The dragon is at 900. He gets it! Holy cow! Ben 4 cleans it up at the cost of his life. Hook onto Let Me into the front as he's pulled in. He goes low and will go down. Flash from Road keeps himself alive. Snare onto Athena. Uzi wants something. Uzi wants anything, but he just can't get it. He's got the flash crit, and he will finally get the one. Wow, what a trade.
And RNG also have inside track on this mid lane tower, as well as Uzi behind them, so they may have lost the dragon, but in the end, I think it was a bad trade for Aime. Aime could have actually walked away from the Dragon Pit and turned this into a mid-victory. Now, it was a Mountain Dragon, so I kind of understand, why they were so keen to go for it. But let's take a look at this again. Equalizer across the back of Aime, that's going to hurt. But the good thing for them is that Amazing J is able to get in front and eat the majority of Jin's damage until the very end. Unfortunately, great zoning Zyra ultimate from Ming kind of resets the fight, and this is where things go sideways. Bin 4, he goes, he gets it, but there's no real reason to. Let the dragon go and just go to the mid lane and take the tower. I'm totally fine trading mid-tier tower for Mountain Drake.
Yeah, here's where Uzi gets just... Athena's like, is he going to go for me or the map guy? Of course he's going to go for me. I should flash. Oh, no! You could see the thought process as the wheels turned in his head. But Uzi secures that kill 3, 1, and 2. So we're at the 20-minute mark right now. RNG have got a 1,000 gold lead, but that is the 5th dragon in a row I may have gotten. Not a single one has gone over to RNG, despite all of these fortuitous situations they put themselves into. That being said, though, the game still is in RNG's favor. And we'll have to see if they can try to expand this current 1,000 gold advantage into something more. They were at a deficit not 10 minutes ago.
And they're trying to even up the mid lane towers. We saw a cute little bait being set up there.
Yeah.
I was ready to start the Jaws theme song.
Ba-da-da-da.
But what they want to do is, now that the objective is gone off the bottom side of the map, you can see their, normally I call it triangle vision. I'm going to call this octagon vision.
Okay.
In the top of
Yeah,
RNG's
they've got
jungle.
everything.
It's lit up like a Christmas tree. And they want to push mid and push top. They've sent Corki to the bottom lane. High mobility, able to clear waves quickly. Can join the team if necessary. He also needs to continue to farm up, although he does have his Trinity Force now.
Oh, I was really disappointed. MLXG could have gotten so much value from that sweeper, but he only got a single ward. Despite that, though, with all of the vision that I may set up, they still have got the opportunity.
There are 5 wards.
Yes. Meanwhile, Let Me shoving in the bottom. He doesn't have teleport, and Athena is going to try to race down there to get the next minion wave. No, excuse me, Amazing J.
Yeah, he is in
Wrong icon.
full split pushing mode. Now, neither of the top laners have the teleport available. So any sort of scuffle that could come from top lane or even in top side river as Ben 4 throws a Q and misses will be without their 2 primary tanks. But Let Me is going to continue to become a problem the more fed this Trundle gets, and it's going to force IMA to be a bit more decisive about when they pull the trigger on those team fights, because any sort of waffling around is just going to give this Trundle more time with their structures.
Teleports up in about 30 seconds or so for both of those top laners, as they did teleport at about the same time. So they're going to try to skirmish now and look for an advantage as minion wave after minion wave is shoved into that turret.
At this point, I feel like Amazing J almost has to resort to just trying to hold the creep wave off the tower and forcing Let Me just to take what's around him.
We'll have to see what that entails as Xiaohu continues cleaning up the mid lane.
It puts him through a lot of abuse. As I'm trying to watch Amazing J and Let Me's health and mana bars.
Just damage. It's going to be one of those things where at the end of the game, Amazing J is going to have the most damage dealt.
But you call it a wet noodle fight, and it's more of like a slow, like, woodpecker at this point from the Trundle. Eventually, the tree will fall over. So again, it's kind of this timer on IMA. You know, we have to do something, because the longer we just kind of sit here and let Trundle be down here, the more I'm going to fall over, and the more our towers are in danger. As you can see, he's already just starting to slap him around.
Xiaohu's actually roaming down there as well. He's got level 2 of the Realm Warp, but here comes the rest of Aimee. Ooh, so close. Oh, wow, they actually duck out of vision and Missy.
Ships passing in the night.
Yeah. They might try to catch Let Me, however. MLXG will see him. Athena's thinking, ooh. Okay, he's going to go for the CS.
You saw the cogs turning?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this poor guy, left up by his lonesome.
He's got road now.
He's got 5 traps and a Thresh.
Yeah, 4 people on that side of the map.
That is...
5 traps and a Thresh. That should be a band.
4 traps and a Thresh.
Yeah. Meanwhile, setting up some more vision, Road continues to sweep out just about everything he can lay his eyes on. I would love to see a ward count for the end of this match. It must be enormous as we start
Vision stats in the LPL.
Amazing.
Huh.
That is a Scryer's Bloom now cleared out by MLXG to keep an eye on that mid lane as we now start to crest over the 24-minute mark. 30 seconds before that Ocean Drake spawns, and Aimee are on the wrong side of the map.
Doesn't necessarily matter for the Ocean Dragon. This tower is always going to be far more valuable, especially because it is the ocean. If it was a mountain, maybe. We saw how Ben 4 would already kind of go the distance for that one anyway. But Aimee actually now kind of cut out of position here.
Yeah, might have overcommitted for that top turret as Uzi is going to get some good damage.
They have the
chunked down
opportunity to look for a flank, however.
And instead, it is going to be recalls. Ben4's waiting on the sides, but he's been spotted out a long time ago.
I like how auspiciously he was like, I can go way behind them. But like,
Yeah.
no, calm down. Yeah, I think they let this one go.
Yeah, that is Ocean Drake taken with no qualms. RNG finally get their first dragon of the series. The 6th overall. Aimee are currently 5-1 in dragons in their series.
Table scraps.
Yep.
That's what that Ocean Dragon is.
However, those table scraps could help RNG a little bit later on. That's even more regeneration. Whoa, Ming takes damage. That's even more regeneration on Trundle.
Long you stay on the map, but Aimee have their true goal. It's to take this mid-tier tower. Xiao, who was looking for a possible flank, ducks out, but he goes in.
Ben4 gets the kick across, doesn't find Uzi. Sonic Wave finds it, but he's snared on the side from Xiao, who forced to flash away, and he makes it out of the knockup. But onto the curtain and the curtain call. This is going to be the cleanup attempt. Flash, but Ben4 doesn't get enough damage. Hook onto Xiao, who he's pulled in and cleaned up as Xin Xiao gets a good crit headshot. Let Me tries to pull it back. He's slowed by the pillar. Uzi cutting it back as best he can, but Amazing J catches up the hook to the minion. Flight to pull Let Me in, but he just trades his life back. Xin Xiao in the front versus Uzi. It's 80 carry versus 80 carry, and neither of them will come out on top. So low health, and they escape with their lives. I believe that was 2 for 2 when it was all said and done.
Okay, last game, Aimee won because of their decision-making. This game, Aimee have just now found the lead because of their ability to team fight. I didn't give it to them last game. This game, heavily deserved. Road, in particular, was a monster, that team fight.
Hook to the minion to pull himself closer, then flash Flay to bring in Let Me and Uzi.
Hit multiple targets.
Yeah.
The fact that Athena flashed over the wall as soon as he found the rise, so good. I hope we get a replay of that one.
Meanwhile, that's Xin Xiao cleaning up minion waves in the bottom, as after that team fight, it's Aimee back in the lead.
But they need to quickly reset their map. So, yes, they win the team fight. Yes, they got the structure. The mid-tier tower is what they came here for. Now it's about what do we set up for next. It's going to be Baron, and it's now sieging into our inners. There is a last setting outer on the bottom side of the map, but as long as Let Me continues to just push that forward, it's not really a plausible structure for Aimee to try to siege.
Meanwhile, the package has been picked up for Athena. He's got about 30 seconds left on it, give or take. Races over the wall to find Ming, tries to get a crit, but instead just burns the exhaust.
Should be noted that Amazing J is disappearing into Fog of War right now. Aimee are trying to force the Baron play, and Amazing J is trying to disappear so he can find the teleport. Now, the ward is down.
Yeah, they now put the control ward down. MLXG gets kicked back in.
Oh my
Played
God.
over the wall, and Road kills him. But that's neither smites available. Amazing J did use his teleport and join in. He's looking for the flank, but can't catch up. He's running them down the death corridor, but the snare finds him, and he can't even get knocked away. Let Me's going to try to look for this tier toe. He started his teleport and canceled it, in fact. That's a late recall from RNG. Whoa, they're going to lose an inhibitor turret for almost nothing.
We talked about decisiveness, that this series was going to be about direction, about shot calling, about having your head screwed on straight, and Aimee are here to play.
Oh, they're going to try to force a fight on the way out, though. Amazing J takes the lantern. That's the curtain call opened up. Xiaohu trying to get back in, drops the box, and that's going to be Amazing J going to trade his life so that his team may survive. Road such low health, but they get out.
But this is really important. If Aimee don't stagger their backs right now, which they're trying to buy time for Ben 4 to get back into the Baron pit area, they could lose the Baron.
The ward is now being cleared out as Let Me going to try burning it down along with the help of the rest of his team. MLXG is back up and now is finally grouped up with the rest of his team. Ben4 is there. Ming split on the side. Now that's MLXG on the side. The jungler is dead. Ben4 goes in, gets the kick onto Let Me. He's tanking the Baron right now. Jin Xiao kites it back. It's 2v4. A double kill is going to be picked up. Dude, triple kill going on right now. This is Ben4 and Road and Jin Xiao and Aimee doing some crazy work. What did we just witness?
Okay, welcome to the LPL, Ben 4. It was supposed to be flawless, but circumstance and fate has you start for Aimee, and you earn your keep. First game MVP, second game Quadra-kill. This pretty much ends, though, on Athena. So yes, Ben 4 plays this crazy good, but Athena kills MLXG. And as soon as the jungler is dead, RNG have no choice. They can no longer turn and try to burn the Baron. They have to exit the pit because they don't have the smite. And Ben 4's like, I'm set up, Athena. Thanks for the serve. Spike.
Yeah, a huge play. Oh man, I've missed the LPL. That was awesome. As now it's 15-11, 30 minutes in, a 5,000 gold lead for IMEI. The Baron is still on the map as they only took that top tier 2 over the course of that replay, but that middle inhibitor is still down, and Uzi is forced to deal with these very large super minions, which are going to continue pressing down.
And the scary thing is that RNG needed to make the play for the Baron because they needed the Baron buff to absorb the inhib timer being down. So now losing all pressure on this, it's kind of like a Hail Mary. They have to get this, otherwise the game could just end on this play.
This is IMEI now going to force the issue. They're grouped as 5, using
Good
that
equalizer.
redemption for some health. Equalizer and Curtain Call finds Road. He's taking some damage, but is able to kite it back. Looking for a very lucky crit. He gets the hitbox. Holy cow.
Bend it like Beckham.
Yeah, amazing shot from Uzi, but RNG are forced to back away.
But they have to back away because their mid lane is being sieged upon by super creep. So again, IMEI just rinse and repeat. They've got the control wards down. They have complete vision control of the area, and they're making them choose. There's a huge wave on your Nexus towers, or it's the Baron. Pick.
Yeah, despite being 5v4, IMEI are still forcing the issue, and RNG just can't decide. Back and forth like a pendulum. The clock swings, but slowly time erodes all. The first Nexus turret falls, and IMEI continue to weather the storm.
And the huge mistake is the fact that Let Me didn't back earlier, that he let a Nexus tower drop, possibly to... Will he manage to save it with the pillar?
Oh, it's so low!
I think he got it.
Okay. Barely keeps it alive, but now they see that Let Me is there. They're going to try to force this Baron more appropriately. He's still got that teleport, though, but the Baron is going to be cleaned up. Teleport is too little too late. Xiaohu's trying to get in, but Baron is picked up. IMEI don't even have to fight, but they want to. Flashing in from Amazing J and Road at almost the exact same time. They get the Baron and then get out.
Communication blunder across the board. Let Me should have backed so much earlier. He had the teleport. They lose the Baron. They lose their inhibitor. They lose a Nexus tower. RNG are just fumbling across the map at every turn.
Yeah, and you can see with this huge back from IMEI, they're still 5,000 gold ahead. They're going to do the exact same thing they did to end game number 1. Take the Dragon, use Baron buff to pressure the remaining turrets, and just clean it up.
It's not so much the Dragon as it's the bottom inhibitor. Obviously, you always want to siege that Baron inhib. The Dragon just happened to be on that bottom side of the map, as well as some easy and free gold. But this is kind of, again, last stand. RNG, they probably lost this game the last Baron play ago.
Yeah.
But now they get the opportunity. If IMEI make a mistake, we can still do something.
So you can actually see IMEI are prepared to end the game here and now. Every single one of their members has got an elixir. They are going to try to push this advantage as best they can. Oh, does Athena have? Athena doesn't. 4 out of 5 members have got one. Good guy Athena going for the raw damage instead, just in case it doesn't work out. But super minions with Baron buff are pressuring her in, while IMEI bringing in the side wave on the far side. Still got the package as well.
Yeah, just using that mobility and threatening, making sure that he's consistently empowering the mid creep wave coming in, and then just zip right over to his team.
Yeah. Now trying to poke in from the outside. The minions get in onto the turret. The hook, ooh, just barely misses Xiaohu. The turret takes a lot, but MLXG gets completely obliterated. Ben 4 with the kick, finds Xiaohu, insects him right back in. He's going to be cleaned up. That's 2 easy kills, and IMEI are just clean as you like. Clinical, like a book they're trying to clean this up. Oh, Athena's going to take a few hits here, get some damage before hopping over the wall. The hook onto Uzi. Will they try to greed for the kill? They do indeed, but this is almost certainly going to be the game for IMEI and the series for a very impressive game. Overall, this is IMEI taking the win.
Again, we did our internal power rankings. No one placed IMEI highly. We either had them 5th or we had them 6th, and they come in swinging into game number 1. We had their roster planned out. It's going to be Flawless in the jungle. It's going to be Maestro in support. Unfortunately, contractual issues put Road back into the support play, which means that they need to run their Chinese jungler, and Ben 4, MVP game 1, Quadra-kill game 2.
Yeah.
This guy is the real deal.
This Ben 4 really came out swinging over the course of this match, and IMEI, you can see, being led by Amazing J as they walk over to RNG to shake hands. they've got to be feeling pretty happy about themselves. The first win of 2017.
Oh, you know it. I mean, when Amazing Jay was promoted from the LSPL into the LPL just a single split ago, he said, I'm taking this team to Worlds. Everyone called him crazy. He then runs the gauntlet through the regional qualifier and take IMA to Worlds on their first split in the LPL. Comes back in, people don't rank IMA very highly. You know, they've lost to Voidless, they've got no direction. Smash RNG in their first series.
Yeah, that was some very convincing play. And it did look a little touch and go. RNG had some very clear moments of strength with which they looked to take control of the game. But IMA held on.
They've got no leader. I mean, the departure of Mata and Looper seems to have hit RNG as heavily as they thought it would, but it's more so their individual performance and the lack of that.
Yeah, well, as you can see, we've got a new member on the desk with us. Raz is back. Well, you'll see him soon. Trust us, he's here.
Will you, though? That's the question.
I should hope so. Are you going to hide under the desk for this?
Maybe.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the final stats for that. You can see RNG were actually ahead by 1.6K at about the 25-minute mark, but they were not able to secure that into an advantage.
I mean, they just got smashed. Like, that's what it felt like. RNG, I mean, you mentioned it during the cast, right? The question mark, and just look at that damage. Specifically from Uzi, look at that. That was ridiculous, but it comes down again. Maokai King, it doesn't showcase with his damage, but he tanked a lot.
He certainly did. And taking a look at the damage from IMA, Athena putting up some huge numbers along with Xin Chao.
And that's what I was talking about before, is the individual performances and the lack of them, particularly in Xiaohu. That's 2 games back-to-back where he gets the big Rise pick. We've seen that as a priority pick in the LCK. We thought it would be one in the LPL, and he just doesn't do anything with it. There was not a single Rise roam. When Cassiopeia is roaming more effectively than you on Rise in game number 1, like, shit went sideways.
I mean, that's kind of fair. I feel like he was roaming, to be honest, for potential plays. He wanted to stay in his lane.
You could see what he wanted to do.
Yeah, he was in the river saying, you know, if something happens, I'll be here. But they were pretty... the thing about RNG here, that we saw in their lanes, their laning phases were fantastic. At the very least, right? Their lanes, specifically Uzi in the bottom lane, they could have gotten at least 4 or 5 kills in that bottom lane alone. We saw so many blinking red HP bars because they were smashing it. But then, as you said, Ben 4 and specifically the road were just across the map and showcasing some plays.
And that was the brilliance. I'm glad that you brought up like their dominance in lane, because that's a great way to put it. The fact that they were so strong in the 1v1s and the 2v2s, but not in the 3v3s, not in the 4v4s, because they were so slow to rotations, either be it because they didn't have the proper vision set up, or simply because they were just late in their decision-making of making the proper rotation.
I mean, we were wondering where the decision-making was going to come from with RNG, and we were wondering if there was going to be any, I guess, if the impulsive nature is going to come back. And this is where I put that random, just put it in there, that plug that I did write about RNG a little bit. You know, there we go. Shameless as it is. It was on my Twitter, on Medium.
It's over there, honey.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
One of these cameras. Regardless, I talked about whether we went back into the vault, back when they were playing with basically MLXG just making the plays happen. Or where was that decision making coming from in the mid game? And it just showed once again it wasn't coming through.
And that's something that we really talked a little bit about, or at least talked around, was that they had all of the recipes for success. The items were there. Empower MLXG, let him empower Uzi, but they couldn't convert.
They didn't just have the recipe, they had the history. What Raz is getting at is this idea that it shouldn't be so far out of the realm of possibility for this RNG team to work, because they have experience playing with Let Me. It's not like this is a brand new guy to their roster that they have no idea how to play around. They had him before Looper, and they were a relatively successful team. So it's just like, it wasn't back to the drawing board. It was a bit of a soft reset, and they completely fell apart.
And I just want to take it back a little bit and highlight IMA overall, because going into this, we were like, IMA, second last in their group, kind of just bashing in on them because they're junglers, and we're going to show it once again. Ben 4 coming in with a second MVP, first time in.
Yeah, 2 MVPs so far. You can see that enormous damage share on his team. It looks like 8, 10, and 3 over the course of that game in general. Pretty good.
I mean, first game, we saw MLXG showcase some fantastic Lee Sin plays. Flash kick, that was great. step aside, MLSG. Second game through, Ben 4 is like, oh, you know, you're talking about me being a random solo queue jungler? Well, guess what? I'm more than that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LPL. That was a great showing from him.
Opens up with a quadra kill, one away from the Penta.
Well, okay, I know it was impressive, but I still have to give a shout out to Athena. Athena
Yes.
played that
Yeah.
quadra kill brilliantly. He played a lot of those team fights really well. And again, more importantly, it wasn't just the individual performances. Because, like, individually,
Yeah.
RNG are a superior team.
Yes.
But it's kind of like a mini WE sequence where you have 5 like B tier players, but they come together to form an A tier teamwork.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. It was Road, Athena, and Bin4. And I was really surprised and incredibly impressed with how well Bin4 was moving around Road and Athena.
And
Those
he-
are the 2
yeah.
Korean players.
Yeah, and let's talk about this because Amazing Jay, we don't talk about him, but he showcased a small detail where essentially you see it from happening from the bottom lane, where support Road was coming to the mid lane quite a bit, but so was Amazing Jay. I mean, we're seeing the Maokai show, but every time he was like, you know what? I'm not winning this lane. I'm quite down in CS. I'm going to roam mid. Nothing came of it. Walks back top, but his pressure was coming through time and time again.
How they were using Fog of War and how they were using their pressure windows, like even if the play didn't work, they were consistently throwing plays
Yeah.
out. You know, like I'm going to shove the way forward, I'm going to disappear in Fog of War, and your mid laner is either going to have to react or I'm actually going to try to gank on it. But even with like the blue buff timer, every single time blue buff was off timer, they were contesting it. RNG, they weren't taking these same chances. You know, they were maybe trying 3 different plays, and maybe the play would only work one time. But IMA were trying 10 different plays, and it worked about 7 times.
It's funny because RNG were winning throughout natural lanes, and they were saying, hey, you know what? We can win naturally. Let's slow this game down. Let's walk it on. We even saw that fun, hilarious Rumble pick, right? And so they were really competent in their lane matchups, and so they weren't really looking to push much. We go back to Xiao, who just sticking mid. And then you see the contrast between, IMA just saying, you know what, we're losing passively. That's what we're doing. But we're just going to throw play after play after play at you. Maybe nothing comes from it, but 1,000 plays that come through, one that does work will win you that game.
But also their ability of how they absorb those plays. We were talking about during the cast, when Uzi was set up, he had the curtain call. They had just killed Jin Zhao. They had just taken the tower. Equalizer curtain call come back up, and they're trying to siege into the outer. And IMA just have to play defensively. They just have to absorb those cooldowns, try to survive them, and they did it perfectly. They didn't overcommit. Again, this is a team with a language barrier on it, with a brand new jungler on it. Road had a very questionable performance at Worlds. They were able to say, just kick Xiaohu away, we caught him out, chip out the damage, now disengage. Everyone back off. They pulled off the Baron at the same time. There was no communication flaws at all.
And I feel like this is something that brings us back to their vision overall. The fact that they are able to communicate around the larger sense of the plays that they want to try to go for time and again. Whereas RNG, they sort of had that idea in what seemed like a much more crude sense. We've got 2 ultimates. We're going to set up vision. We're going to make it happen.
I mean, for me, when you look at it from the grand scheme of things, because Uzi was doing fantastic in his lane, and he was pushing forward. He was actually getting amazing back timings too, because he was coming back with the BF sword.
Yeah,
when Varus was like, "Oh man, I guess I have these old ragtag boots and a few long swords."
Yeah,
but 80 carry, that's not the meta. Like, it's not an 80 carry meta. It doesn't matter how far ahead you are getting.
Tell it to Deft.
I mean, he's a god in of his own. He's got an Ezreal, so it's like that's his life at that point. But you see, it's a team game, and especially if your front liners can be at the right place at the right time, that's all it takes. And so we're seeing great plays coming from IMA time and time again. And even though Uzi, in these fights, you watch these fights again and again, Uzi's playing them really well. He's avoiding the Lee Sin kick coming at him, like his own teammates flying at his face, like, I got to dodge that. Yeah, duck and dodge it. Oh, snap. But every time he does this, like, doesn't matter how well he's doing, it just isn't enough.
Yes, well, we're going to go ahead and be right back. We've got our next set coming right back at you real quick. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the spring split of the LPL 2017. I am joined by some new people on the desk. Of course, Raz, you recognize. Welcome back. Oh. And Rusty, you're here as well to help me prepare for this next series that we've got coming at you. Invictus Gaming versus OMG.
And this is a pretty important one, honestly, across the board for both of these teams. It's the first time we'll see them, so naturally it's important for that reason. They have to show up well in the LPL. They don't want to pull an RNG.
Yeah.
It's something I don't think anyone wants to pull anymore.
Everyone's closing their eyes to that one.
But most importantly, IG have been rated quite highly, OMG have been rated quite poorly.
Yeah.
And now's an opportunity for both of them to either prove they're right or prove everyone else wrong.
This is when you just put on your train conductor hats, because for IG, I mean, they're looking really good. I mean, they had some great third-party tournaments, but regardless of that, you look at their bottom lane, Margin, Megan, or used to be Baolan/Megan. It was a fantastic in terms of roaming, and the same kind of roaming we saw from Road actually in the last game. So it was definitely a great acquisition that we saw, far better than, or at least, yeah, I'll just say better. Far better than Kitties, far better than Mo that we saw a long time. We just see recycled bot lanes in IG. This time around, it seems like they're very, very set on what they have, and they know exactly what they want to do.
And that is the thing that's always plagued IG, right? Their top side's always been reasonably strong. It was Zatai in the top lane. You know, Kid actually found his stride quite well towards the end of last year. For an AD carry switching to jungle, that's very impressive that he can do so and actually make it feel like a seamless transition. Rookie's rookie.
Yeah.
And I mean, he goes without introduction or saying as to how good he is. But that bottom lane, you mentioned like 3 supports. They've had like 3 AD carries, and all of them just did the exact same thing. Like they would just play Braum Kalista and basically do nothing. Baolan has broken that trend.
You said something, do nothing. They did something. They died a lot. They died a lot.
So then that begs the question: is this it? Is this the bottom lane?
I think they answered that last split. I think they did pretty well for themselves. Now, well in terms of best in the league, hell no. But well enough. So I think right now their bottom lane is going to be good enough to look to roam mid, make those plays happen, because their one focus on this team is Rookie. If they can get Rookie ahead, they will have counter pick for him. I love to see what he can pick up with that 10-ban system, right? So you get Rookie ahead, Rookie will get you ahead. So let's see where they go from there.
And that is always the IG recipe, right? The bottom lane may die a hell of a lot, but their mid laner was always going to be able to carry. And from the limited sample size we have seen of this bottom lane, they do look better than any other iteration prior to the one right now.
That's what we could say with 100% certainty. Better. That's all we could say. Maybe when they hack Jackie Love, we can say, we can start praising them, saying, oh, you know what? They actually played that 2v2 very well. Because right now we're not saying that, but currently they're playing well to their team.
So then let's take a look at their opponents on the other side. OMG. Things are looking a little bit different for them as well.
Different. I don't know about that. It's a hell of a lot of the same for OMG. Like they're playing every role. I mean, they didn't make a single change, right?
Yeah.
That's something that we are putting a lot of question marks on, because you're like, going into preseason, you got to change something if something didn't work for you. But at the end of last split, during the regular season, now this is a big question mark, because during the end of the regular season, no one really cares, right? You're starting to see from some teams, not a lot of play.
No one cares at the end of a season.
Everybody cares.
I'm going to redact that statement. I'm going to pull it back on that one. Then that just makes it better, because for OMG specifically, they were playing better, right? I was trying to temper it because, you never know if a team's just playing better because they're try-harding while everyone else isn't. But for OMG, it seemed like things were starting to click for them. So maybe they'll do well now. Maybe they'll play better. Or maybe they'll just stick to last place.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that took a win against EDG, right?
Yeah.
Like a team that looked fantastic, didn't win the series, no one beat EDG, but they did look really, really good. And so moving forward, having a consistent roster, you can only speak praise of OMG. But I question if we speak enough praise and say that, but they're still going to lose. They're a good 5 players, good team, don't get me wrong. But if they're against a better team of star players, they can lose. And Invictus Gaming has star players. So, I mean, that possibility is always there.
It's a relative thing. Every single time you're like, oh, you know what? You did great out there, kids. But you know what? No, you still lost the game. It's not about winning. Except it is.
So then we have to look at what they are going to change. Obviously, coming out of relegations with the exact same lineup, what are they bringing this time that changes it?
What I liked about OMG the last time we saw them was the fact that 5 was moving around the map a lot more. We said that they were great laners, but if you are a new team coming in, then that's all you really can say about a team, is that they can lane well. But when they start to move around, and we saw it from 5, was he started to play a lot more Tom Kench, because of course they were playing some protection compositions. Yeah. He was actually in the top side of the map. He was in the middle. Like, he was moving a lot, and that's something you really want to see from 5 if you want to make him a great support rather than just a good one.
Mm-hmm. And do we expect this to change the identity of OMG at all if they are starting to move around then more than just laning phase?
I think they stay the same, right, as a team fighting team, and that's nothing. That's not much is going to change about that, especially since they have Si Young on that top lane.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they should still keep the strengths that they had before that were strengths for them. I don't think they need to bring up weaknesses. I think they should further increase strengths that they had and actually keep a style, which is something the LPL teams do quite a lot. Even JJ, towards the end of the last split, decided that he was a fantastic Lee Sin main and picked Lee Sin exclusively. In fact, every OMG jungler decided they were a Lee Sin main.
I think that's just that's a theme here. There are too many Lee Sin gods out there. You guys got to stop. Ben Ford now putting his name in that list. So
Quadra-kill. Yeah.
I don't know if it's the champion. I mean, it is the champion. But we're seeing a lot of great Lee Sins out there.
We do have a slight delay with the champion select. We'll be getting that started in just a little bit. So let's actually continue talking about that a bit. The jungle, from what we saw, seemed to be the primary driving force in that first set. We were talking about the 10 bans. Do you think that we could see that same priority in this next match?
Yeah, I think I remember second game, you were even surprised about that Rumble pick, right? Because I was scrambling my head. I was like, wait a minute. They need an AD jungler. There's nothing up. Maybe they played Jarvan. What's going on here? But it just seemed like, bring that Rumble jungle back. We haven't seen that in quite some time. So jungle flexibility is going to be a big key point here. Joydra has shown that he can play those tank junglers, that he can, like, maybe even Gragas. You never know if he's going to come right back in. We've seen it from Dardoch as well. So I would like to see something from Joydra. Lee Sin's just a big contested pick for me here.
I think, like, across the board, though, it's not just jungle. Jungle can be exploited. If everyone's a Lee Sin main, nobody's a Lee Sin main. It'll just be permanently banned. So, yes, jungle can be challenged, but so can top lane, so can support, which is the two big roles the LCK has challenged, and they've been trying to take them away a lot. So if you have an increased champion pool in those two roles, there's a chance you get pushed to the wire. But this is also Rookie against Icon, and I would imagine that mid lane would be surprisingly quite a big focus in this one.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a huge matchup. I mean, Rookie has been so good for so long, and his opponent Icon, he's going to be in for a little bit of trouble if Rookie shows up at top form in day one.
I don't know, man. It's Rookie. I mean, it's Icon. He is so good. I mean, he makes a lot of great plays. And so I remember his LeBlanc was fantastic, but guess what? That's banned every game.
Yeah.
So I want to see
Except for the set one for some reason. Not picked or banned. I don't understand.
It was hovered, in fact.
I mean, hover. I want to see more than just the hover. So we'll see what happens here.
So taking a look at the lineup, of course, Duke in the top lane, Kid in the jungle, Rookie in the mid lane, Marge and Megan in the AD carry and support. For OMG, you've got Shi Young in the top, Shui Shui in the jungle, Icon in the mid lane, along with SMLZ and 5 as his support.
Yeah, that's a bit of a change that we saw from IG here, is that Kid did rename to Kid. I don't know why. There's no reason. Kid Squared is also an option, but of course you don't have that option. But that's a little funny to me, but yeah, he's good. That's all. Just a small point I want to put in.
Yeah, and of course Kid has Duke flanking him now, so we do have to look, once again, we said IG previously and historically have had that strong top side of the map. You would expect that by adding Duke, a world champion, to it, that the top lane gets stronger. And I mean, we could pull the Marin approach. We could say, hey, I expected a lot from LGD, but Marin just relentlessly and tried his absolute hardest to feed. Went back to the LCK and started performing again. But Duke shouldn't do that because he's got Rookie that'll pressure the heck out of mid.
And just as a small point, because it's the beginning of Split, everyone's going to give themselves a pat on the back and a few compliments. But Jackie Love did say a lot of great things about Duke, saying, first time I saw Duke, he came into the house, he was very communicative. So that's a very big point. He's able to communicate with his team, or at least very enthusiastic. So we'll see how that works for them. He's a very stable top laner. We're not going to see his crazy Renekton's as we saw with Marin. So that's exactly what they need. They need stability in that top lane.
To be fair, though, they were pretty fantastic to watch. Same thing whenever we would break out the Fiora. Anyways, I'm reminiscing about the past instead of focusing on the present. Duke, the man on your screen right now, we'll have to see if his communication can work with the rest of his team. Presumably, he's going to be doing a lot of that through Rookie, who has been on the team and speaking Chinese for quite some time.
And that's the really important part here. Duke's communications will still be in Korean. He is fresh to the Chinese server, and learning Mandarin will take quite a while. Right? He will have people teaching him. He'll learn quickly as he goes, much like EasyHoon did within a split, which is actually really impressive. But Rookie's fluent. Rookie streams in Mandarin. He is the perfect translator for Duke to actually communicate with the rest of the team. This does mean, though, that if he wants to talk to Kid, Duke has to go through rookie to kid, and it can get a little bit wishy-washy there.
Yeah, that's going to be a really big question mark. Whenever you do see a Korean jungler tied up with, honestly, even if it's an English top laner or just vice versa, there is always going to be a bit of miscommunication. We saw that a lot of the times when it came to Kespa Cup, not Kespa Cup, IEM with like Flame and Dardoch. It happens, and so maybe kids can. He was already playing through mid. Maybe that's just a very big confident point for him.
I'll tell you where he wasn't playing, through bottom.
Yeah, that's no one. IG, that's something that you have to say before you get into the IG team, a contract, and you're like, I will never play through the bottom lane. Or if you're a bot lane, you're like, I will try my hardest not to feed.
It's like the Lion King, you know, it's where the sun doesn't touch in the bottom lane area. You actively avoid that area.
We don't go there.
That place where the shadows lie.
Yeah.
Their opponents on the other side, though, OMG, they don't exactly have to worry about those communication problems that we might see IG experience.
I mean, they've been pretty solid with that, all Chinese lineup. They've been really consistent on that. I like the fact that they're consistent. When it comes to OMG, this is what sucks. Because I think everything about OMG is great. I think like consistent roster, consistent organization, everything is fantastic except for the fact that they lose. So I just want to see something happen there. They got to learn their lesson, and they technically were, but you got to learn your lesson and get a win.
Yeah, and I mean, staying as a Chinese roster, firstly, does that actually help you win, or does that just make a statement when you know that you're going to have a better chance against all of these other Koreans, support staffs and players with having them yourself? And to me, it's actually about retaining fans. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's just what OMG wanted.
Maybe.
They wanted to say that we were the premier Chinese-only side, and as a result of that, it's a very slow climb towards being a good team again. But I think with the 5 that they have, they've shown by keeping the same roster that they want to be consistent. They want to actually grow this team into once again becoming a premier side.
And that's a very scary road to cross if you're just taking that slow road, because a split is as fast as it can be, very, very quickly. It goes by super fast, and so if you're growing, you're like, pat on the back. Every scrim is a fantastic is a growing period, but then you just keep losing games. They stack up, go into the next split. You're just not learning fast enough, and then teams are just stacking their roster even stronger. You're like, wait a minute, are we even growing if they just get stronger?
Well, to be fair, that is a misconception that I actually also had as we start to get into Champion Select. Raz, thank you so much for joining us on this analyst desk. Of course, he will be back later as we get further into these games. But Rusty, this was a bit of a misconception that I had. We aren't losing the Koreans in the LPL. We have just about the exact same number. We're just seeing a bit more of the bigger names come in and out.
Correct. So we have, in a way, recycled the Koreans to be new ones. So by switching out, we've now got Duke as an example. We've lost a couple of them. We've actually picked up Bengi as well. And as a result of this, yes, everybody assumed that we were losing all of our Koreans, when in fact we were actually just
swapping them out. Yeah. Like when a car breaks down, you got to put it in a new part. Not that the Koreans were breaking down.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say that we have the new model either, which is my next point, because they're still fantastic players performing well over in the LCK.
Yes, but as you can see, picks and bans have begun between IG and OMG. Jace banned away, along with Elise and Malzahar. Meanwhile, that Camille still going to be banned away, her 3rd so far in the LPL, along with Rek'Sai as OMG look for their 6th and final ban of this first phase.
Yeah, Elise actually being banned away is a standout to me. I don't think it's necessary to be banned in the first place, but they have gone for that. Lee Sin still exists, and we already mentioned that everybody's a Lee Sin main. I'm pretty sure Kid's the only one that really isn't. And in this offseason, perhaps he has started to play it, but at this stage, it's free and available.
That Syndra is going to be the final ban, but now it's time to see if Kid is going to be taking that Lee Sin. Oh, but you know what did get through? Rengar.
Exactly right. So they don't have to ban the Lee Sin if the Rengar is available. Of course, going to be very high on that priority list, and something that you would expect OMG should have taken away, but they put higher priority on Syndra, who, even though has seen a couple of slight changes in this patch, is still an overwhelmingly strong middle lane option.
Yeah, well, you've got to imagine it's also Rookie. So if you give someone like Syndra to Rookie, you're just asking for a bad time. But the follow-up is going to be Maokai and Ashe for SMLZ and Xiong.
Okay, this is ridiculous.
And
let's ban the Syndra and leave open LeBlanc after they've locked in Rengar. I am just so confused. IG, even though we're going into another ban phase, now that Varus pick to me is questionable, they should have just went for something like a Tahm Kench, I think, to keep the AD carry or the mid laner or someone alive from the Ash Arrows or the major engage tool that OMG have presented for themselves. So when we move towards this next ban phase, very curious to see what they get rid of.
Yeah, OMG have still got their final pick. Icon going to have to deal with that LeBlanc in the mid lane. He's currently giving Ryze a look over as he decides to lock it in for himself. Sure, he's got point and click, but you can't stop LeBlanc while she's distorting forward anymore. So if he lines it up, he's still going to do damage.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if he goes for the Courage of the Colossus build. Of course, gives him a guaranteed shield when he presses W, so he might be able to trade with LeBlanc better. Will still scale extremely well, where Rookie's wave clear is nice on LeBlanc. His damage will be good on carries, but perhaps not onto Icon specifically. As the game continues, Xiang will be able to prevent a lot of damage. Not knowing the rest of OMG's comp, I'm expecting something like the Lee Sin to crop up.
Looking at the next bans, it is going to be Trundle taken away, as Duke is still up in that top lane and Megan still needs the support for himself. That Varus going to be left on an island for quite some time unless Kid shows that IG has changed. And we're not really expecting them to too much, as Kha'Zix is the follow-up ban for IG.
Yeah, interesting decision as well, going for that Kha'Zix ban. I guess the Trundle in particular with it, knowing who they're against in the top lane, trying to push themselves into a matchup that they would like by getting rid of the Trundle. They're acknowledging Duke is entirely capable of this and they want the Nautilus or something a little bit less split pushy to be against. So ideally, Xiang plays against the tank. In saying that, Jace is still available. There are still options there.
Yeah, Lee Sin is going to be the final ban away, as that's Shui being targeted instead of 5. But that's Ashe and Zyra now locked in for OMG's bottom lane against a very immobile Varus, though you said that Tahm Kench is still open, and it is locked in.
Yeah, the Nami ban, I was going to say, from OMG is curious. They locked in the Zyra, acknowledging the fact, right, that Zyra wants to be picked. They can get rid of Nami, sustains their lane control from the Varus. He can get through a lot of the poke from the Ashe. I mean, I don't understand why they banned the Nami, to be fair, when we already said Tahm Kench is there and available.
Yeah. Well, Singed is going to be the next pickup for Duke in the top lane, leaving a jungler for OMG. 10 seconds left. Graves looks like it was the hover. Quick toss over to J4 just to give us a smile, but it is going to be the cigarless shotgunner running throughout the jungle.
Yeah, so they pick Wave Clear. Again, the Lee Sin supplement, I suppose. He'll be able to clear fast, can keep up with Kid to an extent on that Rengar. And their gank timing should be reasonably similar, but they've now got Duke to contend with OMG. Xiang will be okay early. His wave clear's not that great, and we have to question how Duke's going to play the lane out. Will he proxy, and will that bring Jue up there? And in that case, maybe if Kid invades, things could change and strategies could completely alter. Yeah,
there's now even the added, again, this is 7.1 LeBlanc, so she does have the Mimic. So she can toss that clone out across the map and just really play mind games. I'm excited to see if that's what he actually ends up doing with that, or if he just holds on to it and starts trying to pop double distortions for bonus damage.
There has been some very successful mind games I've at the very least seen in solo queue. It's ultimately super confusing when you're in the heat of the moment actually fighting people. So Rookie, no slouch when it comes to mechanical capabilities, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some big plays from what is a very big player.
Yeah, you can see him on your screen right now, giving a smile to the rest of his team as he gets ready to load onto the Rift for game number 1 for Invictus Gaming. Now, the last time these two teams played was, I believe, 226 days ago in the spring split. Very, very long time since last... yes, I was wrong. 227 days ago in the summer split. So it's been a very long time since we've seen the two of them clash.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, very much premier organizations within the LPL region. So seeing them clash brings out the fans, no doubt.
Lots of fans for IG, even more for OMG as they get ready to load on with these compositions. It's double assassin plus a very self-sustaining bottom lane and a high-pressure proxy top lane. Trying to deal with some mobility, some poke, some harass, and Graves.
And from the looks of it, while we have the team compositions now available just on your screens, we have to highlight Invictus Gaming first and communicate how they're going to play that game out, because it's all about not fighting you directly unless they want to.
Yeah, as we load onto the Rift for game number 1, this is Invictus Gaming taking on OMG in Spring Split 2017 of the LPL. But to continue following on with that point about IG, they are going to look to get big. Somebody on their team is going to get big. It's going to be LeBlanc, it's going to be Rengar, or it's going to be Singed, and I really don't see a lot of ways to stop that.
Well, I mean, knowing IG, it will be Rookie.
Yeah.
There's no real way around who it's going to be. Their strategies have always been about getting Rookie ahead. LeBlanc, very easy champion to do that. And once again, let's bring this back to their composition, right? So there's a Singed.
Yeah.
Singed doesn't really want to team fight unless Singed has to. So best case scenario is he's just being an absolute menace. Might go Rot Portal, sit in the top lane with 3 Dark Seals and a Corrupting Potion for about 15 minutes. And just have a great time laughing constantly.
Yeah.
That's his goal. Maokai wants to actually be involved, get some good teleport plays off and be a part of the team, which is where the Ashe crops up for OMG as well. So opposite styles through the top lane. We go to the jungle position, and Rengar, he wants to gank people. He definitely wants to get things done. If they can kill the Maokai, then Singed is in an even better position. But if they can get Rookie ahead, then they're even better off than if the Singed was. Because Rookie can go everywhere and pivot from that middle lane.
Yeah. And he's Rookie. He's got the name factor.
That.
Not to say that like Duke doesn't have a name factor. You always got to wonder about that. As an ex-pro player, do you ever let the names of your opponents change how you play against them?
I turn names off. That was my solution to it. Yeah, playing in LAN events, even if you turn names off, you're in a booth that's generally soundproof or you can't hear anything.
Ooh, Ignite, but the chain missed. Rookie used his distortion and is forced to flash away.
He should not have. He's about to get a kill to minions.
Oh, gosh! Oh! You could even hear the audience in the background watching.
Rookie could have turned around and auto-attacked and got a kill. Because Icon had about 10 health remaining. And on a player that we call the Hitman of the LPL, who comes around and takes everybody out, usually in a one-on-one, he makes a big mistake.
He almost had it. Was right next to that hitbox on the ethereal chain, but Kid is going to be right next to Shui Shui in the jungle as blue buff is picked up. But Shui Shui with the early roam to mid lane only just now gets level 3 as Kid heads back in, waiting for the recall of that Rise. It's a slow walk back up mid, though.
Yeah, being forced out that early. Rookie will also have to recall once Icon comes back, so it will match. And these mid laners are effectively just not going to see each other as much as they would like anymore. Best case scenario for Rookie is that he just, trades well and then recalls, so that he's got a potion advantage. Refillable's not that efficient. And because he's got a stack of minions, he should get this successfully under the turret. Icon, stop it.
He was looking for it.
I don't know what he was looking for.
But Kid instead just returns to his side of the jungle as Shui Shui heads around, spotted out by a ward. Kid now going to head on down to Krugs. We'll see if Shui Shui, Kid? Is it the double names?
We're going to commit to calling him just Kid.
Okay.
Because he has been called Kid for a long time.
Yes.
We don't need to say Kid. It feels redundant, and I don't know what Tue means. So
Yeah,
we're going to call
that's a
him
good
his full name.
Ward over the wall as Kid now hides just outside of vision. He's going to wait a little bit for that Graves to head back out before starting back in. And, yeah, now we can see that. But Shui, or I guess he actually is Shui.
He's Shui, yeah.
We'll go ahead and opt for that recall then.
Now, one other place, and the reason that the Graves is able to do this, he who shall not be named, is able to actually push in, is because Ashe and Zyra will win this lane. They picked the Tahm Kench as a tool outside of the laning phase, so they're able to actually eat somebody up if they get hit by the Ashe arrow or get hit by the Zyra E, and keep them alive and put them into a safe place. Through laning phase, against an Ashe W and a Zyra poke, there's just no chance they win that until at least an item.
That's Duke now using his teleport to get back in the top lane as the fan vote on the bottom of your screen is split right down the middle. 49% for IG, 51% for OMG.
I think the fans learned their lesson after voting for RNG so heavily.
Yeah.
Keep it 50-50.
Yeah,
There's a better chance we get it right.
Hedge your bets, try to keep it even. But Rookie continuing to farm up in that mid lane, taking a look. So far, we've been watching the junglers.
He did it as well. He went 3 Dark Seals.
Oh my goodness, he did.
I said it half joking.
So I actually had to ask you this earlier today. In LCK, we already saw Singed with 2 Dark Seals because the healing potion, the healing bonus, is not unique.
The potion healing bonus is.
Yes.
We're watching a little bit of a tip first.
Ooh, flash from Shui Shui. Rookie gets in. Going to try to follow up with the chain and gets it before popping right back away from Icon, who's trying to clean it up. But Rookie is kiting it out. Standing in the way is Kid.
Icon.
Body blocking. And Icon Gets too greedy for his own good.
He had no choice, though, really. He could have tried to run away, but he was very much in for the kill, and all he could see was red. And now all he can see is grey, because he made a big mechanical mistake more than once.
Yeah.
It was played well by Rookie. Kid did really well to actually body block, and it was smart movements, but it's not going to be enough. Icon could have actually just pressed E twice on Rookie and Q'd Kid to make sure it bounced, but he went for the kill instead. It was a harder option, but it didn't work.
Trying to go for the upfront damage instead of the smart follow-up could give us a little bit of insight into how these players are thinking with the pressure of this match on the line.
You want to talk about pressure. He still has 3 Dark Seals on his Singed. That man has no pressure when it comes to what's on his shoulders.
To clarify, you get the plus 15% on
Increased
each of
healing
those.
from potions.
So that's a
stats.
bonus 45%
Yeah.
effective health from potions.
So he may go towards the Corrupting Potion so that it heals for an extra amount and he gets extra stacks on it. He might just keep it at the refillable and recall often. We'll see how he does.
Kid is already level 6 and immediately turns in onto Icon, stacking up the AoE. Rookie gets one before
Rookie's
being
dead.
snared and dropped down. That's 5 who gets the kill. Ooh.
Hey, I'd be okay with that if I was the Zyra. Still going
Yeah.
to do a lot of damage. Icon will scale perfectly fine just by getting the wave, pushing it in, and being able to reset. Rookie gets the kill instead of Kid as well, I believe. So that's a pretty big LeBlanc that they have to contend with. But LeBlanc changes from quite a while ago means that he could not go straight back to the Distort, and he does fall down. So well done from 5 in the first place to be able to hit those Thorns.
That's Icon now back in the mid lane as Kid catches those minions. Duke continuing to be singed. And yeah, it's exciting to see that Kid and Rookie are so aggressive. They're pulling the trigger almost immediately on the whim.
And the important thing there is that Kid is with Rookie
Yeah.
doing all of these things. Rengar pretty good at ganking near middle lane, but LeBlanc also very good at rotating from middle lane, pivoting elsewhere on the map, and that's what they're utilizing. Kid and Rookie going in tandem to actually make plays elsewhere, catch people off guard, and push where their advantages lie, and not helping bottom lane, where they're at a disadvantage, which is this time around smart.
Yeah.
And that's Kid's on record saying that that's how he's going to play as a jungler on Summoner's Rift. If he finds someone with a lead, he goes there.
Well, that could just be a little bit of a mind game.
I
I want to set the expectation.
For a whole split, it's not just a mind game. He knows what he wants.
Okay, so that's Rookie picking up blue buff for himself. Very intelligent play to know the damage of that new LeBlanc. She was only changed, I believe, 2 months ago, so already very well experienced on it. Not too much change, but you just got to learn the damage of her new Shatter.
I mean, for those at home, it's pretty hard to learn LeBlanc when she's permanently banned.
Yeah, that too.
So I'd imagine he's got quite a fair bit of practice in scrims or something like that. But yeah, Rookie definitely showing his capabilities on the champion. Icon floundering a little bit, unfortunately,
Yeah.
and conversely to how Rookie is performing.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we're only seeing about a 9, maybe 10 CS deficit. SMLZ is going to open up as he catches these minions when they shove back in. As Icon will catch blue buff for himself in the mid lane to try to alleviate some of this pressure that Rookie's putting out. But so far, things are relatively calm outside of Rookie and Kid's lust for blood.
Yeah, Icon also making a movement there, looking at blue buff. One of the best times to gank if you're going to make a play like that is transitioning from the blue buff where they assume you're coming back to lane. Here they go.
Oh, there goes the Realm Warp bottom. They're going to try to get over the wall. Arrow still catches Megan. Marge just might have to leave him for dead. As there's a teleport in the back, Megan finally falls. Marge already used that Chain of Corruption. They're trying to go in. Duke is in, but it's 5 versus 4.
Rookie.
That's a huge distortion. Can he get the Shatter to drop onto everyone? Rookie drops away, but Xiong follows. Chain lets him escape. Meanwhile, Kid cleans up 1. Make that 2 as he continues following up Duke with the fling, with the laugh.
No.
Oh, gets snared under the turret. Oh, and dies in the meanwhile. Xiong eats some damage. Arrow and Rookie are going to clean up the kill. That is 4 for, I believe, is that 2?
That's 1.
4 for 2 because Tahm Kench also died.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
so he revived quick enough. But that's honestly, IG, as an end result of that fight, they're here to play. Rookie has shown up massive as a result. And Megan, yeah, they do a lot of damage. It takes a little while to kill him. And Kid comes in to do enough damage. This compensates because it's onto Icon. This is the big play. That hits everybody. Unfortunately, the Q doesn't bounce, because I was just seeing pentakills everywhere. But the fact that Rookie lives as well means that the rest of the team's able to do their work. He'd already done his part, and then he comes in once again to help secure another kill. As Duke, look, Dark Seals aren't going to help you stay alive when you're actually team fighting. But, once again, very impressive from IG.
Yeah, I really appreciated how surprised you were that he actually completed the teleport instead of continuing to shove and split push.
It was more, yeah, so Tahm Kench died, and
Yeah.
I didn't expect them to commit to the fight once he was already dead, but they did use a lot to secure him. So, once again, yes, that was confusing. I mean, it was the fake that took the Q,
Yeah.
but it just looked very classy from Rookie. What a magician.
Just showing as much as you can. So I believe there is also a something that we are aware of with LeBlanc is that if you put the Sigil of Malice on multiple targets, and then LeBlanc tosses out her Orb of Destruction, I believe it is the Shadow Orb now, and then leaves the 1,200 unit range,
All right.
it will not bounce.
I had no idea where you were going with that one, but
So
I'm with you now.
She only bounces her Q if LeBlanc is within 1,200. I think it's 1,200.
It's 1,100.
1,100 units of target.
That's a fun fact.
Yeah.
If we ever see that happen,
So
from
that
Rookie,
might have
then
been what happened. He hopped in, tossed out the Q,
No,
but
it
then
was
immediately popped back.
Not that time.
Okay.
It was just delay, so you have to wait the period before it bounces. Yeah.
But instead, they will walk out with their lives. Looks like Kid trying to start out with that. SMLZ going to look for the kill,
Here
but
comes
instead eats a lot
Kid.
of damage. But Kid's on the hunt. He just needs to hop in. Oh, SMLZ is actually the closest target despite the exhaust. 5 gets followed up on. Flash dodges the chains, but Ignite, and then the walk away from Rookie to clean it up.
And he's even going to get out alive here, you would imagine. Looks like he might potentially even want more.
Yeah, looks like we were just a little bit out of sync with the actual screen there. I apologize. There is the Ignite and the cleanup for the kill.
We're prophets.
Yes,
Just want to make that clear. We're definitely prophets.
we are looking ahead, but that is Shui obliterating poor Rookie on his way out.
Now, Rookie could have lived.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. He got hungry. He wanted another kill on Shui. For some reason, he wanted to try and fight the full health Graves. Yeah. Doesn't exactly do the right thing.
yeah. Meanwhile, Duke continuing to farm up in that top lane. 3 Dark Seals. What does he buy next? Ruby Crystal into Giant's Belt, and then Giant's Belt straight into
It
Sunfire?
really just depends what he wants, right? You could go Sunfire, you could go GLP 800 if you're feeling a bit risque. He's already committed to 3 Dark Seals. He's not exactly slot efficient when it comes to buying wards or
Yeah.
items. So, honestly, just do your best, Singed. When someone commits to 3 of them, I have some serious questions.
I'm going to say that from now on. What's he doing? His best. That's it.
That's all you can really ask for, right?
Alrighty, so 9-4 right now for Invictus Gaming as they're about 2,500 gold ahead. Rookie 10 CS ahead, but 5 of his team kills. Kid, I keep saying Kid, 3-0-6. 5 follows up with some aggression onto Megan before just hopping away.
And gives him a no reply as well,
Yeah.
so forces him out. Unfortunately, Marge is nearby to apply some damage of his own. This is actually an interesting point of the game where Spirit Visage has been fully equipped now for Xiang. So in terms of the damage that IG will deal to him, Singed is irrelevant to him now. It's just minions and general annoyance that he has to deal with. If he gets a teleport in, Rookie's not even a factor either. So go on to Marge, win the fight is honestly how OMG could play this one out right now. Maokai, when he's a tank, is pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, Duke is on a roam, but Shui now shows himself bottom. That red buff is essentially forfeit. But let's see if OMG can make something happen on the other side. This side of the jungle has already been cleared. They hop over the wall towards the dragon before roaming towards the mid lane. Is Rookie going to be able to get out of this? Point and click. That's all it takes.
Still looking for that first
There
turret.
he is, outside of the range of the turret, however, so he gets out.
Yeah, and just another general trade. Hitting level 11 also. Rookie's doing a lot of damage. They should go for this, actually.
Yeah, Rookie goes in, finds Icon, procs a lot of damage before being locked down over the wall. Flash, and he gets away from the collateral damage. Shui is exhausted, about to be consumed by Megan. Is he going to give the kill? No, he's not quite. 11-4 as IG turn OMG's play on its head.
Now, these two in the bottom lane have fought, if you're wondering why there's nothing available for either of them. But they're both alive. In saying that, SMLZ does not have his support. Marge does.
Is Megan going to try to go for it? Oh, this is going to be slow. Oh, he could have. Maybe.
All right,
Whoa.
5 shows up at the right time, so
Snare catches Megan.
don't think he'll die.
He doesn't have the gray health. There he goes. Now just getting it back, so he will be able to shield back, but Marge gets to stay in lane and keep pushing.
And whilst we're looking at the AD carries as well, they will get the Drake for free here. Marge has opted towards a different AD carry Varus build to what we saw earlier in the day. This is more the ADC equivalent that we've been seeing in the LCK. More cooldown reduction.
Yo, Marge!
He was shopping,
Yeah,
and now he's dead.
got caught window shopping.
So now we can buy the item that he was that I was just talking about. Thank you for that one, Marge.
It's more efficient than taking the full 8 seconds.
Except that he's still dead for another 20. Now, what this does do, though, Dom, is that it's basically Ashe.
Yeah.
Instead of going for the I can kill tanks, I can kill the Maokai build, they've got an AD carry on the other side of OMG in Juejue. So he's going to go towards the CDR build opposed to the shredding of health.
We do have a turret race. Ooh, and it is picked up. First turret goes over to OMG as Rookie and Kid will try to capitalize by taking down the mid tier 1. Ping's now down onto that bottom tier 2. OMG are grouped as 4. They've got level 1 Realm Orb.
I don't think they have enough damage to kill the Maokai. No matter what, I still feel like he'll walk away unless Rengar just comes in and bops him.
Yeah, that's the flash. Rookie does a lot, but that's a full Spirit Visage. There goes Rengar. They're trying to get in there. Megan's joined up as well. 2 turrets deep, and they escape. They don't have any minions for the tier 1, however.
Yeah, that was pretty Lord of the Rings from them, honestly. that was a lot of effort, right? And a lot of time wasted just to kill the giant tree. But it also gives OMG the availability to now rotate around the map. They've gone from bottom to mid. They're looking for a second turret.
Yeah, Isengard is falling right now as OMG shove forward. Rookie's in the back with Megan, and there
Ooh,
goes
that's
the snare.
on.
Catches SMLZ. Rookie eats an arrow, but gets pulled right back out, and SMLZ gets away from the chain before being locked down. However, Duke is still top.
Did you know the chain still locks on?
Yeah.
Like Tom Kench ate him, and the chain just stayed out of his mouth.
Yep.
To lock down the Ashe. That's pretty cool. They don't actually get what they're looking for. OMG do, however. And so now another turret goes down. They should eventually get that top lane turret whenever Duke's done having a laugh. And so that's still effectively a trade. But when you look at what happened in that bottom lane, I still think it actually comes out as a really big favorable moment, honestly, for OMG.
So that is 2 turrets for 2 turrets. Top and mid versus mid and bottom.
Yeah.
Along with 1 for 1 in terms of kills. But OMG, as you said, they've got the momentum now.
So the reason that I say it's favorable is like IG still have a gold lead, right? They're still in control of Summoner's Rift. They've still got the big jungle mid lane combo. But OMG trading equally when from a negative position is actually still a positive outcome for them theoretically.
Have to see
Except
if they
Five
can
is
go
dead.
for it. Oh, he's running away. But Kid is on the prowl. He's got a lot of time. There goes the Realm Orb. He's leaving the turret, in fact.
Very scared of the
Oh,
R-bot.
but guess who he's found now? SMLZ.
Look at
SMLZ knows.
He's so far behind his turret.
Shui now is the target. He sees the icon.
Oh, Rengar's so broken.
Rookie's now using this opportunity to push towards the bottom. All it took was Rengar ultimate to zone people away, and that's Rookie with a full minion wave onto a turret.
He sent 2 of them to base.
Yeah.
He didn't even touch them. And then Ashe in the middle lane's just asking where his team is. Rookie won't get it yet. It'll take another wave, so Icon will still respond in time. But that is a lot of damage to a structure that won't regenerate health. Basically just by pressing R. There wasn't even a Drake.
They're trying to look for this blue buff right now. They drop a control ward, but Shui will take that blue. In the meanwhile, the pressure from IG frees up Rookie to finish off that bottom tier 1. Now the 3rd turret for IG. 20 minutes in, 4,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and this is starting to hit that really dangerous point for OMG. IG running away with the game. We could bring this back to draft phase, but I'm not going to until the game does in fact end. OMG need to actually make something happen around this middle game. I suppose power spike that they should have just based off their team composition. Ashe needs to hit those arrows. But instead, SMLZ is going for the offensive build, wants to deal damage, doesn't have the cooldown reduction. And so there won't be very many arrows to speak of.
Things slowing down just a little bit now as IG managed to get a pretty big buy.
He is doing it. The worst kind of singed. So Righteous Glory.
Yeah,
obviously it makes sense. You want to get the move speed running towards champions to fling them. Also has the slow application at the end, so you can slow people down. And Singed wants both of those things, but he's also going Rot Portal. And, you know, 7.1, they actually buffed Rot Portal's damage to structures. They reduced the duration of it by 30 seconds.
And the range.
And the cooldown and the range. So they've, like, you call it a nerf, but it's actually just a change.
Yeah.
And overall a buff.
It's
for
no
a
longer
Singed.
like drop it super far back in the lane and let it just push for you. Now it's a very concentrated sieging device.
But that's why it's a buff for a Singed. So the way that a Singed plays is he's behind your turret. And you as the Maokai, in this case, can choose to fight him and kill him, which is a free kill eventually. It'll just take a while. Or you can kill the minions. And the Rot minions, if you leave them and fight the Singed, will actually just take the turrets now.
Yeah. He is going to finish that off and drops it down at his own turret. So he's actually not currently using it as a sieging device. He's
Means he
using it
wants
to
to leave.
hold the top tier 1.
Yeah. So if both of them leave lane, Singed lane will auto push and he will win the lane as a result of this. It'll make a slow push as well.
Oh, is Xiong going to walk under and... Oh, he was looking so dedicated. I just wanted to see him walk under the turret, clear it under the turret, and then leave. But instead decides to back away. Dragon's up now in 20 seconds. So if a fight breaks out, that Z-Rot portal is going to do some serious damage to the minion wave and allow Duke to put some pressure on that top lane, despite not even being there.
And you have to feel like the hope is starting to dwindle for OMG. Realistically, their winning lane in terms of pressure in the bottom lane doesn't exist anymore. Varus still farmed equally as well as the Ashe, so they come out equal in a lane that was their worst of 3. Kid's fed. Top lane is the Singed and Rookie is also fed. Icon is super far behind in what was meant to be one of our heavy-hitting matchups. And IG just able to play 1-3-1, push them around the entire map, just take everything piece by piece until it all falls together.
Question is, how long is that going to take for them to close this game out, as we now are at 23 minutes, 2 Dragons, 4 IG, and OMG now find themselves with really nothing to fight. You can't exactly break down that top tier 1 with Duke up there.
Here's the thing as well, speaking of these, so disregard them fighting each other. It's that you have to build a Rot Portal to beat a Rot Portal.
Yeah.
And so that is where Xiong's going towards now. Forces him towards an item I don't know if he necessarily wants, but it will be okay to have.
Rookie heading towards the top lane. Very optimistically, but he's going to be spotted out by a sapling and a few wards. Meanwhile, Marge, not Megan, is going to be the one clearing out some wards as Duke he's having a great time. Look at the smile on his face in the camera on the left. He's just, I'm pushing. There's nothing he can do.
I'm in the LPL. This is great. Everything's great. I get to play Singed here. Take that, Coma.
The rest. The rest of OMG.
SKT's coach is just shaking their head at LCK at the moment watching this.
The rest of OMG, we're looking for a bit of a death bush in their own jungle by the Raptor camp. But Invictus Gaming not going to fall for it. Rookie roaming around, finds 5, and then gets, whoa, right back out. Xiong catches him with the snare. That is going to be the tether. But Megan joins up, and Kid now heads forward to clear out those wards. Uh-oh. Arrow.
He's got the W.
Oh,
yeah.
Great clear from Kid. That is amazing.
Yeah, he really pressed that W button real well, Dom. I love that champion so much. He's got his Deadman's plate too, so as if he wasn't like stunned, he's also impossibly fast to catch.
Yeah.
And OMG, not having the Ashe Arrow, not having the cooldown reduction in the Ashe build. That's their engage missing.
Well, hitting, but not doing anything.
Okay, Dad, their engage is currently not present.
Yes.
Sorry, Dad.
Now things nice and slow as, again, we can see Megan fighting for vision on the backside of red again and again and again before finally going for a recall. Now Kid is on the invade.
So I guess we
a quick word.
have to look at what are we waiting for OMG. If I was in this team, how do we win the game? 60 minutes is my answer. And if they get another one team fight, 70 minutes is the answer. We just have to wait. It's a Ryze that scales. Graves will do a lot of damage, and Ashe will also be super relevant late game. But you have to just hold on. They have no control of vision on the top side of the map. That's where the Baron's present. They have to start showing it up. But it's really hard to walk into IG's team composition and come out on the other side alive with the vision placed.
So you can see Xiong and Duke now swapped over towards that bottom side of the map, which leaves Marge and Megan in the mid lane and top side jungle to keep on pressuring OMG, but they just haven't been able to find anything quite yet.
And SMLZ's counting his blessings that he just hasn't heard the Rengar ultimate noise in a while. At this stage in the game.
I love how you could just, by watching the minimap, whoa! Oh, that hit Rookie!
Oh, no, Rookie,
oh,
what have you done? No! He got hit by it and then went back to Icon to say, go at, have at it, do your damage.
He buffered the return distortion when he got hit by
And he
the
has
backline.
Zonias.
Oh, tragic.
I mean,
he started Wing forward and then knew it wouldn't be enough, so he kept on smashing the button.
I still feel like IG can win a team fight, weirdly enough, and I don't want to say that, but it feels like it's possible, as long as they actually protect Marge. A little bit of time on Rookie, but this is a really good opportunity for OMG to at least place vision, get control around the Baron area, and slow down, once again, the pace of this game to stop Invictus Gaming from being able to do anything at all, at least make them start the step process again from scratch.
Uh-oh. Looks like they might be trying to collapse on Marge and Megan, or instead just fighting over vision.
He actually had, like, 2 different ways out of that Rookie.
Yeah.
2.
He could have gone right, he could have gone left.
And he actually, and accidentally, did the
And he
single
went-
worst one.
Yeah, straight in line, and then popped back because
So
he
I
panicked.
think this comes back to the LeBlanc changes getting him again. The delay between distortion and being able to return back to it.
Ooh, Realm Warp. Oh! All 2 of them are able to escape back out as IG collapse. Despite all of the vision that OMG placed, the only thing, they know they've got Xiong for now. There they go. Now they see that it's
Yeah, but watch how the
moved over.
Zyra now reacts as well. It's the closest person, has to be super careful. Now they see.
Keeps on swapping back around, trying to set up. Rookie gets some damage onto 5. As Duke is going to head bottom, drop Zizirot, and probably join up with the rest of his team, or potentially keep shoving.
Yeah, Duke still has his teleport, so he can sit down in that bottom lane for a more prolonged period of time than just the rock portal placement. Now, top lane is also pushing, so Maokai has to go there first. And this means that someone's got to go bottom. Icon will be the one, I would imagine, that'll actually go down there. But by putting the Ryze bottom, again, we see the opportunities arise for the Baron pressure to at least be restated by IG.
There goes the Zizirot for Xiong. You can see now pressuring. Doesn't make it to the turret. That's the reduced range in action. So close, yet so far.
Yeah, but
Dragon.
it will help to keep it pushed,
Yes.
I would expect.
Yes, it will. And the minions should get some damage if nobody answers to it. You can see Duke is on his way up there right now. He actually used his Zizirot bottom, so he's going to have to clear that out before heading out to join with the rest of his team, which means OMG are grouped as 5, and IG have got a small window.
This is a second Infernal Drake they're going to be looking towards. OMG know that there's no point actually contesting this Drake. Instead, they're just going to go straight into the Baron pit and hit it and regret hitting it.
They're looking for Duke instead, but he's singed, so they're leaving.
I don't know
And
what
now
they're doing.
Xiong is caught. Can I...
Oh, SMLZ might be a little bit worried.
Oh, man. Kid is running around. He's still got SMLZ. He's thinking about it.
SMLZ's even standing in the front trying to bait him to go in.
Yeah.
And that was, honestly, I don't know. Like, maybe they thought there'd be no vision on the Baron.
It looked great.
That looked awesome.
Yeah. 5-man Realm Warp into Baron. And then immediate regret.
You know, Ashe does still have the arrow, so if they catch someone that isn't Duke or Kid, or Megan, or have Megan nearby, then they can engage.
And they're okay.
But that's the state of the game that we're in.
Yeah. Now all 3 of those wards are spotted. Kid going to clear out Scuttle first. Ooh, looking for the ward. Should still have enough time for the last one. Rookie. Ooh.
Ooh,
Whoa.
Okay.
Still drops the Ignite before Zhonya's, and Duke looks to follow it up and gift the kill over to Rookie before heading out. It's 5 versus 4 now.
Yeah, uses his Righteous Glory, uses his Randuin's Omen.
Yeah.
There is no escape for anybody that he chooses to catch. Crowd control or not, he's got his Mercury Treads. OMG are teleporting to try and stop this. A risky teleport, though.
Yeah, over the wall, there's Duke on the far side. It's going to take him some time to get there as Icon is the target. He's on the Realm Warp, but snared down and cannot escape because of the crowd control. SMLZ is being bullied by Kid, saying, somebody please peel, as Duke is going to clean up another kill with Rookie Xiong. The tank has just been kited expertly, and the threat management for IG is on point. That is 4 kills for nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to look towards their communication as they go back towards the Baron pit. Now it's a Zyra and Ashe alive, so there's no way to contest this one. The decisions from Invictus Gaming to fight, knowing the teleport was on a really poor positional flank, was incredibly smart. Again, the shot calling's there, the decision making and teamwork is evidenced, and Duke's teleport was also quite clever. So this is honestly good map movements from IG. And Maokai's caught. Marge ults him, walks down towards Icon. Marge doesn't even need to be a part of the communication because Rookie knows when it's time to actually go. Duke's just obnoxious. And Marge is starting to do a lot of damage. Xiong doesn't die quickly, but he is a Maokai, and when he's left alone, sooner or later, he will pop.
He certainly will, but now that's Baron at the 31-minute mark for Invictus Gaming. They've got some pretty big items, 2, 1, and 7 on their AD carry, 7, 3, and 6, and 5, 0, and 8 on Kid. Whew, I remember back in the day when this guy was an AD carry. This is impressive.
I think China wants to forget that time, but I'm glad we remember. Now, Duke sieging top lane, I don't think there's going to be much of an answer to a Baron-empowered siege on that side. The Rot Portal also going to help up there now. Rookie mid, Kid bottom. I mean, what's the answer here from OMG? Is
Rookie hops in before getting out. The arrow goes wide.
It hits the clone again.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is really clever play from Rookie. I don't know if he's intending this to happen every time he uses his clone, but it's soaking so much damage and really important spells.
Oh, that's Megan dropping the Abyssal Voyage as Kid just walks by and Icon is forced to ult away. Whoa, that damage from the Shatter is just so strong. And now there goes Megan, going to catch up with Marge. That's all 3 tier 2s cleared up in a single Baron buff, and now they're looking for the inhib.
Yeah, 32 minutes. They've decided that they can actually group up as 5 members, utilize that Baron buff, and start to siege their way through. The Q might have been that they actually have no Ashe Arrow, so they can afford to be as a group. Marge does a lot of poke. Megan can keep them alive, as we've mentioned before. And right now, OMG just holding on for dear life. They almost might be able to do this, yeah. I actually have to back away.
Yeah. Very low health on Rookie, low mana on Marge.
They just needed to calm down.
Yeah.
Like, the side waves were pushing for them. They didn't have to do it that wave. It could have been next wave.
Or the one after. They've still got Baron for a full minute.
Yeah.
However, Infernal Drake, their 3rd, is going to spawn in 60 seconds. What better way to cap off a game than with 3 Infernal Drakes on LeBlanc and Rengar?
Even Singed will just be lapping that up. Megan will be having a field day with his 3 Infernal Drakes on Tahm Kench. This is obnoxious.
Just eating people. 24% bonus damage. Holy cow.
They might even just hold the game off to get an Elder for the sake of it.
48%. No way.
The way IG are playing the game at the moment, super slow, super methodical, you know, taking no risks unless it's a Singed. And I don't blame them.
Can you really call that a risk, though, if
exactly.
If it's a Singed? There they go once again. Kid drops the ultimate before rushing in. Duke in the front, simply zoning away by standing there. Righteous Glory and then stand still. Rookie around the far side finds Shui Shui as the first inhibitor falls. Looks like that is a visual bug on the health bar on that inhib. It is dead. And with Baron still up for another few seconds, they get the minions onto the turret and look for the next one as Rookie gets some damage onto Xiong.
Yeah, Rookie's actually just dying to turrets at the moment, not actually damage from enemy champions. SMLZ again, no ultimate. It gets constantly used. Zyra, no ultimate. So their disengage, even their engage, is now completely lacking. And I do really challenge that Graves pick in this situation. They should have went for an earlier rotation of the Lee Sin that was taken away from them that we mentioned.
Instead, though, opting for, I believe it was the Rise before going for the
Ashe.
Different pick. Yeah, the Ashe. I wrote this down completely wrong.
Okay, Ashe Rise.
Yeah.
Good night.
As Rookie gets Shui Shui Woo, this is brutal. And there goes the Realm Warp to keep Kid away. This is savage. This is Invictus Gaming cleaning up.
Yeah, they're completely wiping the floor with OMG. And I said they're taking this slow. I feel like we're starting to hit a point where they can start speeding something up because they're just so big. Get in there.
Taking their time for it. Okay, so then they're going to siege this inhibitor and potentially look for a few more picks. While that's happening, let's take a look at OMG. What can they do moving into the next game to change this up so they don't...
Oh no,
well,
they're
I guess
fighting,
they're
though.
actually fighting now. Looking for the inhibitor turret. That's the first one falling. Duke zoning SMLZ5 and Icon in the back. Xiang in the front, forced to flash. Rookie forced to hop away from the ambient AoE damages. Marge looks for some damage. The inhib falls. Rookie doesn't quite get hit. As Kid preps a snare but tosses it out, doesn't find anything. So the inhibitor falls.
Yeah.
OMG are still floating.
But it was just brute forced as well. Nobody dead from the side of IG. Nobody even from OMG is actually passed to the other side at the moment either. They just walked at them and made them run away until the inhibitor was the closest target, and they took the inhibitor down. At this point in the game, I would be respecting them too if I was OMG. 3 Infernal Drakes on damage-dealing champions. Not a lot of answers available. At this stage, we're still waiting for the 70-minute mark. But there's no answer to the Singed, who actually has a GA. And that wasn't even popped either. They can't kill him.
We're halfway to that 70-minute mark. OMG have got plenty of time. So speaking of OMG then, this game is remarkably brutal. 17-6, nearly 3 times as many kills. 4 dragons, 2 inhibs down, plus a Baron, another one in 50 seconds. Let's look ahead. What can they do in game number 2? Is it a gameplay thing? Is this picks and bans?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It's definitely a pick ban question mark that we can raise about them, but we have to look beyond pick ban because of how they currently played this game is something we'll have to bring into question. They have 2 turrets. They have losing lanes, effectively. The Singed will outscale sooner or later the Maokai. Even starts at an advantage in a way and deals with tanks quite well. Singed very good into tanks. They are looking.
Flanking again. Kid on the hunt once again, but the Realm Warp pulls that squishy support back. Shui is separated on Icon, or Kid knows this. He's looking for someone, anything.
He's just keeping them all questioning because it's the last wave to push. Rise has wave clear, but Rookie.
Yeah, they're going to try to force the issue now. Kid finds Shui on the side, zones him away. Xiang in the front. Rookie in the front, eating a lot more damage as well. As they're traded back, Xiang gets tossed back. Megan ready to consume that very tanky Maokai as that's the first kill. Shui on the side drops to Kid, whose GA still hasn't been popped. As the Abyssal Voyage is going to bring Kench right back in. Icon gets knocked back before they finally get a kill onto Marge. But Duke zones 5 away. Rookie gets the chain. Oh, doesn't have enough damage. Duke tries to go in. Oh, but Rookie doesn't get the finishing blow. Finally, however, he does get the kill at the end. The Nexus will fall despite the Zerat portal. And that's IG taking game number 1 over OMG.
As far as game 1s go, I would say that was a pretty commanding start for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah.
They handled it expertly. They were patient, they were calm until the Nexus turret was in question. And look how badass he is as well.
that's the expression I expect every Singed player has, like, just another day in the base. Another day proxying 2 turrets deep.
Yeah, and a lot of questions for the side of OMG, but right now it's all praise for Invictus Gaming. Kid, yeah, I mean, we could say he just got Rengar, but he still played it well. And for somebody who, again, has transitioned from AD carry to jungle, has shown at least comfort in the role, in the position that he is now playing. So, good moves from Kid. Duke seems to have at least started well, joining his new side, and Rookie definitely mechanically still there, still showing the highest of capabilities right now.
Yeah, the Hitman that you were talking about earlier, Rookie, just even from level 3, demonstrating, hey, I want to kill you. That's really, really bad. Here you can see, take a look at some of the statistics. Overall, a 12,000 gold lead by the time the game ended, plus looks like 10 turrets. OMG took 2 in that entire game.
Yeah, and this comes back to that draft phase that we mentioned before. Singed will do well. The bottom lane was the only place where there might have been an issue, and we didn't really see Graves there because of how Kid was pressuring. He was constantly in places. They at least had it mapped out. That says a lot. And
yeah.
That shouldn't ever... Like, I know Zyra does a lot of damage. Don't get me wrong.
but again, with a Ryze, Graves, and Ashe.
Yeah, and Maokai almost outdamaged the Graves and the Ryze. That's the state of the game. And, like, I will bring it back again to draft later on, but, like, you can see reasons for why the Ryze and the Graves weren't able to do damage. The Graves is the standout to me. He should have been something else, I think, because it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and that feels like it's something that we saw a lot over the course of the game. Shui Shui would find opportunities, he would find windows, but he was always a step behind Kid, who just was teaming up with Rookie and picking up kills.
Yeah, I mean, Zhuezhui is a good jungler. He's definitely a sound jungler. He's come into his stride quite well by the end of the last year, but Kid was just leaps and bounds ahead. Kid and Rookie as a duo were leaps and bounds ahead of Zhuezhui and Icon, and this was a pretty clean and clear-cut victory from the middle lane and the jungle, respectively, reflecting the rest of the Rift.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while we were sort of expecting strong play from Rookie and, of course, Kid on that very strong Rengar, the bottom lane for IG also showed a lot of success. Despite being on a legitimate island, they still ended up only 10 CS down.
Yeah, and let's be clear. Success for IG's bottom lane is not dying.
Don't be.
Because the average for them is dying. But Baolan comes in, you know, Marge, Megan, they work together, and it was a very good duo in the way that the Taumkins can keep them alive. They weren't behind in CS, which is a surprising thing to say, honestly, considering the lane that they were against. Zyra and Ashe has a lot of pressure. Varus does poke well, but not that early in the game, and not against what he was up against. And so, yeah, you've got to give them credit. As far as the 2v2 went, as far as the bottom lane went, they did their part. They came into the mid game, came into the late game, and they still did a lot of work.
They certainly did. On the other side, though, OMG, it seemed like over the course of the game, they let the threat of Invictus Gaming just put out more pressure than Invictus Gaming actually did. I mean, as you mentioned, the one Rengar ultimate, let Rookie take a turret.
Yeah.
Should that have been the case? I feel like they could have attempted fighting or grouping.
I mean, by that point in the game, there wasn't a lot of options. The Rengar was the big member. He was 5-0 at that point in the game. So if he presses R, you respect that R button, you run the heck away and just hope that it's not actually you that he wants. And that he's not actually the closest to you, which is what we saw. Because when the icon comes above your head, you run away.
You turn around.
You actually run from your turret because it's not safe. Like, that's the state of the game that they were in. So it shouldn't do that much. And yes, they should be taking counteractive measures, OMG. They should be utilizing their team composition's engage tool, which is the Ashe and the Zyra working together. They should have a Maokai come in with a deep flank, and they should actually make that work. But every time that we saw them try and Maokai flank or Maokai teleport in, it was too slow, firstly. So we have to look at their team communication. Wasn't great. Besides that point, every time that they tried to actually get in, the flank was okay. IG would go the opposite direction to the Maokai and kill the other 4 because their team composition was 4 carries and a tank. And the tank was on a flank somewhere else. Like, he needed to actually be in front of his team, soaking it up.
There was that opportunity with the very early fight. I think it was actually one of the first fights of the game where it was full 5v5, and Rookie just got huge AoE on everyone with a big distortion. Even from that point, you started to see OMG just sort of fall apart in the course of that fight. Could we speak to the communication of that?
So to me, that fight was the game decider in a way. So Rookie getting that fed, the bottom lane getting, you know, in a position where they weren't losing. Like, if that went the other way and OMG actually won, that could have been OMG in the driver's seat actually having advantages and perhaps pushing that further. But because you get a LeBlanc, you get a Rengar ahead, you get a Singed ahead, things are never going to look the opposite direction. So whilst we said OMG should be making these plays, that one fight in bottom lane sets IG up perfectly. And to, like, go one step further than that, Duke teleported first.
Yes, he did. And he was able to get into the back line very quickly. But in addition to that, I mean, Duke was kind of on an island that entire game. Of course, that is the nature of Singed. Let's talk a little bit about picks and bans looking forward towards that next match then.
So, I think we're going to talk about MVP first.
We've got the MVP graphic right here. That's going to Kid 6-0-9. That's the third jungler MVP so far today.
Yeah, absolutely right. Junglers obviously have a big impact, especially at the moment. The camps you're able to clear, but Kid was Rengar.
Yeah.
Let's just highlight the Kid got MVP, but Rengar also got MVP.
Yeah.
He did have a really big impact on the map, so I will agree with his MVP performance. Rookie also closest, perhaps, but he made enough mistakes individually that I'm happy they gave it to Kid instead. You don't want to reward these mistakes that are happening, you know? Rookie shouldn't feel good that he kept getting hit by Ashe arrows as a LeBlanc with zone use and flash.
Yeah. It seemed like Rookie was just hungry for the kills. Like, hey, I'm back in the LPL. The season has started again. Let me be Rookie.
Yeah.
So then, again, let's bring it back to those picks and bans. Of course, that Rengar, you can't let that get through once again, seeing how strong that is. The fact that you push one button and you completely disable their, Ash Arrow. We're actually going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll get back to the picks and bans after this short 3 minutes, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. This is the spring split. We're on to our very first day, match number 2. We're about to get into game number 2. We just saw Invictus Gaming crush OMG with a very dominant rookie and an MVP performance from Kid.
Yeah, let's just say it might be game 2, but it's also potentially our last game for the night.
Yeah.
Based off how game number 1 went. A commanding victory from Invictus Gaming. OMG, honestly, just licking their wounds at the moment, thinking about how they can fix this in the upcoming game, in their second game of the night. There is a lot that they could potentially change, and some of it does start early.
Yeah, so what are we looking at? Like picks and bans? Just try to change things up from the beginning?
Yeah, so we have to look at their first 3 bans, firstly, because they left open Rengar, they left open LeBlanc, and they gave a lot of strong champions to Invictus Gaming that should not have been there. They banned Camille. That makes sense. They banned Rek'Sai. Honestly, I think she's the best jungler at the moment on the patch, so you can ban that. But Syndra, I mean, they didn't really have many options, did they?
Yeah.
And this comes back to the whole blue side versus red side debacle when you look at 7.1 and the 10 ban system in drafting phase, because Invictus Gaming banned Jace Elise. Like, neither of those champions really require a ban, and they leave open 2 strong options for themselves. So OMG banned good champions, but they leave open great champion. I probably ban the 2 champions that just beat you coming into the second game in Rengar and LeBlanc. acknowledging, however, that they're now on blue side. And so this is where things get a little bit tricky, is if they value their first pick super highly, they could actually just ban the same things and swap sides. And so they can pick the Rengar for themselves.
Okay, but then that leaves the threat of that LeBlanc for Rookie. And from level 3, he was trying to get a kill in lane against Icon. I can't imagine you can give him that sort of leeway again.
Yeah, and that's the dangerous part of this, because if you don't ban LeBlanc, then LeBlanc's available, you have to ban Syndra. But if you don't ban Syndra and you ban LeBlanc, Syndra's still available, and Rookie is just an absurdly good mid lane. Hell, he could probably just play Echo mid anyway and bot people with it.
Yeah, but as you can see, we have entered into picks and bans for game number 2. We'll see if he decides to go for that Rookie. I know he's got many an awesome highlight reel on that champion. As OMG are deliberating their first set of bans. It is going to be Rek'Sai once again. As you said, that very top-tier jungler, still very strong, despite some of the jungle changes which she has had to experience. Malzahar is the follow-up for Invictus Gaming, still the exact same one. We'll see if they Invictus Gaming wants to ban Elise and Jace again, or if they change things up.
Yeah, and this is one of those times where you look at, pick ban what's available for IG. They've swapped from blue to red, so they could actually get rid of some more power picks like the Rengar or LeBlanc themselves, leave open someone like the Elise, and create some availability for their second part of the drafting phase where they get the bans and pick rotation from pick 6 to 7.
Interestingly enough, they decide to ban the Rengar away themselves, not even going to risk it from OMG.
I think LeBlanc should be the same thing here, personally. Like, they should probably just get rid of it, because first pick's there.
The Elise is banned now by OMG, taken away from Kid. So we might get to see that Lee Sin return as LeBlanc. Yep, you said it.
Yeah. So they do get rid of Rengar and LeBlanc, 2 champions they played for themselves. This does mean 2 roles will be different champions for IG.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that there are no champions available. Of course, Rek'Sai and Elise, 2 jungle bans with Rengar. Lee Sin, the natural progression in the jungle tier list of remaining champs. Could very easily transition, though, to something else for Kid. He's still got that Graves. He's an AD carry main, remember, that's transitioned. But there are still strong champs up on the board that OMG had last game.
Yeah, it seems like IG is taking a page out of the book right now with Maokai and giving Ryze the hover for Rookie. We'll see if he decides to lock that in. Wouldn't it just be great if they beat you with the exact same composition that
It'd be
you
a little bit insulting.
Nothing quite like fostering a good, healthy rivalry between the two. But yeah, that is Ryze locked in for Rookie.
Yeah, by giving themselves the Ryze. No LeBlanc to be picked into it. Syndra does stand to attention, though. And perhaps the resolve from Rookie here is that I can pick Ryze into Syndra, but I also acknowledge that by picking Ryze, Cassiopeia is the next best thing in terms of counter picks towards that Ryze. So seems to be a comfort option for Rookie.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia is locked in. Icon going to have to answer. We've seen some that matchup go both ways. Athena was able to do really good in game number 1. Perhaps Icon can do the same against Rookie this time around, as Zyra is again locked in.
Yeah, and the interesting part here, OMG haven't gone for an early rotation on their AD carry. So perhaps they've changed their priorities, as that was a pretty quick decision actually from Rookie.
Yeah.
He knew what he wanted. They banned it in this rotation last time around.
Immediately, that is Kha'Zix locked in for Kid in the jungle. And getting into the next phase of bans, there you can see Ashe and Trundle banned away.
Yeah, so OMG ban Ashe. Now, they picked it last time, but IG have the first rotation in the second part of this pick ban phase, for pick phase 2, as I believe it is referred to as. And so by banning the Ashe, we have to look towards where IG would go next. I'd expect a Caitlyn. That'd make a lot of sense. You need something like an Ezreal or a Caitlyn to get away from OMG's team composition, but still do damage. And you don't want to verse a Zyra Caitlyn, because that can be quite obnoxious.
Yeah, the Kled is banned away from Xiong in the top lane. But 8 seconds left for this ban phase 2. It's Varus, in fact, banned away from Marge, that very safe, long-range AD carry. Marge giving it the old Draven hover. Blind pick Draven. He's still got a pick after this as well.
I feel like we mentioned the AD carries that he should look towards, and of course, knowing that there's no Ashe, Tahm Kench isn't necessary, but it's still a nice to have, because once again, what other AD carry they're going to go towards? Jhin works with Zyra, Cassiopeia can catch you out easily. It just seems that Balan likes to roam around the map also.
Yeah.
And they've gone towards this type of strategy. Have the assassins, have the damage dealers, and have protective members to keep them up.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen how effective Kid can be on that very mobile Rengar. This time, taking a slightly more mobile, very similar playstyle in that Kha'Zix, just not quite as healthy as the game goes on. But Jhin is going to be the pickup for SMLZ, and Nautilus locked in for Xiong.
Yeah, they were looking at the Rumble. It was hovered. Now it does do well into Maokai. They definitely weren't jungle flexing it. They're not MLXG. But by going towards the Nautilus, again, a much more standard team composition from OMG. Instead of going another damage dealer or objective control expert, Lee Sin can lock that one down well enough. Their composition excels at doing Baron with the Cassiopeia available also, as that's an interesting choice.
Sivir locked in for Marge on the AD carry. He's got Tahm Kench to keep him safe, but he's also got Spell Shield if he ever finds himself out of position.
Well, Spell Shield will be handy. It does do okay into Cassiopeia as well. When you actually think about it, the Sivir is... It's a lane pressure-based champion, though, and you've got a Tahm Kench to round it out. Now, Tahm Kench isn't known for his ability to lane well. But if there's one thing Tahm Kench can actually do, it's surprise you in what he's capable of doing. Because if he catches you out of position once, as a Zyra or a Jhin, you do die. Like, that guy does a lot of damage, more than you ever think possible. And you don't often see him, so it can actually catch you by that surprise.
Yeah. I think the big thing that I always hear Frostgurn talk about is whenever you're playing Sivir, you're not playing against the enemy lane, you're playing against the minions.
Well, whenever you're playing against Sivir as well, yeah, the exact same thing applies. So if she's pushing you under turret, you're just trying to not take damage from them, whilst you're trying to get as many last hits as you possibly can. And the team composition from IG has a fair bit of control in that respect.
Looks like they're going to try to exercise that control to a fast Game 2 victory and turn this series into our second 2-0 of the night. As OMG are ready, the coaches have already shaken hands, and the teams are preparing to load onto the Rift. OMG going to try to bring us back to a game number 3, but IG looking to finish clean and quick and simple. A lot of opportunity for stellar performances on Ryze and Kha'Zix and even Sivir.
I think the only one that has real room for error is actually the Kha'Zix. So when you say clean and simple, I think that's the two key words that I really wanted to follow through on there. It's a Ryze and a Sivir. You can't mess that up, really. Like, Ryze has a little bit of room for error, but you just can't get that wrong. Sivir just fights minions. Ryze makes you fight minions. Top lane's pretty much potatoes up there at the moment. They're just going to hit each other and not do a lot of damage. Like... The only place this can go wrong is if Juejue finds Kid and can lock him down.
We'll see how that starts off. And again, keep an eye on that jungle. It's been pretty interesting to see how the junglers have moved around. I mean, last time Juejue went for the level 2 gank after clearing 2 camps to try to follow up onto Rookie. But because he was level 2 and Rookie played it safe, he was able to get out with his life. This time around, we'll see if something similar happens as we load onto the Rift for game number 2.
That's them saying good luck, I believe it is, or fighting, so to speak. You'll hear that every time EDG plays, exceptionally loud compared to what we were just hearing then.
So good luck IG being chanted by the crowd as they...
It actually translates to refuel.
Does it really?
Yeah, so it's a bit hard to properly translate.
Interesting. Well, the more you know. 60 seconds in. Defensive lines all across as the two duos find themselves on the bottom. And minions get ready to spawn.
Yeah, so we look at the team compositions again, highlighting Invictus Gaming first, how they're going to execute and win this game. It will be about, we already said Juejue can beat Kid, but if Kid can get going, if Kid can work with Rookie and make something happen as a team and make it work in tandem as they did in game number 1, then a Ryze that is snowballed can be GG. Same thing applies with that Kha'Zix. The bottom lane, we already said they're left to their own devices. Their goal is to not die. Similar prospects this time around as well.
You can see Marge and Megan taking some good damage, but trading it right back. Targon's versus that Frost Queen's claim. which will eventually be transitioned into likely the Eye of the Watchers. As the AD carries are trading it back out. Crit ready, SMLZ gets some damage on the
Good
Megan.
damage.
Ooh, down to below 200.
And this is what we're talking about in the 2v2 lane. They shouldn't actually win this Invictus Gaming in any capacity. They're trying their best to trade and make something out of it. But a Jin's guaranteed crit and a Zyra's guaranteed damage, and especially when the plants come into play at level 2, there's really no way out of this. And we look towards Kid and say, does he actually acknowledge bottom lane's existence? Once this game? Just once. Maybe. Just to see what happens.
Well, he's just cleared out blue buff and Scuttle Crab. He had me. I thought he might have just for like the early gank, but already you could see 5 had it warded.
Yeah, Jojo actually farming his camps quite well. The Scuttle Crab is the camp of choice for Kid, who's actually going to be an experience disadvantage in comparison to Jojo, who's gone for an extra large camp, going for the Gromp. He's somehow in a Dragon Pit.
A blast cone.
Yeah, but why is he in the Dragon Pit?
Kid was on the backside of Red. Shui tossed out a Q and missed, so he took the blast cone to safety.
Yeah. But either way, again, slight edge perhaps for Jojo. This is where it actually turns around to be the other end of the spectrum. He runs out of camps. Kid can go back and hard farm. Where's the Lee Sin to go?
And you can see Shui now invading to take that Gromp as Kid heads on over to Krugs on the opposite side instead. Oh, Rookie doesn't pop the Spell Flux. Icon keeps himself away from the minions while Duke trades it out with Xiong. Gets some good damage there. He's down to 200 health, autoing down.
That's
Xiong
huge.
might have to flash here. There's the shield, gets the AoE as Duke heals up, lands the slow.
Duke.
He's almost got the snare to follow it up. That's flash snare. That's courage. And Duke, solo blood, first kills.
What planet does a Maokai kill a Nautilus at level 4? This is ridiculous. Duke in his debut series in the LPL shows that he has not lost form whatsoever. Really well executed, knowing that he had an advantage firstly in a tank off is weird to say in and of itself.
But that corrupting potion just slowly ticking away. Now double Doran's rings. Slight advantage for Duke as he is able to come back with boots on top of that completed corrupting potion.
Yeah, of course the advantage doesn't mean a whole lot.
Yeah.
Because it is boots, but the boots will be able to help him get around the map more effectively, work with Kid if it comes to it, and rotate quicker. He'll also have an experience advantage, and so the lane control should well and truly be his. It may be 2 tanks, but it can still be quite substantial when a solo kill exists, and it should.
Snare catches Megan. He's down to 200 aside from the gray health. SMLZ's getting the crit ready. Exhaust turns
he's
it
going to
around.
kill Megan, ready?
Oh, Megan's got a flash as the Boomerang Blade forces out the heal, so that is 3 summoners for 1.
Yeah, so OMG actually making it work in this bottom lane. Of course, it was still a summoner used, and it was the heal. Is SMLZ?
Oh, wow. Rookie can't get in range for the snare and eats one instead as SMLZ taunts him. You wanted a snare? Eat one yourself.
That was accidentally the best case scenario from 5 also. Throws out the E. Rookie tries to flash it, still flashes into it.
Yep.
So a little bit
he's
tragic.
had that problem now twice. Tried to LeBlanc W out of the Ash arrow.
Poor bloke.
Yeah.
Now Duke is aware of this. Obviously the sapling being tossed acknowledges that fact. Rookie showing his health on the bottom side of the map. Perhaps it's also a little bit of vision gained of Kid at some stage. But Jojo, they know he's up top side, even when there's 3 wards preventing them from knowing. Spidey senses are on point.
Instead, Kid now showing himself on the bottom side, waiting for an opportune moment to look for that gank, but instead he's just been farming it up as that wave gets cleared out by Rookie, who does get level 6.
That feels good to watch though, right?
Yeah, the Spell Flux wave clear.
Champion balance aside, Ryze feels amazing when he wave clears.
Same thing for the LeBlanc Shatter. It's just clearing a whole wave with 2 buttons. But for the time being, that's first blood for Invictus Gaming in the top lane, not affecting the rest of the map at all because they do have their teleports down. And things are nice and calm and relaxed as a result.
Yeah, but calm's still an advantage on the bottom side of the map being garnered once again by OMG. They have an advantage somewhere. Now last game we saw them actually lose control of most lanes pretty early. and the bottom lane was even this time around. They're actually doing better. And so there's a possibility they take advantage of this, which is what they're looking towards.
Ooh, flash ultimate, but Rookie turns around. Realm Warp, he kites it back in, but is going to be locked down and killed by Icon.
And good moves from OMG, ganking the right lane at the right time. No summoners for Rookie because he made that movement bottom. If it was successful bottom, things could be entirely different, but it's not. SMLZ acknowledging he's actually going to be significantly further ahead in farm still after a roam from 5. This is good moves from OMG.
They bounce it right back to 1-1. And IG instead are going to take the time to get a ward onto Dragon, reset their waves just a bit, and Duke gets a recall for himself as well. So with that kill, that brings OMG right back to even, still with that pressure in the bottom lane. Snare, spell shielded, and sidestepped by March.
Yeah, mechanics aren't exactly the most important part of this, but they make things a little bit easier.
Yeah.
So IG's bottom lane. Megan also, you know, I said also twice, 3 times now. Able to eat him, keep him alive if it comes to it. Hyper-awareness of language.
Yeah, no, that's good. Kid is going to be... Looks like he's gifting over this blue buff, but there's a control ward. Is Rookie going to check that bush?
Oh, man. Always got to check the bush.
Yeah.
Every bush you walk through, it's worth just having a look-see.
Except for when you're losing, or there could be like an assassin.
But then walking past the
Or
bush
like-
is worse in the first place, isn't it? You may as well
Shouldn't
go
even be
into
going
it
near
and find
the
that
bush.
Garen.
Yeah. Schrodinger's Garen. There's always a Garen in that bush unless proven otherwise.
Doombots mentality.
Yeah. That was actually the most terrifying thing. I forgot about that. Shui Shui was looking for some more pressure on the Rookie. He still didn't have flash, but didn't find it.
Kid also just went for the full jungle item upgrade, so he doesn't have boots.
Nope.
He's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Absolutely will be able to successfully jungle as well. His clear speed goes up, cooldown reductions there, that's nice. Like, all of it's nice.
If he catches you, you're dead.
Yeah, if he gets within the 300 units, you know, that's required to do damage to you, you will take a lot of it. And so he's heavily relying on the rest of his team. Duke, doing well in this top lane, might be able to get a teleport off, and to me, that's where they look. It's an Infernal Drake. They get Kid down on the bottom side, or they use Duke and Kid together in some way, use Kid and Rookie together in some way to lock them down so that he can do that damage. Because not having those boots will hurt him. And right now, it's about to hurt the whole team of IG.
Yeah, it looks like Shui Shui trying to make something happen. Rookie waiting for the Petrifying Gaze, just going to get some damage. That's a kick onto Marge. He's eaten up by Megan. Eats a slow. The hook is going to miss.
Tragic.
Marge is outside of the range. Megan doesn't have flash. Can they at least convert one of these kills? Megan drops, but that's one traded right back as Marge gets some damage. Duke teleports for the flank, and Xiang has got a face full of regret. Here comes Kid and Rookie. They're going to try to fight inside of the bush. Kid is going to eat the knockup. No, he gets out of range in time as he actually goes down. Snare catches Rookie, but he follows it up with another kill. SMLZ will be cleaned up by Rise. That is 4 for 2 in favor of IG.
And Duke's a god. That's the biggest thing here. I just like, that was mechanical misplays from OMG on the bottom side of the map too. Nautilus doesn't hit the hook.
Yeah.
And so they don't get the kill. They don't keep him in range of the Jhin, and Tahm Kench is able to just gobble the man up and keep him alive. And so this is actually like, Jojo doesn't get the Q, that's fair.
Oh.
It's pretty easy to hit that hook, let's be honest. So Xiang, that's tragic. And now Jojo is going to go down as a result of this because they get hungry, they need that kill. But Duke's already here. Duke's already teleported in. Xiang's not that tanky. And Duke's doing a lot of damage. All of these plays on the bottom side of the map show that Icon's just not there. He's actually going back mid. He's conceded this fight entirely, where they could have actually perhaps killed Rookie and made a better trade out of this. But Duke has his flash still there, still available. Like, this man is playing incredibly well.
Yeah. Not too far ahead in terms of CS, but so far his positioning and just his map awareness has been on point. As now, that is a minor gold lead for Invictus Gaming. They are going to start looking for some power spikes, namely boots for Kid.
And that was the right move from OMG. We have to really point that out. Like, if they made that bottom lane gank work, they snowballed the Jhin and the Zyra. They even get Zhuezhui involved in these kills and get him further ahead. That could have been the Drake. It could have been a lot more.
Yeah.
Instead, they're left wanting. And IG just have it.
Yep, that is the Drake now going to be picked up by Kid. Not even going to use his smite. He's got 2 honey fruits right next to him, so we can heal right back up to full. Meanwhile, you can see Shui and Icon were cheating towards that bottom side in case Kid wanted to follow up with a gank to the bottom lane, but instead, he's just going to keep on farming around.
And this is that point in the game where Rookie's rise will start to ramp up. He doesn't have his Rod of Ages completed just yet. I would imagine he's about to purchase that. 12 minutes is pretty good timing by having boots with it. And a tier. Can't make his mind up. Doesn't really want to stay,
He
but
wants
he does.
the kill. He wants the hit. He wants the Hitman strike. Or just another minion wave. It could be he's looking for enough gold for a pink ward, or
I mean, 3
corrupting
minion
potion.
waves is about a champion.
Yeah,
In terms of gold income. So
give or take.
now he's going to lose his control ward. And Lee Sin's nearby, so he can't recall. That feels bad.
Decision making. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we're seeing Marge at about a 20 CS deficit, but has those 2 kills. So it's probably going to be about even in gold between the two.
Now this is good movements once again from IG. They've acknowledged the Lee Sin's gone back to base. They've got an advantage on the top side, so Kid's able to invade. He's going to get a blue buff for his troubles. They'll try and give it to Rookie, you'd expect. But they won't.
There he goes.
Right.
Just had to
They
pull it
will
back
give
in.
him the blue buff as a result, albeit barely.
And then Shui immediately invades and looks back for his own.
Yeah, so it is good movements from the Lee Sin, but thinking about who's the recipient of the buff. Kid says, you can have this one, and if mine is there, I will have our one. And it's 2 blue buffs for the team. Lee Sin benefits a little bit from it, but not a whole lot. And so that's another big win from Invictus Gaming.
Meanwhile, 5 in SMLZ. Trying to get some more damage onto this turret, but that is a Sivir now with BF Sword and Berserker Greaves. Snare finds Megan, but Marge, Spell Shield's just a bit too soon, trying to go for the read. But instead just takes damage. Junglers looks like they might meet now. Shui.
Okay, they both know that they're both nearby, but Kid has the brains to not go into where they are.
Yeah.
Because they're all missing. So he's going to go back to base. That's risky, because if OMG commit to something here, which I wouldn't do, mind you, if Duke has his teleport, and he does.
Xiong also has his own teleport, so they might be looking for something there as he's now roaming towards the mid lane. Rookie cheating up towards that top side. Just playing it safe, has finally finished off that Rod of Ages and has his Merc treads.
This is a lot of attempts and not a lot of doing. They want it now?
Flash! He gets out of the miasma in time. Teleport started and canceled by Duke. But that is a teleport advantage now for OMG.
Yeah, it definitely is. It was also the flash, though, from the Nautilus, and so his engage is a little bit less reliable. Can't flash auto, can't flash slow anybody with the Riptides. And Rookie lives. Now, Rookie isn't exactly winning.
Ooh, dodges the Petrifying Gaze, but gets soloed down by Icon. Duke is still there, though, and Megan is caught up.
He's alive.
Duke hasn't got a flash, so Icon over the wall is safe. And that is Icon getting a solo kill.
And there it is, the guy that takes out people in a 1v1 scenario does it again, acknowledging the flash wasn't available. This is the second time that Rookie has died without that ready. And OMG have a strategy.
They're taking some damage, but they look like they're finally going to force down this mid-tier 1 turret. The first of the game, nearly 16 minutes in.
And that's massive. The gold lead that they're starting to stretch a little bit more as time goes on can become quite substantial, but the problem still remains. The Sivir that they had behind now has 2 kills and is not considerably behind it by any means. Rookie's still going to scale. He has 2 kills, and albeit 20 CS down, still going to have his items, still going to be doing a lot of damage. Kid just needs to show up. But Zhuezhui has been kind of besting him in that respect.
I think this was something that I tried to point out earlier, but you corrected me on. IG just need to play simple and clean, except for Kid. And 0-1 and 2 right now, he's not really got off the ground this game.
Yeah, they're just relying on late game. It's actually diving Xiong.
Yeah, he's right next to that turret, though.
Duke's getting a back scratch.
That's a double knock-up. Duke eating a lot of damage. Flash for Kid, gets the kill, and Duke escapes with his life. So the bottom tier 1 goes down, but that's IG getting the kill here. Will they continue to push and look for that turret?
You'd imagine they will.
Resetting the minion wave.
So Nautilus has teleport. He's actually dead for quite a while, though. You'd expect that IG go towards this. Kid just needs to wait for the minions to push, and of course Duke with no mana takes quite a while to do exactly that. So they will trade. They'll collect the farm on the bottom side, and this is again just trading, just getting equal gold income for both of these teams until we hit a breaking point, and we have to look towards when that breaking point actually occurs.
That very well could be Mountain Drake spawning in about 40 seconds. IG have got that Infernal Dragon.
It should be Mountain Drake. Kha'Zix, Rise, and Sivir getting a Mountain Drake and an Infernal Drake means that they will take neutral objectives at a really quick pace. And so this Mountain Drake, you can see OMG already placing their vision around, trying to prepare for it. High up on that priority list.
OMG already with wards all over that side of the pit. As Rookie clears out, he's got himself a needlessly large rod for damage, and you can see Icon playing a little bit safer, opting for the Abyssal with a Negatron cloak to go with that tier. As everyone is getting ready, Dragon has now spawned.
This should be OMG's Drake based off the current vision control. Of course, moving towards the top side of the map right now, just looking for a blue buff, it seems. IG are going to actively concede this one. Their strength is with Duke. He is the big member of the team. And by him saying that I want to stay top and I don't want to teleport, they'll take a small advantage. But they won't get the big objective that they wanted.
Yeah, they're going to find Xiang. Realm Warp is going to get Megan in the back, but not Rookie. He's going to walk the long way around as blue buff is going to be picked up. Not sure who that went to as Strangleheart finds 3. OMG try to fight. Shui Shui is in the front. The Sun finds Megan. Kid is running for his life. He's got the Honey Fruit. Question is, will he slow him down? There goes the curtain call. First shot misses. Second shot, Brock's Rift Herald, who's chasing forward. Icon is going to get in there as well. And Marge is going to do some damage. Duke is still alive, just cleaning up this fight. And OMG will fall. Double kill to Rookie.
What are you going to do, OMG? There's a big, giant tree running at you and nobody's able to hurt him. That's exactly how the fight starts to pan out. Kid might have died if the Rift Herald had some AI on it. But they don't get that trade. And this is just a disaster, honestly, for OMG. And it all comes down to predictability. IG, they knew that Invictus Gaming were at this blue buff. Xiang goes way too early. And they try and make a trade out of this. It's a good kick from Shui Shui, but it also knocks Kid to safety. And he should die. Megan also goes down, but this flash is used forwards to secure this. Marge, absolute man mode.
Oh my god.
Gets into the perfect place to do damage, right? Like, I'm just talking beast mode out of Marge. And this is that point in the game. Marge is able to actually show up and do his part for the team when we hit mid to late game. And with Duke just being invincible in the front line, that's the stage we're at now for Invictus Gaming. The clean champions that just have predictable roles are able to do that.
Yeah, and Duke turning around at the exact same time as Rookie and Marge flashing over the wall. As this being a bilingual team, you have to have been a little bit concerned, but they are showing that they have got their communication down pat. As a unit, they move in.
Hey man, it sounds like Rookie saying go in both languages at once, apparently.
Yeah.
Because right now, Rookie says go, they do. And so far, and this is now a 3K gold lead for Invictus Gaming. After they lost the Drake. Now, I feel like that next one determines the outcome a little bit.
That Infernal Drake, yeah. Put that on Sivir, put that on Rise, put that on Kha'Zix. To be fair, though, OMG, they've still got that Mountain Drake. If the next Drake that spawns is another mountain, they could start to look for some very strong neutral objectives.
I mean, they can even look towards it now when you think about it. The Cassiopeia doesn't even need the Mountain Drake to do damage to these neutral objectives. Jhin will be okay at it, but not exceptional. It is mostly around Icon. But as a 3-1 Cass, like, he will shred things that he hits. And honestly, that's what OMG have to look towards now. He is the last hope. Nautilus will be a tank. Jhin will still do damage. But Icon has to show up.
It's time to see if he can do that, as he's now going to spot out Megan and Kid. Prepping for that bottom tier 2 turret. Excuse me, tier 1, that's still up. Rookie was down there with the Realm Warp.
It's even prepping for the red buff, so Kid very much on point with timings of neutral objectives. Would do his best to look towards these things. OMG are still looking for opportunities to engage them, though, pushing them out of their own jungle. They've acknowledged that the strengths of IG are there, but if they get the right team fight, OMG are still entirely capable.
They've got a lot of damage. This game could still go either way. As we now crest over the 22-minute mark, the enormous Duke, 2-0-7, 2.5 items as he finishes off his Iceborne Gauntlets and has a Negatron Cloak.
Now, I'd expect a recall from SMLZ here. If he doesn't, it's because he's a little bit off his item purchase, and so now if he goes mid, he's about to reveal himself with limited health. It will regenerate, but limited mana. Now, that's the biggest issue that they're going to now run into because IG are threatening the Baron area.
Yeah.
SMLZ has to hang around. He doesn't have a whole lot of resources to complement that fact. And so the pick game starts.
He does complete the recall. It's temporarily 5v4 as SMLZ is now full health and mana. Home guards racing back out onto the map.
But they will do this right now. Like, Duke doesn't take damage from it. If they really want to just start it up or they want to get a pick, it's up to them. There it is.
Oh, flash over the wall to find 5. He eats a lot of damage, but is still alive. Duke going to be knocked up and juggled away as that's Icon in the back trying to burn through his health, but he just doesn't have enough. As that is a tanky Maokai.
Ooh,
Hook actually catches Megan, but he's still got that gray health. Marge drops the spell shield and kites it back out of range. Icon very aggressive. Megan is just standing there trying to be bait before finally flashing the wall. But that is the curtain call. Bullet number 1 misses. Number 2 catches.
All right, now they're just going to take damage. So that was clever.
Actually eats him out of the 4th bullet.
It does mean that IG can't Baron. If they do Baron, I will be shocked. Kids nearby, doesn't really have a lot of health. Duke does have teleport, mind you, so the possibility is there. And they actually just want to make a pick again because they're standing out of vision.
Oh. Control ward. He's going to break that ward eventually. Just needs a second or two.
But OMG is still showing that they have capabilities at the very least. After all of these mechanical misplays in that last fight, the damage was still very much there. And they can still try and get those 5v5 team fights if Cassiopeia stuns them this time and doesn't unfortunately miss that flash ultimate opportunity that was presenting itself.
That Infernal Drake has now just spawned. So after the excitement of that fight, things reset just a bit. Rookie finds himself in the bottom lane. And Icon in the mid along with that very important SMLZ.
Good reset period actually for OMG. Acknowledging that Rookie is on the bottom side of the map means they get vision. However, by getting vision on the top side near the Baron, it is the bigger objective that they need to look towards. They alleviate all pressure in its entirety on the bottom half of the map, which means that Kid's able to go towards a big objective, and that is a big objective as it's their second.
Yeah, that Kha'Zix's isolation damage is huge.
Yeah.
As he just cleared through that Infernal Drake, hardly taking anything, and then Honey Fruit to top himself off after.
And we're at that point where Civ is a big deal also now. Damage is there from everybody on the side of Invictus Gaming, not just Kid. But we can see how much Kid does to neutral objectives, so if they're ever given free time with that buff, Nashor I should say, not just that buff, there's a few of those.
There's going to be a Cloud Drake and then one other Elemental Drake before we get to the Elder. We might see that happen. Recall now out of Marge, as he is going to finish off that Lord Dominic's regards.
I'm expecting Duke and Xiang to be on the bottom side of the map. We're not going to have a Rot Portal game, but Duke's gone for a Guardian Angel again. That is what I would define as a snowball item. So Guardian Angel also able to give you both types of resistances, one of the few items that can successfully do that. Very good when you're ahead because you'll stay further ahead. That and having the Guardian Angel passive just means that it's pretty hard to kill, man.
Oh, yeah. That's another control ward being dropped down as Rookie hops over the wall with the help of a Blast Cone.
He also just clears the Blast Cone, so when you think about it, actually clearing out in advance both of those explosive cones and then starting the objective actually makes things infinitely harder for OMG to try and get in, sneaky steal, things like that, and even get out alive.
Yeah.
Small things, right? But like, imagine if that fight breaks out, it goes to where the explosive cone was, it can disrupt people in its entirety. Just like a Gragas Keg can do.
Yeah. We're seeing IG take control over that Baron Pit. Tragically, they do not have the Scuttle Crab. They've got wards just about everywhere else. And clearing out all of those
doing
plants.
it right now.
Yep,
yeah.
There they go. Backside of the pit.
I was going to say, they can just
How did
get
they
in.
make it over the wall? How did Rookie make it over?
That doesn't matter.
That's a good point. They do have the Baron now. Yes.
Hear the golf claps.
Applause all around.
Now that Baron buff dies very quickly because Arise is able to do as much damage as he can with that Kha'Zix. Duke also never takes damage. You can see their health bars were still full by the end of it. The fact that they were able to just walk Rookie in, he's got his flash, maybe it was an explosive cone?
Yeah.
But he also has his ultimate, so they just get in and it's done. OMG, you can see their options are starting to wane. They're running short. All they just come on.
Ooh, Marge gets caught in front and is pulled to safety by Megan.
There you go, and Red Buff will heal him back up. You can see that regeneration when it starts to tick. That was a good opportunity for OMG, but this is where that Tahm Kench pick comes in. We already said this. You do not pick Tahm Kench for laning phase.
Yeah. With that, you can already see Marge almost back up to full health, as you said, from the red buff. They've got the Baroned up minions up to that turret now, and it falls so very quickly as 5 IG continue to push forward, and OMG are all grouped up to try to answer this.
Just how do you deal with Duke is the first question they have to answer. SMLZ will not do enough damage to him, frankly. It comes down to 5 as... Ooh. Bit of a how you going.
Before being knocked away from the rest of his team. Duke actually in the front now. Rookie might be getting a little overzealous with those blast cones as he separates his own team. Oh, but they try to turn it around on the 5. That's a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. What? That poor Zyra
Here
just
they
got
go. Well, Rookie.
chopped down. Yeah, Rookie chases forward. He turns around, drops the shield, knock up onto Icon as Kid looks to clean it up. He's going to die for the first time this series as they continue chasing. Realm Warp from Rookie to bring himself into the back along with the minions. Megan on the prowl looking for SMLZ to try to finish off this series. IG taking game number 1 with Baron buff, might be looking for game number 2 here as they look for the inhibitor and continue to zone away the remaining members of OMG.
Yeah, they're looking, but Rookie needs to calm down. I don't think they'll get anything more than just the inhibitor in this push, and that is because the Kha'Zix has died. But very fancy moves from Rookie actually to secure some kills. I look forward to seeing the replay of that fight, because deletion of multiple members is just the name of the game here from Invictus Gaming.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was actually the second death of Kid over the course of the series. But now he's got the Guardian Angel, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore.
And again, we called it a snowball item for Maokai. The same thing applies for anybody that gets a Guardian Angel as their 3rd item when it's a defensive item. You know, the Black Cleaver will be handy, means the rest of your team will be doing damage. Marge in particular, from what Kid applies. The GA means that he can now recklessly dive into the backline, and that recklessness will not be unrewarded. JJ.
Rookie. Oh, getting huge.
Oh my God.
Is he going to solo this? He's almost got Realm Warp, and there is no turret there. Kid now getting the isolation bonus, knocked up. Rookie's forward. Icon follows up, but that's Megan, getting in with the rest of his team. Poor Marge gets left behind. IG have still got Baron buff, and now they've got a minion wave on their way too.
Yeah, and we've got a mid-game Lee Sin that can't really do anything. He's just looking for that one kick, and who's he meant to kick in?
Yeah.
If you can get to Marge, then go for it. But there's a Tahm Kench to keep him alive. The Baron buff's still there, and IG should be able to just brute force their way through eventually. OMG have to fight them sooner or later.
Duke soaking so much damage from this as Rookie eats that flourish. And they set up. Still got the Baron empowered recall. They're going to leave now as Rookie decided he needed to get out.
Now's a good time to reset.
Yeah.
They've got bottom lane that they need to actually push out once again. They didn't have all of the side lane control there. They can get bottom going as well as top in the way of sieging. They can also get the free Cloud Drake for their troubles just by pressing their B button. It's there, and I'd be surprised if OMG looked towards contesting that one whatsoever. We spoke towards game number 1 and how OMG should try and find a way back in. In this particular game, I think the same principle applies. They just need to hold on, get 3 items on their carries, which they have, and now actually make sure that their tanks are capable of doing their job.
I am astonished Rookie didn't take that blast cone.
Oh! They did.
Yeah, there he goes.
Just took it, yeah.
I was watching the minimap. But that's blue buff along with that Cloud Drake picked up. Next one is going to be Elder to try to end this series off.
Not that kind of game already, is it, OMG?
In what sense?
That sense.
That sense? Well, hey, here they go.
I just don't think they want this. Like,
oh, there goes the curtain call. They found Duke. They certainly are going to try wanting it. as Rookie trying to find his way in. He's got the Realm Warp.
7
Flash
years later.
plus the exhaust.
It's just...
He's still there.
And now they're just going to push top lane. What are you doing? There's a Lee Sin ultimate and a Jhin ultimate just to tickle him. He's going to go back to base and teleport top.
Xiong tries to get up there to clear the minion wave. That's teleport now being brought in. What just happened? He ate him out of the hook. I've never seen that happen before, but Xiong, oh, so much regret. Knockup is going to find 3, but is that an Ohm Wrecker on the turret as Duke dives in? A double kill for IG as they continue to chase forward. Icon trying to get back to the fountain, but Duke will not let you escape. This is his house, and he is going to continue chasing these kills. The GA hasn't even been popped yet. As they clear 1, SMLZ goes down, and 5 is the sole survivor of this fight. And now they find their way onto the Nexus turrets and the Nexus itself. IG take game number 2. And they're going for
don't
it.
do it.
Duke is going to be betrayed by the Realm Warp.
End the game, March. Oh, no.
There they go. Finally going to clean it up and take the series 2-0. It's IG.
There's a bit of betrayal in the IG roster. Megan kills Rookie. Rookie kills Duke. But the end result is still that they get a 2-0 victory. And honestly, just a generally sound performance from Invictus Gaming. OMG, a lot of questions can be asked. And I mean, most of it's been answered. We had OMG as the last team in the group. We had IG as the first team in the group. This shouldn't be a surprise.
Certainly should not. Some very strong performances. A little bit of wacky fun. You can see Kid with a big grin on his face despite that as IG head on over to shake hands. And some of the big questions that we had for IG were, is this the new IG now with Duke? Is this the new and updated style? Is this the IG?
I feel like the two experts that are next to me that like magically will appear in a minute can also divulge on this a little bit further. Yeah. But I think the end results of this is mostly that the bottom lane just didn't die. Hey, like Duke looked really good. You got to give him credit. Mechanical performance from him was super strong. IG with a well-deserved bow, but the bottom lane just did their part, and that's something that's been missing for quite a long time.
Finally showing up with a strong performance from Marge and Megan, heading all across the map. Not to mention the already consistent performance of the mid, jungle, and top. On the other side, though, OMG, they just seemed like they were at a loss. The concern was they didn't change anything coming back in after barely making it back in from relegations. Also, welcome back, Raz and Frosk.
It's magic.
Yes.
We just Tom Kench ultied right in here.
Exactly. They didn't change anything coming back in, and then game number 1, game number 2, we're already starting to see some weaknesses.
Game number 1, LeBlanc and Rengar.
What? Sure.
How did that get through? What happened?
They got everything. They didn't trade anything. Like, you look at that draft, he's like, how the hell did that happen?
I feel like I did sum this up before as well. Jason Elise bans from IG kind of didn't give OMG too many options, but they chose the wrong options, I think, out of like the 4 or 5 that were there.
You definitely went through. I was like, Rek'Sai's a good ban. Rengar's definitely a better ban here. There was a fantastic moment where he, like, Ryze ghosted up to him. He's like, I got you, Realm. Like, you're stunned. And then Ashe ulti came through, but he's like, I just pressed W. Like, I'm walking away.
Rek'Sai was dead there, right? That says a lot.
Rek'Sai would have died.
Yeah. So then let's talk a little bit about this. The fact that we're seeing IG look so strong out of the gates. Is this the new IG? Could this be the one?
I just want to go back to 19 minutes in that game when Marge flashed over the blue wall into the back line and just started going to town on SMLZ. He had to cancel the Jhin ultimate. He insta-killed 2 members, and then he chased them the rest of the way for Duke to come in. Like, that is everything that Invictus Gaming have been missing. Rusty, you said it, they needed a bot lane. Their bot lane was never consistent, and they found it this time.
I mean, they needed a bot lane, but my God, Duke, what happened? I have never seen a Maokai solo kill.
Level 4.
Level 4 on Nautilus, which is a counter pick, by the way. By the way, Xiong, you might want to play that a little better. Like, he just got demolished in a counter matchup. Funny thing was, game 1, I look at it, and I'm like, all right, you gave him a little bit of OP picks, and we'll look through that in game 2 here.
Yeah, here's actually the breakdown for that. You can see 2 turrets to 9, a solid 11,000 gold lead, and twice as many kills, but 41 assists.
Those are also the bottom. It's Baron and inhibitors.
Yes.
So, and then it's Elder Dragon and Barons.
But one Baron, of course, we saw that. But again, 41 assists for 18 kills. That's enormous. And here's the damage distribution for IG as well.
So I just look at all of these matchups here, and Game 1 specifically was like, all right, you got OP picks. What happens Game 2? Game 2, every single one of these lanes for IG should get shoved in. Every single one of these lanes have problems. So you see in the gold graph, 20 minutes was when it starts to turn up. And look at Duke, because this is the god here for today. Because IG came out big. Duke specifically came up bigger.
Yeah, and it's just what you were saying, Rez. You know, the fact is that all of these lanes should have lost, but the fact that in a counter matchup that Duke is able to get a 1v1 solo kill on his counter matchup at level 4 on Maokai is pretty much the summary of that game. It happened in every single lane after that, and then he was just too big that Marge was able to do whatever he wanted because he had a god-tier Maokai in front of him.
I mean, the funniest point, too, was when they were setting up a pick around Baron. They just had that all, warded up, and it was looking fine. And then we saw an instant flash W from Maokai. It just felt like he knew what he needed to do, and he was in tune with the rest of his team.
And that's the big thing as well, being in tune with the rest of his team. I'm glad you went there, because their communication looked sound. Like, Duke can only communicate, you would have to assume, with Rookie. Yeah. But Rookie's obviously stepping up in this team and playing a big part in the shot calling, communicating perhaps with Kid, because they looked like they were just on it as it happened.
And that's the other guy, though. Kid looks great right now in the jungle. Like, here's the thing. Like, he got so much crap. I mean, there's a meme after him. What is it? The
4-4-3?
4-4-3?
Oh, yeah.
Some low, ridiculous damage to the champions where he was just non-existent. Like, roll swap from AD carry, now in the jungle, was a huge liability last split. This time around, looked amazing on the Rengar. It's fine. It's Rengar. We'll give him that one. Looks even better on the Kha'Zix.
He's looking hot. I don't know what else to say. They're fantastic as a team.
So then let's take a look at their opponents. OMG, what can we expect out of them later on?
They're the all-Chinese roster. They went into the promotion tournament last year. They kept with the same roster. They have changed their coach. They now have the Season 4 OMG coach when OMG went to Worlds. So theoretically, they've taken step-ups, at least analytically. We saw that last split, they really made their surge at the very end of the season when they started to get better individually, making smarter map movements. But the same problems are plaguing them. Like, Icon, he is so good at pressing his buttons if he's in the right area to press them. And he's either going to whiff that Cassiopeia ult or he's going to hit it. So he's going to lose you a game or he's going to win it.
And the thing is, Rookie was better at moving around the map and pressing his buttons. He may have used 2 summoners and died in the middle lane, but he did it again and again until it worked. Icon just stayed mid and just had a great time, but it wasn't enough to get OMG ahead of IG in any way.
But this is the thing about OMG. If you take any one of those individual members, Shui, Icon, SMLZ, and you put them on a team that's flanked with veterans, like, they're unrefined talent. They will be superstars one day, but it's not their day today.
It just seems like, specifically, you look at all those players, you're like, yeah, OMG, they have great players, right? But then you look at that top lane, it is just getting too heavy for me. I've been a defender of Xiyang for a little bit, just a tiny bit. There are moments where he just shows up as a great player, as a tank player. He's not even a great tank player anymore. Duke is just playing incredibly well, and he's going to have to go up against top lane talent after top lane talent, and it's not going to end for him.
I'd like to give the Aluka Award to Xiong.
Oh,
oh please,
I don't want to do that. I do want to see some Sion, though.
I mean, the split is young. We've seen some pretty wacky picks already. And speaking of which, let's go back to what we talked about at the beginning, the whole 10-pick ban thing. Did we meet our expectations of how the sort of draft phase has changed up?
Tahm Kench is very big in the LPL right now. And we're seeing why. I mean, obviously his ability to, open up lanes, the fact that he's not getting punished in these 2v2 lanes, the fact that he works really well for and against junglers. But I think he's being prioritized more so in LPL than we've seen at all in LCK. They didn't go anywhere near the Malzahar or most of the caster supports.
Yeah, they were definitely picking Tahm Kench as well in the LCK.
A little bit, yeah.
The other supports that he's playing against just seem to be not as significant as to what we're seeing in the LPL. Like, a lot of champ diversity over there, but we have decided here that, we have the best ones, and we just want them.
Yeah, it seems like we've already focused in on the same thing for the jungle, too, like Rek'Sai ban, make sure you've always got Camille ban just in case, but then also Elise ban, and of course if you can get Rengar, Kha'Zix, or Elise in, that's been about it.
I just felt like IG just outdrafted it both games. Like, even in the first game where there was like, you know what, we got 2 OP picks, but OMG had a great plan, too. They were like, you know what, we got Ryze. That's a pretty damn good pick. We have Maokai in the top lane. We have a great teamfight composition. But it was like, not only did they do that, but Duke just got singed. And it was like, singed into Maokai. That's fantastic. And they already had 2 OP picks, so it's just like IG just had that draft understood in the first game. Second game, even better. I mean, it was a little bit difficult. I feel like if you go up against a better team, they're going to abuse those lanes a little bit more. But overall, I felt like they had good drafts.
I mean, we could talk about that as well, but the biggest defining factor to me is that OMG are 5 A or B tier players, and
Yeah.
IG have 3 stars,
Yeah.
and all of those stars definitely showed up.
I'm all about the Singe right now. I know we're talking
Yeah.
about like the, but I'm just,
So
I'm
that's
sitting there like, yeah, Singe and LCK, Singe and LPL.
Are we going to be seeing more of Singe then?
The thing is it's like a free pick into Maokai, and Maokai is such a high priority right now that it inherently makes Singe stronger. Just because you know that you're going to take that into a matchup, you know you're going to abuse that matchup, and you know you're going to be a menace late game.
It's a question of if you want the Rumble for what he provides, which is a good matchup into Maokai, if you need the Singe. So Singe has that side lane pressure, Maokai has that team fight. Rumble has that team fighting.
Exactly. So it's that question of what does my team need me to do for it, and if you have the engage that you don't need to rely on the Maokai. If you have the Ashe, if you have the Jhin, you can look more towards that Singed.
Okay, so now we've seen 4 teams play today. We're going to have a lot more coming over the course of the weekend. What was your favorite team? Who was your favorite performance, I guess I should say, today? Oh, yeah, that easy?
Yeah.
IG. I mean, look at Rusty. He was trying to say Western analyst, hugging up on the IG, but look at them. That's taking that first win already.
Okay, they beat OMG.
That's
right,
all they
Nez?
need.
You can't just say Western analysts and try and bring it back at me as if IG didn't just beat the team we predicted to come last.
But
Hey,
the
Snake
other
has 0
team
wins.
we
All
predicted
right.
to come last is now first as well. IMA, we said that they were going to be 5th. They came out, they smashed RNG. This wasn't like a close tumble from RNG. This was like a definite spanking. Put them down and are now top of the standings.
It was a very brutal game, and not at all what we expected. Here you can see tomorrow we're going to get the opportunity to check out WE and Newbie. In addition, EDG are taking on Vici.
Good save over there with the Team WE.
Yeah.
Super stoked to see Swift, especially across from Condi, and then of course we have EDG versus Vici. It should be a nice, slow warm-up game for them.
Oh, no. Vici's taking that. I'm really into this
I
one.
said slow, it's Vici. It's going to take like 45 minutes.
45-minute banger. That's what it's going to be.
We'll certainly see. But that's going to be it for us, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to day 1 of the LPL Spring Split. We'll be back tomorrow with some more games. Stay tuned.